Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes, I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the penultimate week of the Snapdragon Pro Series. The pressure is starting to build as our teams look to solidify, or in some cases, dramatically improve their positions in the standings.
And perhaps the best example of that comes in the marquee match of the season, S-Team versus Tribe. It's a rematch of the Season 1 Grand Finals, and Tribe are out for revenge after being swept by Bobby and the boys in Seattle.
Whoever comes out on top of that one will be sitting comfortably in first place. Let's also take a look at the huge surprise at the bottom of the standings, West Coast. After their third place finish in Season 1, they've not gotten off to the start they were hoping for in Season 2. They look to bounce back tonight against Mystic and Papi Chulos.
And while our North American teams are focused on the here and now, some of the other squads are already looking past and have their eyes on finals in Japan. Reply Totem's one of those squads, and Dark Joker's on that squad. And guess what? I talked to him. We'll show you the whole conversation in first period.
I can't wait to see how everything shakes out. So let's just get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We are live from Burbank, California, and it is week number 3 of our Brawl Stars action. And today could really make or break some of our teams here today, so I'm excited to dive into it. I'm your host, Glitter Explosion, joined by our casters, Trav and Rennie. You prepared for week number 3?
Yeah, I mean, we're about halfway through now, so I'm excited to get these last 2 weeks out the way and then have 2 teams move on to San Diego. It's going to be brilliant.
Yeah, vibes are sublime right now at an all-time high, and I think the game, honestly, is in an interesting state after having an update just a couple days ago.
Yeah, it's definitely going to give us a lot to talk about today. But if you missed last week and you don't know what happened, don't worry. We've got a recap that we put together to catch you up to everything.
Well, starting things off, STMN versus West Coast is the first game we're having a bit of a look at. Saw STMN come out on top. We had a little bit of fight back in this first set coming out from West Coast, but after that, it was all STMN dominance.
I think I speak for a lot of people, especially people watching, when I say that West Coast, they put up a really good fight versus STMN. STMN, they come in as, of course, reigning champions, Season 1 first place. And West Coast, while they did make it to the LAN, have had some roster changes, some switch-ups and things, and stumbled a bit as well. But they looked really strong, especially in that first set.
Yeah, well, regardless of that, it didn't get any better for them because they had another tough opponent up next. Tribe Gaming was who West Coast managed to come up against after that. Bit of an unfortunate game week for them as well because they did lose this one quite heavily as well. Had a few doubts of some of the Tribe comps, and I know a lot of people have been having those recently, but they proved me wrong and the comps work. And when we even interviewed Corey, he said he was liking them.
Yeah, I mean, as a spectator too, I was definitely enjoying these a lot more for Tribe. It seems in a lot of situations they rely on the raw mechanics, and they're very, very talented players, so they can get away with it a lot of times. West Coast still gave them a pretty good effort, but Tribe, they managed to pull through in a pretty good-looking way.
Yeah, and moving away from West Coast, we had a couple of mid-table teams, CMG versus Mystic, facing off against each other. We had a bit of back and forward, and I believe it went all way.
Yeah, Mystic Esports and Chasmac Gaming, these are a couple teams that we saw go back and forth during one of the challenges, and it was definitely an interesting rivalry to catch up on, especially when we talk East Coast in the North American scene. We also saw them compete in the monthly finals just a few days ago, following, of course, this match from last week, and we saw Mystic Esports take them down, so it's an interesting one to roll back the clock and reflect on a bit.
Yeah, well, let's see how all this played out and affected our standings at the end of game day number 2. Tribe Gaming come out on top with 3-0. STMN and Wash Team just below that in second and third with 2-1. Following that, Chasmac Gaming and Mystic Esports, both of the mid-tables. That was quite an impactful game for Mystic to take home. Dog Walkers, Papachulos, and West Coast all sitting on 1 win, looking a bit high and dry down at the bottom.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's definitely going to be make or break for some of these squads here today. But let's take a look at the schedule and see what matchups we're going to be watching. Now, we've got some really good stuff here, right? We're going to be kicking things off, Chasmac versus Dog Walkers. But down there, match number 4, I mean, STMN versus Tribe. That one's going to be a headbanger for sure.
Definitely going to be special, and I mean, they're the top 2 teams in the region without a doubt at this point, sitting at 1 and 2, so we could see one of them move above the other today because of that head-to-head.
Yeah, now, of course, week number 3, another week means another Masters breakdown and update, which means it's time for one of our favorite segments. It's First Period with F.
Welcome back, friends, to another episode of First Period with F. I'm F. This is First Period, and this is where we fill you in on all the updates regarding Masters and the teams that are getting there. We've got 4 separate regions, and today I'll fill you in on those 4 separate regions. Our first region is AJP, and there's nothing to talk about. They literally didn't play last week. It's the same stuff we told you last time around. Keep an eye on the good squads, Rising Sun and Zeta. You know the deal. Then we come to Europe and, well, guess what? Their seasons are already done. We know who's going, and it's Reply Totem. For what it's worth, they are playing a little Season 2.5 just to keep the knives sharp, but they already know who's going. Like I said, Reply Totem is one of those squads. Now, I caught up with Dark Joker earlier on. He had some things to say about his team, and boy, did he say them.
I mean, it's obviously a really big opportunity for us to show our level, and I think we're all really excited to go to Japan because personally, I've never been there, and it will be a really cool experience for us. If you look at the latest results, for example, Worlds or last year Worlds, the Japanese have been dominating the scene, but I think we can definitely have a chance this year and try to beat them. I hope you guys are prepared because this year is going to be Europe's year.
He said it. Those are real big words in a game where AJP has been dominant when it comes down to the trophy lift. Europe being this year, we'll see, but I'm always here to see some disruption. So Europe's already done. That means we move into one of the newest regions that we've got here, which is India. Now, we talked about India last week and the week before. I told you the top teams, True Rippers and Revenant. But now it's up to Algiri and Marcos Gaming to pick up some dubs and find themselves with a 4-win record to have a real shot at making it to Japan. Otherwise, we're just going to see those squads that I mentioned before. Ultimately, Marcos fell down to Sag, but Algiri delivered a firm 2-0 beatdown to KO to keep their dreams alive. And then here are the big squads, True Rippers versus Revenant. This was the match. Both of these teams were undefeated at one point in time, but Revenant wasted no time, dealing all the damage on a hot zone and being easy in the first one. But then come the second shot, and ultimately, it looked even more comfortable. The defense was just destroying the Rippers' offense, and at the end of the day, it's Revenant Esports that winds up staying undefeated with that 5-0. Now with our 4-1 squads, Algiri still in the running. I look at Marcos Gaming down here with 3-2 and not mathematically out, but it will be a hard mountain to summit. So I hope they got their climbing gear because they're certainly going to need it. And that brings us over here back to North America. And that's where our competition rages on down here in Southern California. Stamina's up on top with Tribe Gaming almost matching it with 420 in the current season. But there's an asterisk because it's not done yet. Still got a bunch of games to go. Specifically, each team has 4 games left in the chamber. Obviously, these two teams want to stay here, but there's a lot of movement that can happen in between. In order to find that out, well, you got to watch the show. That's what we're doing here. So take your notes, sit down, and vibe out because the rest of North America raging on.
Lots on the line there for Masters. I mean, we talked about the match that we'll see later on today between STMN and Tribe, and then we see them separated by only 20 points on the Masters leaderboard.
I mean, it's just so close in this region, especially between those two, but the gap between second and third is just absolutely massive. We're going to have to see pretty much STMN or Tribe completely fall apart throughout this season for any of the teams to get a sneak peek in that top 2.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate for the other teams that find themselves in that number competing for those top 2 spots, but there's still a chance. It just requires, as you said, falling apart pretty much.
We'll have to wait and see how it goes. But it's time for us to start talking about our matchups for today. We mentioned it before when we took a look at the schedule. We're kicking things off with Dogwalkers versus Chasmac.
Well, Dogwalkers roster, and they've been looking increasingly good at the moment. Charles, Chino, and Patchy just off the back of a monthly final win, so they've got to be feeling good in the BSC.
Precisely what I'm thinking here, too, is that these guys are coming off of a monthly finals win versus a really, really stacked team. They took down STMN to make it there, and while it's not unheard of, it definitely came out of pretty much nowhere.
Now, every once in a while, we do get a chance to catch up with some of our players here. This time, we got a chance to chat with Charles and talk to him about committing full-time to Brawl Stars and what that's meant.
So as of right now, I switched to part-time and I only work weekends just so I have more time for Brawl and more time for school, just so it's easier to balance everything out. But for the last like 5 or 6 months, I wasn't playing that much Brawl and I was kind of just working full-time and focusing on school and work. Pretty much, I would just like play Brawl just for like tournaments and stuff, and that was like pretty much like my only like time on the game. But now it's like a new year, trying to like get back into Brawl and put more time into it. So now I'm trying to focus more on Brawl instead of work and stuff. So, but after the region split and stuff, it was kind of hectic, and like everyone was kind of like trying to figure out what to do now. So I kind of settled on teaming with Patchy and Chino, just because they both live in California and they both have like very good ping to the LA server. And last year I teamed with Patchy, Chino, and Sans on Blood Diamond for like about a month, and it was a pretty good team. We were pretty successful. We had a lot of wins. So I kind of decided to join them for this year in the West region now. I would say I'm definitely comfortable with my team just because of like my play style and like how my teams also play. I'd say we have like a pretty similar style that kind of like meshes well together. I would say as of right now though, I feel like we're not at the point that we should be at, and I feel like we definitely have stuff to work on and like communications and stuff. You know, me not playing for like the past couple months as much as they have, I feel like I definitely have some catching up to do and some adjusting as well. But for the most part, I think we'll be fine in the end. We like just keep playing more and more, and we'll get better eventually. So yeah, I'd say I'm pretty comfortable with my team. All right, ST men. That's all I gotta say. Those are my words.
Now, we always love when our players bring their pets on camera, but it looks like Charles and his cat have some choice words for STMN. But before they can get to STMN, they have to go through Chasmac.
I mean, Chasmac, they've been looking a bit hit or miss recently. They came into open finals in number 2 really, really strongly, that being Fade, Juan Carlos, RBM, and Toast. And then they didn't look as strong when they're coming into the league phase. Their opponents weren't anywhere near as good in that open finals number 2, so I'm just intrigued to see if they're going to be able to take down one of the top dogs.
True, we have to acknowledge that they're looking really, really strong after that series of cups in the split, right? They're playing versus all the teams that didn't qualify through that first stage, and now they have to play through all the teams that they were also competing against in the very first split. They just didn't make the cut the first time. However, I still think that this is a very strong roster, and they possess some elements that are not really present in some of the other top teams, such as their drafting prowess. I think is one of the things that has catapulted them to the forefront of the scene in NA.
I mean, yeah, I agree with you. I think CMG are just one of those teams who can make upsets against the bigger, the better teams at the moment, Tribe, STMN, stuff like that. And obviously at the moment, Dogwalkers, considering how well they're doing in other competitions. In terms of statistics, it's pretty close across the board. Similar margins between kills and deaths, but Supers are in the hand of Dogwalkers. But, I mean, to be honest, that statistic is kind of just whoever decides to do more.
You know, we're talking about how close those statistics are, but one that I'm going to throw at you guys. So to be fair, this is over the entirety of Season 2, but it's the head-to-head record between these two teams because it's 6-0 in favor of Chasmac right now, with 4 of those being sweeps.
I was going to say, I think we've all kind of predicted Dogwalkers coming into today as well. So for my sake, I'm kind of hoping they fight back against this deficit of wins they have. 6-0 is a real big statistic.
Yeah,
it's very challenging, I believe, for Dogwalkers and for CMG as well. I'm still predicting Dogwalkers coming into this one, despite the track record, because I think this game moves really, really fast. The meta can develop super, super quickly. Your ability to adapt is really the most important thing, and that's where I think Dogwalkers have a lot of their skill points invested.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this match plays out. But we heard what our casters think. Now we want to know what you think. Who do you think is going to be taking home our very first match of the day? Will it be Dogwalkers, who finally gets a dub in that column, or will Chasmac remain undefeated? It's going to be very exciting. You know how it works. Poll down below in Twitch chat. Let us know your thoughts. You guys have been doing well so far, because it is time for us to get into our first match of week 3 of the challenge season. Let's do it.
I mean, it's exciting stuff. To be honest, we've seen some big changes, which you did touch on just a little bit earlier with the unbreakable walls and stuff like that. It really has changed the meta quite drastically, changed the competitive feeling, and also a few balance changes thrown in there as well.
We have seen it, just a couple of brawlers touched as well, and definitely some favorites present on CMG especially. Sam, I know, has been sort of nerfed in a major way too, but I'm excited to see how exactly this one's going to shape up, especially with those unbreakable walls like you mentioned, and maybe fewer wall breakers being used too.
Yeah, and you know, as you say, Sam did get nerfed, but still, tanks are looking very, very strong in the current meta, just purely because of those walls being so unbreakable, you could say. But a bridge too far will be kicking things off. Still expect those long-range brawlers. It's just that one side with the unbreakable walls on. I still think it'd be a pretty similar meta on this one.
I do anticipate as well, like you said, long-range brawlers, and maybe every now and then you see some shorter ones, specifically to counter out the long-range brawlers that can't necessarily fend for themselves in close range. Still expect to every now and then see a brawler like Eve, but definitely anticipating a Grom ban or pick. There's the Grom ban on the side of Dog Walkers. Definitely agree with this one. Also note the Colette. Yep, that's pretty much the logical conclusion to the Colette ban is let's instantly pick 8-bit. There are ways to deal with it. There's still brawlers like Bell and such, which I anticipate CMG will be leaning towards as they go for their next couple of picks.
Yeah, well, with a lot of those wall breakers who can be breaking up the rest of the map out the way, it's a pretty logical pick. Brock going to be banned out the way, along with Colette, really solid against 8-bit on both of those side of things. We get the return pick of Bell, as you said, very, very solid against 8-bit with the certain bans that have been brought out at the moment. You kind of expect them to take another long range. Yeah, Nanny's going to be the next one up, and you kind of feel like 8-bit's maybe going to be left a little bit out to dry whilst the map kind of caters to him when he gets his turret, gets some speed, and gets some damage built up.
And this is one of the great sort of things about draft. One of the interesting peculiarities, one of the niches is that if you can get 2 brawlers on the enemy team to fully commit to countering out one, then you have a couple of brawlers left, like where Dog Walkers find themselves right now. Now, they could play this to their advantage, especially like with Belle. She can't really fend for herself well in close range. Nanny, you can juke out her shots fairly well. And here comes the Max. It's pretty much what it's going to be used for and probably going to be run up one of those lanes.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of CMG, I think maybe Lola's a decent option for this last pick. Obviously not really for Dog Walkers because the Bell's just going to be able to double. I mean, Bell's just going to be able to double down against it, but maybe they're just going for that kind of like overwhelm tactic. I've just shot myself right in the foot there with that statement, and they do end up picking it. But at the end of the day, I think Bell's still going to be very solid against both of those brawlers, and they're going to have a favorable lane no matter which one's that on. But I mean, off the start, they might have a bit of a help considering the 8-bit's not going to do the best. The Lola and the Max are really going to be the ones making the moves.
True. I think when we look at Dog Walkers comp, we see a lot of DPS options for when they finally connect with that safe. And Chasmac Gaming, less so. Nanny can certainly get the job done, especially if you're teleporting in and getting some shots in on the safe. There's the B from Chasmac, definitely a favorite, probably Juan Carlos on that selection. But what I'm noticing from Chasmac, once again, they haven't really ameliorated the issue. They're playing control. They're not going to be getting too much damage on the safe, with the exception of Nanny. So this is going to have to be basically a perfect game from them. They can't make any mistakes. They can't lose a lane that ends up allowing any damage onto the safe because every single brawler from the opposing side is ready to go and get a lot of damage locked in just from one push.
No, I agree with you. I mean, it's going to have to be controlled throughout the entirety of the game at this point, or, you know, kind of chip, and have somewhat of a defense there. Can't really leave any of these brawlers on the safe, and you've always got to have that defensive measure available. Kicking things off then, as you can see, those unbreakable walls sitting on the right-hand side in the mid, not going to be able to break those down. And I mean, with the current brawlers, it's not really looking like many of them would be able to anyway, with the exception of Nanny.
Yeah, well, here we'll see RBM, Nanny in particular, up the left side, making some good moves already. Has that super in hand, great elimination on Apache. Now sets its sights on Lola, but also on that safe. A super in hand, can still use it. Meanwhile, on the right side, Toast is getting great jukes. Chino shut down on the right side. There's not a whole lot of area for him to move back and forth. It's only a 2-tile wide sort of gangway on the right side. Apache's going to have particular trouble making it through here, but he's still actually getting a lot of damage on Toast. Manages to diff the lane and moves forward. Juan Carlos also moving on to this right lane. He knows he's a counter, and he's going to try and leverage it to his advantage. But big stuff on the left side as Charles now gets to move in, and he has the ego to help him.
Yeah, really nice stuff in the mid there from the Max, but didn't manage to get the kill on the Nanny, but a lot of damage raining down here. Patchy over the right-hand side getting so much, and Charles as well. This is what we're talking about, these DPS brawls, and he even picks up another kill for his uses as well. Coming in once more, damage gear is there, and Lola's alive. Chino survives once more, and they've brought it down to 11% already. Toast trying to connect some shots, but just unable to at the moment. Charles surviving just that little bit longer, and now his teammates should be backing up and in the running.
Dog Walkers have to be careful. If they don't get this last push through, then they could end up getting control for the rest of the game. A minute 10 on the clock. Chino has a speed. Here he comes up the right side. Gadget popped as well. Toast not able to body block at all as Chino just runs circles around him. Dog Walkers take game number 1. Every single one of these brawlers was an absolute menace on that safe. There was a nice single brawler that could be ignored by CMG, and that was pretty much their downfall, because if they ever lost a lane, this map does not really have that much lane mobility, and that was the single biggest contributor to their downfall.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be quite mid-centric at the moment where the breakthrough did start to come, because Chino was just causing so many issues. It opened up a world for Patchy and the Lola down the other sides. Now we're kind of double laning this left-hand side, as Juan Carlos isn't going to do a lot on his own, but with the help of one of his teammates, he might be able to do just that. TP surely coming in, goes towards Charles, and he doesn't even anticipate. You've got to expect that coming in there. Chino trying to cover for his teammate, though, and he does manage to get it down. Toast fairly low, but brings down the 8-bit with a little bit of help from Juan Carlos, but Chino on the top side, almost equaling down both of their damage on his own.
Chino on the left side, getting some great dodges, somehow able to make it out of here, only a little bit scathed. RBM finishes off the kill, and now he has a super, but he's got to stay safe from Charles, who's keeping it at perfect range. Patchy also with the gadget popped it a little prematurely behind that wall and didn't connect anything on the safe, now taken down by RBM super. Meanwhile, on the right side, though, Toast is continuing to connect on this safe, showing absolutely no mercy. And look at the damage pouring in. It's slow and steady, but sometimes that wins the race. And Toast is keeping a big lead for Chasmac over the Dogwalkers.
I mean, Dogwalkers, they're just rushing everything. Everything's down this left-hand side, and they're having no spacing whatsoever. A B alone's managed to get 70%. You don't expect to see that any day of the week, but TP comes in from RBM straight on the turret. Not really going to use it for a lot other than that. Just get some control of this map and try finish this out, but Dogwalkers definitely still have a chance, but with Toast picking that one up, the chance is seeming to be walking away from them. Chino very low in the mid, marked up as well. No phase shifters left. Juan Carlos going to be joining them up top for some damage, and this has surely got to be it if they just manage to keep this control just a little bit longer.
Juan Carlos is low. He could get rushed by Chino, but keep in mind Chino has no gadgets remaining, taking a beating and not able to take down Juan Carlos in the end. And here comes RBM super. Peep looking for an angle, could teleport behind, and there it comes around the right side. Take down onto Patchy, but Chino swiftly deals with RBM. A slow on a Chino could be the final nail in the coffin, especially as Toast finishes things off around the right side. Toast could not be diffed on that lane for the entire game. A huge mistake, actually, for Dogwalkers to ignore that. We sort of touched on this earlier, how while B is not the greatest DPS to have on that safe, over time, you cannot ignore that lane the entire time. And it was simply well controlled by Chasmac Gaming in that department.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about that control for the side of Chasmac Gaming, and Dogwalkers just seem to be rushing, trying to get that damage that they got in the last one, rather than taking the matchups that they want and playing it for that long game just a little bit more. You don't even have to rush even with this DPS comp. Patchy trying to make his move through, but now kind of being left alone by his teammates as the mid goes down. He's going to get pinched in. RBM's going to find the connecting shot and bring him down. Charles trying to make the move down the left-hand side. They've got the better matchups this time, but it still doesn't seem to be working.
Juan Carlos at mid, almost getting the kill versus Chino, but he gets the diff in the end. Chino now tries to rush up the mid lane. RBM on the right side getting blocked off. Patchy shut down. RBM just barely surviving, and now challenged once again by Charles. Taken down, and Chino could go for a big move up mid. Just trying to keep Juan Carlos back and keep up the aggression. Charles on the right side also ready to move in from the right side. And this could be a big teleport explosion from the Peep, but not a whole lot of mobility. Toast, Juan Carlos finally finding their option to connect on the safe. Chino with a big kill, and still, once again, shut down. It's moments like these where we got to take a moment and thank our partners at Snapdragon for making all of this possible, bringing this kind of gameplay to the screen. Some good old-fashioned Brawl Stars and Dogwalkers doing a great job of this, especially at the right side, as Patchy continues to push forward, avoiding the super from Juan Carlos, and now needs to tank that Peep. Still able to stay alive. Big moves for the Dogwalkers. They can get a killer push in here.
Yeah, they don't want to have 8 go down, and this is the damage we're talking about. Toast even has to come back, but the bounces are going between Charles and Chino, trying to keep Patchy alive, but he survives just a little bit longer. The extra credits come through, and they almost get the damage in one singular push. That is what we mean by how much DPS this composition has, but now CMG have this control. They've got the speed. They're going down the left-hand side, and it's completely open. There's nobody there. They're having to find the rotation, and with a swift push down the mid from Patchy and a pinch around the side from these two, it should be done, and that it is. Dogwalker's going to walk away with this first set, and I mean, it wasn't that dominant in the end. Chasmac held control. They fought back, but Dogwalkers kind of just reverted to their first tactic and played it just a little bit more tactically.
It looked like we saw Dogwalkers just leave a big opening in their defense in that second game, and that allowed Chasmac to prevail, especially with Toast continuing to hammer down that safe just 3% at a time, but it builds up over the course of the match. I mean, what, it takes 34 of them to take down the entire safe. We see, though, Dogwalkers, they simply came with better firepower up any single lane, and even with the Max as well, just such a menace. It doesn't even matter what map it is, because in 1v1s, there's totally out-skill potential, out-mechanics potential. But from a team perspective, any sort of mobility in this game is incredibly valuable, and on a mode where in a map especially where it's so hard to rotate from one lane to the next, you have one lane that's uncontested, that's free for the enemy team to rush down if they have the mobility.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, at the end of the day, Bell showed its worth at some points, helping out on that defense, but it was when that Bell fell and another one fell along with her, that's when they got this damage down, because bouncing between the Max, the 8-bit, the Lola, the Ego, the turret, everything kind of had that capability of being shut down by Bell, and there was only a few circumstances where they did triple stack a lane where that was helpful. But I mean, kills on their side, damage on their side as well. But heals, sadly not, and a lot of the time heals keeping in control and keeping that damage coming through is going to be a big part of what wins you games. But these statistics, I mean, you look at these and you think, oh, Chasmac win that 100%, but no, it's just all about that damage on safe, which is the difference maker.
Precisely, and honestly, going into this one, just at a glance, looking at the team compositions, you would expect to see Chasmac having more healing given the brawlers that they selected. It was more of a control comp that they selected, but unfortunately, they weren't really able to play it to completion. And honestly, I think that Dog Walkers deserve a hand for this one because some of the matchups that they found themselves in, particularly 8-bit versus really anything, was supremely challenging. 8-bit versus the B sort of fell on its face in game number 2, but in game number 1, game number 3, we saw such a good job done on that brawler in what would usually be an outdone matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it was rough for him, but he just found those certain moments, and the certain moments is what you need. Just getting the damage down, getting the booster, getting all 3 members there, and as I said, you know, it was when the bell was there that that kind of offense was difficult, but we're on to open zone now, and yet again, more unbreakable walls are going to be there. Those walls in the front, the main ones that you see, pretty much the only walls on open zone are going to be unbreakable now. So it's kind of nice to see, but at the same time, I did enjoy the game without them on a certain few of these competitive maps. I think we're only left with about 2 or 3 that actually don't have them. So it came in quite swiftly. Chasmac going to be banning out that Max, that Lou, and that Colette. Dog Walker's going to get rid of the Poco, the Meg, and the Lou. Overall, I pretty much like all of them. Very, very strong brawlers on this map.
Same here. One of the brawlers that does have me scratching my head just a little bit is Colette because, well, it makes sense. It's not one that you see absolutely every day on this map. You see it from time to time, especially if we head over to East Asia. See last year's A Division 1 loving this brawler on this particular map. But now with the B in their hands, Chasmac Gaming, they're already pretty much set up for success in my eyes. The one area where she does fall a little bit short is she doesn't have the survivability to stay on top of that zone. If you're breaking open the bushes, sure, then you can stay on top of the zone, have good visibility versus your enemies too, but more often than not, you're staying out of range of your opponents and also, as a result, staying off the point. Here come Dog Walkers, though, with a couple of picks that I really love, especially Penny, because you noted the unbreakable walls. There's nothing they can really do to deal with the Penny unless they pull out, like, a thrower or a Mr. P or something. I think it's going to be challenging, and it'll be interesting to see this for the first time in a competitive setting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm questioning if we're going to be seeing the PAM off the back of it as well. You know, those unbreakable walls, it's really strong to just throw your turret behind it or throw it defensively and have that kind of measure. But, I mean, the only thing I can kind of explain the Colette ban for is, you know, maybe they wanted to go the Poco, the Meg, something like that, but it was banned out by Dog Walkers. But, I mean, we are back on the side of Chasmac with 2 straight picks here. They're going with the Janet. I was noting quite a lot in some previous broadcasts that it's just so flexible, so versatile. It's pretty much got no extremely hard counters against it, and I do like that. There's the Amber as well, going to be burning down those bushes. And as you mentioned, you know, with those bushes burned down, B's going to be able to thrive a lot more.
Yeah, she is, and I really, really do like these selections from Chasmac. Amber is one that is one of the mainstay brawlers on this map, but we actually just kind of haven't seen around for a while, so I wonder how exactly this is going to affect her. Dog Walkers, though, are going to be prepared to deal with it. Amber versus Crow is a matchup that a lot of people have different opinions on. I would say it's pretty 50-50. People say, you know, is it Amber, is it Crow that really has the advantage in that matchup? So maybe we'll get to see them lane versus each other and get an outcome from their Squeak final selection from Dog Walkers. I like it, very control-based, but note that Dog Walkers, they have a lot less range at their disposal, and some of the lane matchups will be a bit less favorable for them, though this is Dog Walkers, right? And they've done this before, they've done it a lot of times. It all comes down to, can you juke out your opponents and then leverage the rest of your brawler's kit to actually have an advantage in the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, it really is a difficult one. To be honest, I quite like to see the PAM here. I think that might have been just that little bit of a better pick. Against the Amber, against the B early game, it's going to be pretty difficult to be able to sustain it, but they've gone what they've gone with. We should be hopping into the game just shortly. And to be honest, you know, I kind of do enjoy Chasmac's comp just that little bit more, maybe, with the B and stuff like that. I feel like it's just got that bit more versatility, but at the same time, you know, will it be able to contend towards this early game with the bushes still up? And at the moment it is, because it's sending Juan Carlos to the mid and playing it against this patchy lane, and I do quite like that.
Yeah, Toast is keeping him at range fairly well, but Patchy has a lot of speed at his disposal. Juan Carlos is also chiming in to try and help him. Charles also getting tapped up just a little bit, but Chino has won the lane on the right side. Juan Carlos, big kill. And Charles gets to throw down the turret. Unbreakable wall, by the way. There's nothing that can really be done unless RBM gets a super and tosses it on top of there. And here it comes, already burning things down. And Toast closes in around the left side also to contribute just a bit of damage. But it survives with 120 health. And that's certainly a frustrating outcome for Chasmac Gaming, though they do have the lead. And if Charles gets staved off of this one, then they will be able to walk all over this point. They do exactly that. And Charles and Chino are now doubling up around the right side. Down goes the drop the base as well. Juan Carlos has only one more left. And that's only just a few seconds in. Chasmac Gaming, they got a long way to go. And they only have one more drop the base to really bail them out.
Yeah, it kind of seems like Dog Walkers are outmatched at the range at this point. Juan Carlos is even going to stand in this residue and accept his fate with that slow just to get some valuable percentage on the zone, and they're just really not able to fight back. There's a bit of a 50-50 on this right-hand lane, but everywhere else it's just domination by Chasmac. Patchy just low as soon as he comes out the spawn, gets burned down there. A couple of shots from RBM and he does fall, drop the base. Surely going to be keeping Chino resetting his heals, and it is just over and over again. RBM looking for the aggressive push along with it, but doesn't even get taken down. 80% to 15, and at this point, it's surely just got to be over. A little tank there coming in from the Honey Molasses from Toast as well. I really do like that. Super's going to connect onto both of them, but I still think this game's over.
Dog Walkers, they can keep on trying, but really this one's chalked already. Chasmac Gaming only have a few more percentage to go. All it takes is for Juan Carlos to land on the point a couple of times, and Dog Walkers, it's just going to take too long for them to get that remaining percentage to stave off anyone from landing on the point, though they will get the retake, and if anything, this is a good omen for them for the next game, because Chasmac Gaming, they're definitely coming back from this position, but Dog Walkers are not going to let it happen too easily.
Yeah, well, I mean, regardless of them letting it happen or not, it's happening. That is what's going to happen at Dog Walkers. They're going to take the loss in this first game regardless of taking that first set. But as you said, you know, bit of momentum swings back in their way with the control they were able to establish a little bit later on into the game. It was just the start that was a little bit worrying for me. And I don't know, maybe if we should just send that B mid straight away and kind of allow that left-hand lane to maybe be a bit weaker to have the strength in the mid.
Well, we'll see if Chasmac Gaming decide to do that. We'll see Patchy take the mid lane this time. Juan Carlos at mid. Toast still up that left side. Charles has probably some salty barrels to deal with it too. Here he comes. He's still trying to juke out these shots. Juan Carlos also is ready to contribute some damage from mid since he has the piercing damage. Toast and Juan Carlos, they're calling shots. They're calling targets. Patchy goes down. Next up on the list is Charles, and Chino's the final bastion of defense. Still trying to go for some slows. Could help Patchy get some value here, but Toast is still lining up these shots so efficiently. Final shot onto Patchy as well. And Chasmac Gaming are doing a phenomenal job, just about to take the lead back as well. Racing beyond that 11% threshold set by Dog Walkers and surpassing it. But now that the turret's set up on the left side, this could be a lot more challenging.
Yeah, Chino should be picking him out right hand side as well. It is a bit of a trade, and Toast almost gets hit by the super. Turret's going to redirect onto him, but Charles just unable to do much of this left-hand side until now where he makes his burst to pace down. Juan Carlos going to fall low, doesn't get the finish just yet, and he has to fly over that remaining mortar shot that was going to be connecting to him. Charles avoiding a few of these now and has a good amount of HP, and Chino needs to pinch back and get that down before he's able to heal up and pinch from the back. Now, some valuable control. He actually managed to get the trade as well. I'm surprised at that. He was down on about 800 HP off the start there, but Patchy playing this nicely, getting some kills, but also kind of sacrificing his life a bit unnecessarily.
A bit unnecessary, but sometimes these things can come around and swing in your favor. We'll have to see if it happens. For now, Dog Walkers are actually taking the lead back, if not just by a few percentage. Here comes the jump in from Patchy. Toasty's forced to use a Honey Molasses to block things off, and it is just a trade in the end. Chasmac Gaming still vying for that lead. Just a small difference between the two teams. Toast getting shoved off the point as well. One more drop the base contributed by Juan Carlos around the right side as well. An easy take back for Chino, but he's not really too focused on it. He's more contributing that firepower to keeping Juan Carlos back and keeping him off the point, giving a bit of time for Charles to heal up. But here comes the super as well for Janet, and Patchy goes down on the left side. Could see a big push shaping up on the left side. Toast still trying to keep Chino at range, but he has quite a bit of health to work with. He is still shoved off by the entire team. We have a 3v3 once again. Dog Walkers only by a little bit in the lead.
Yeah, they can't let them fully retake the zone and set up, or as it is going to go quite badly. Chino, one shot, can't find any connections just yet. Slow's going to be missed, though. Charles trying to fight back on the left-hand side, and now Chasmac do actually take the lead. RBM just controlling this right-hand side, but getting pinned into this corner. Chino needs to take advantage of that, but just can't yet. 10% now is the difference, 12 as it starts to tick up, and this surely going to be CMG's game. A team wipe, all three of Dog Walkers go down, and Chasmac going to finish this one off, take a set, and even things out.
Dog Walkers got to try and walk this one off in the next set because, wow, that was very convincing by Chasmac Gaming. Good stuff, and honestly, from the draft perspective, Dog Walkers, they went off on a bit of a risky one, and we see Chasmac playing it safe, playing the same things they always do. They've maxed out their skill cap on some of these brawlers. They play them well, and that's their recipe for success.
Yeah, I mean, Toast is just constantly playing this B, and whenever he plays it, he just plays it so well. We saw it in the first set, but they didn't manage to get the win, and this time he was a really valuable asset of why they did manage to take that one back, along with You know, especially Juan Carlos, I will say, playing that Janet really, really nicely. And all RBM needs to do is just hold that right lane, keep the squeak back, and stop him from interfering with these other matchups. And he did that perfectly as well. I mean, Chasmac just they had some moments, but I mean, Dogwalkers had some moments, but Chasmac were just the ones who were really controlling the game for the most part.
This is one of those situations where Dogwalkers, I personally believe, are a very forward-thinking team when it comes to the draft, and Chasmac Gaming, they can be as well, but sticking to what has worked for a very long time can lead to success more often than not, and it's reflected in the stats too. I think what I really want to touch on with that statement right there is the Amber. Amber for a long time has been an insta-ban or an insta-pick on this map, and then sort of disappeared for a good month there. Now she's back, and Chasmac Gaming have expressed exactly why that is. You burn up the bushes on the right side, the Squeak doesn't get too much value because you have close range, or at least far shorter range than Amber, and it's tough to play control versus that brawler.
Yeah, I mean, Amber is really, really strong. I'm not sure if it kind of drifted away in NA, but in quite a lot of the other regions, Europe especially, it's been pretty much sticking around for a while, and I really do like that pick. And, you know, me and Ark have this running joke of people who play it specifically, and it does seem to come out over and over again. In terms of public, though, the prediction coming in, it is Dogwalkers they're siding with as well. So not just us who thought they were the stronger team at the moment, but the public as well. And, you know, Chasmac, they're fighting back. They've got momentum on their side now, and honestly, they're looking really, really good.
Look, history in mind, these two teams, it has always been Chasmac walking away with the W. But Dogwalkers have looked so strong just over the last few weeks, though. You know, is this a situation where they can keep up the momentum? Because they might be the walkers, but they're sort of picking up the pace. They've broken into a sprint. Can you keep that endurance? Can you keep that stamina into Super Beach? We've seen one set apiece, and now that we've seen a bit of how these two teams play against each other, we can finally start to extrapolate some things that we notice about how they're playing Super Beach. It's also going to be one where we pick up the pace. Check out some of these bans, though. This is, once again, sort of the effects of the current meta. The unbreakable walls are here, and are they here to stay? I'll get back to you on that one. But we do see two thrower bans on the side of Dogwalkers.
Yeah, I mean, throwers were good here anyway, but now they've kind of just been amplified that a little bit more, having some, you know, legs in overtime, and I think that's one of the main points of why they're just so strong. Crow going to be picked up by Dogwalkers as their first pick, and this has kind of been a thing of recent, becoming more and more picked across near enough every single map and every single mode. Crow just being really, really solid. Surgeon, on the other hand, you know, it's going to be good in overtime. It's going to be good in the early game if you manage to get those stacks early on, so that's why that ban, but I mean, B, Max and Otis from the other side of things. Blue, though. I'm not sure how I feel about that as an early pick from CMG.
It looks like it might be a reaction as far as let's not face tanks, because I think a lot of people can start to infer that, yes, there are walls in overtime, therefore, not only are there going to be places for throwers to hide, but there are going to be places for tanks to hide versus some of the long-range brawlers. So it doesn't matter whether you run the long or whether you run the wall break, the tanks are still going to have some place to hide. They've also selected Jackie, which is very, very interesting. We already saw a Toast on Twitter saying something about this is going to be an interesting match day because of all these unbreakable walls. This is the new meta. It has not been tested yet, maybe in scrims, but I'm excited to see how the Jackie operates. Of course, not going to have any max to speed you up, so if you want a speed boost, you're going to have to rely on the gadget, and you're going to have to rely on those walls in a huge way to keep you safe. Dogwalkers, they probably have some way to deal with this, but it's going to be challenging because they don't have Lou to freeze it up.
Yeah, I was going to say, you'd expect some level of wall break, even with those kind of back front, well, I was going to say the back front walls, but the back walls still remain up in overtime, and even if you try and break them, they're going to stay there. But Griff, I mean, you've got to have something for the main kind of game for Jackie, break up those walls, and they're going to with Stu as well, another one who's kind of been unrelated nerf, considering those walls and his breakthrough ability, which was just such a strong one for him. But, you know, they need it. They need it for this Jackie. They need it so there's not as many choke points for Lou to just be able to throw those supers down on. And, you know, regardless of a few of these walls staying up, for the majority of the map, they're going to be 3 useful brawlers.
Precisely, and one thing that I like to comment on a lot is the Stu into Lou matchup. Yeah, and this is the double tank as well from Chasmac. This one I think makes a little bit more sense, especially as a reaction to Stu, because you can block out his single target shots once you get those rats fired up. It's just going to take some time before you get there as well. Though another thing is, we've heard some mixed opinions in terms of reaction to me stating this, but I love the Lou and Stu interaction. I think as Stu, you can juke out a lot of those shots. It's just very challenging because it relies on a lot of, you know, do you have the ping to deal with this, right? Are you able to chain those supers together effectively? It's going to be up to Dogwalkers to make it work. We'll see how they're able to execute.
Well, one of those walls does remain, and Charles not got the optimum break there. Juan Carlos not going to be able to find this pass through, though, and Patchy giving the long dash as well. Going to be dashing straight through this, and this is an opportunity straight away. Can they find the opening? Juan Carlos is low, he gets the shots off. They just need to finish off Toast here. They should be able to get this one through, and they do get the kills. And that's going to be a shot to goal. And Dogwalker's starting off strong, and I mean, those openings are just stuff you just can't leave available.
Precisely, and Dogwalkers are going to continue to open things up by the look of things, though Patchy's kind of trapped on the left side, is going to break through to get himself out of jail, but he only has one left for the remainder of this match, and it's only been 40 seconds so far. Chasmac Gaming are gradually pushing them back, but mind you, Patchy, he's running the long dash to really stay out of range of RBM, and especially Juan Carlos. Here comes the left side, but RBM and Toast are able to react accordingly. Patchy's still trying to slip past Juan Carlos, but he might be forced to slip. No shot! No way! Patchy's able to snipe the goal from there. A massive, massive blunder from Chasmac Gaming to leave that open.
I mean, there was a 100% chance of a defense there. Like, he knew he was going to provide him super, so just stand in front of the goal. It's not that difficult. But, I mean, the tanks, once again, just too far up the map to come back, expecting Lou to be able to deal with that one, as we probably all were, to be fair, especially with the pinch coming back from the Ash as well, and just not how it played out. Another piggy bank going to be dropped, and RBM going to get hit by actually as well. Patchy going to waste the super. Maybe there was an open there as well. Can he find the kill? He can't, as he does get stunned, but up top, Griff going to take down Ash. And Juan Carlos still very, very low in this position. Doesn't really want to be pushing anywhere else, but Chino going to get pushed back, and Toast just walking in a straight line, feeding him all day long.
We talk about confidence, and we talk about overconfidence as well. And I think this might be the situation that Chasmac Gaming are in, especially RBM. He's on his main right now. He's on the Ash. He could not be more comfortable. And sometimes that leads to him just being a bit too far up the field. Surely a call-out that is being had in the Chasmac Gaming comms at the moment. And Chasmac Gaming try to consolidate their forces. But Patchy's keeping RBM at distance. He's also slowed down by Chino. Patchy just gliding back and forth, but Toasty does manage to catch him only for a moment. Patchy manages to defend that very, very well. Almost a massive mistake for the Dogwalkers.
Yeah, but now it's kind of flipped, as they're the ones with all the control. A couple of supers in hand as well. Griff's got his, still got some wall breaks for the goal map as well. Looks for the opening. Not so successful this time for the Dogwalkers, but tried to take the opportunity, and you've got to commend him for that. Griff just trying to defend out Jackie here now as well. Still piggy banks in hand, so those breakable walls are going to be able to go down. RBM going to get jumped on by Chino, but actually does go down himself. Super comes out from Griff, and Toast going to be low. But Juan Carlos looking to try and pinch in and take this one down with him.
Looking a bit dangerous. You might have also seen Toasty's rebuilding the walls. You almost never see that gadget run, but it makes sense, right? Build up whatever walls you can to keep yourself safe. Dogwalkers are sort of running out of wall breaks as well. They only have really one left apiece. Here comes the dash in from Patchy, trying to get in close range for Zarbium. Comes back to bite him, and there's the final super from Juan Carlos. That one's probably going to seal their fate as Toast is able to walk this one in nice and slow. 40 seconds left on the clock, and the Dogwalkers have to generate a goal out of somewhere. Charles, he has a super to keep people at bay and get some good damage at the end of his range. Dogwalkers continue to close in like a vice grip surrounding the Chasmac team. Patchy gets caught up in all of the hijinks, though, and it is a 2 versus 3. Chasmac just trying to corner this one and keep it safe.
Yeah, they need to keep this aggression up as well, or they're just going to be falling behind. Low is Charles, but down goes RBM as he does get the kill. Jump available from Chino as well. He's probably got to go for the ball and try and get out at this point. Chooses Juan Carlos as his target, though. Survives on a little amount of HP. No gadgets left, so can't get the slows off. Patchy's trapped. He's going to get stunned. Goes down, the ball firmly in the corner, and you kind of got to question if Dogwalkers should have just won that one in that early game, where they had the control when there was a goal-scoring opportunity. But Chasmac do take it down, and we're seeing it back and forward now.
It is interesting. I mean, we have seen this over the course of the entire match, but it is interesting that we saw such a quick rollout from Dogwalkers, considering what they're up against. They're versus the team that, okay, yeah, you have the Lou that's going to slow stuff down, but you're facing Jackie, you're facing Ash, and this could be the most forward position that they are in for the entire game if they get controlled really well. Right when they spawn, they get free positioning, but we still see the wall break up the right side. RBM can't be slowed down too much on the right side, literally a slow pop. Toast able to save that goal from Patchy slotting it in, but he could get pinched on the left side. Toast is firmly planting himself in this position. He has gadgets to build up the walls again. If they get broken down, Patchy with the long dashes stays just out of range, but he does dash into Toast. He really had nowhere else to go. He was completely cornered, and the Dogwalkers are just going to have to field this aggression, especially as Juan Carlos pops down the super. They can't really group up in this area, concentrating a lot of their firepower around the left side, and they need some kind of wall break to effectively deal with this.
Yeah, and I mean, surely we're going to be maybe seeing a wall built up again by Toast. Patchy trying to find the dashes away. Has nowhere to go once more, and once again, just can't get that off. Chino just trying to bring down RBM, but he gets the chill pell off and gets some heals along with it. Toast now Needs to try and find an opening, a little bit of a push through, maybe move himself a little bit further up, or is just going to be trapped in this stalemate and eventually get pinched down. Dashes from Patchy, but sucked in once more, but finds his way out just a little bit further. Super comes down from Griff, but now the aggression comes in from Chasmac, and they're a little bit worried. The slow's there, the jump in, nice from Shino to keep them all low, connects with all three members, and none of them are healing. And here comes Patchy, the aggression, can't get the burn off, and now we're going to be able to get some heals up, and they're stuck still in the defense.
So much of his damage was blocked by RBM's Rats, and he's surely close to having that super once again to block things one more time. Juan Carlos, though, tried to slow things around that ball. Not able to do it as it's passed around all the way to the right side, but Charles, he tosses in the corner. That's free real estate for Toast with an easy slow pass to RBM, and it rolls past the goal line. 1 point on the scoreboard for Chasmac Gaming.
Yeah, got some supers in hand for Dogwalkers though, where it's just Toast who's going to have an effect with his, but not really close enough to be able to do anything with that. Patchy might be able to find the gap through here, looking for the shot once again, but doesn't quite find the gap. Juan Carlos got it covered this time in comparison to the first game, but finding the dashes. Find the damage. No breakthrough there, so walls are going to remain up. Charles still got some piggy banks, but doesn't want to overextend. Whereas Patchy, he's going to overextend straight away, and he does get pulled in, almost brought down, but a couple of burns there from the Stu shots, from the Crow shots, and jump comes in. Down goes Toast. The shot's there, but yet once again, no goal. The super might be enough to defend this one out. He can't move anyway. He's slipping. He's sliding, and RBM's getting the damage off Charles. The only one who can make a difference. He gives them the ball. He gives up, and that's going to be Chasmac Gaming walking away with it.
So close to redemption for the Dog Walkers. They had that one chance, but Chasmac Gaming, they held true. It was a Hail Mary super there popped by Juan Carlos, and it ended up coming to fruition in the end. Brilliant stuff, but way too close of a call. This is an extremely 50-50 matchup in every single department.
Yeah, I mean, Chasmac, they just fought and fought and fought. Whereas Dogwalkers seem to be the ones with the majority of the control, but their control just kind of failed at some points, and then just lost the goal, got defended against, ball went in the corner for the second couple of games that they managed to win, and you can't blame them for it. They're playing tanks, they're going to be playing behind these walls, and just trying to slow the gameplay down and wait it out, and especially with the Jackie, there's that goal we saw early on from Patchy, really nice, but shouldn't have been left open, and we did see another one of them to finish off that game as well, but a few answers from Chasmac Gaming were enough, and they just needed the 4 chances they got, or 3 chances they got to be able to win it.
I can firmly say now I believe Toast and I understand where he's coming from. This is an interesting match day, without a doubt, but this is the new meta. Tanks, they're so much stronger, and we did see some of the tank counters nerfed. I mean, check this out. We saw that super popped. It was almost enough to keep Charles from slotting that one in the goal, and in the end, he did get taken down. It was such a close outcome. Taking a look at the stats as well, this looks so great for Dogwalkers. Keep in mind, however, that they are facing versus tanks. A lot more healing for Chasmac Gaming as well. Probably related to them, of course, playing tanks, but also I think it points out a good thing about how much value these walls have to offer. They're able to heal up a lot because they actually have somewhere to hide. They're building walls back up with the Jackie gadget. They're hiding behind the indestructible walls, and as a result, Dogwalkers, despite having 2 wall breakers, are still having to deal with them for the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we probably saw quite a lot of healing off around 9 chill pills as well, probably. So that was probably quite a big portion of that as well. But Bounty's going to be up next. A chance to slow it back down. However, you know, we did see Chasmac walk away with the other slow mode. Hot Zone was the one that you control and you play slowly. But I mean, I can't kind of write Dogwalkers out yet. It's very back and forward. I mean, it was back and then it was forward and forward again from Chasmac Gaming. But still, the games seem close. We're seeing it go pretty much all the way in the game modes, and it just too hard to decide who's going to come out on top of this one. I firmly believe that Dogwalkers might be able to fight back if they get the comp right.
Absolutely agree. It seemed like in that last one they did get the draft that they wanted, but Chasmac Gaming with their tanks were simply too strong. It's sort of knowing something that your enemy doesn't know, which is that, yeah, you can play the tank counters, but the tanks are so strong right now that you won't be able to deal with it. And that's one of those that sometimes you can lose the game in the draft, and sometimes you can even lose it in the bans if you have that polarizing of brawlers present in the game, in that polarizing of maps. It's exactly what we saw in the last game, and now we move into Shooting Star. More indestructible walls, but I don't think we're going to be seeing as much action out of them, given that we see a lot of thrower bans here, particularly from Chasmac with the Grom, the Tick, and the Sprout out of the picture. It's really only Barley left, and I don't see anyone run Barley here.
Yeah, and I mean, Gene going to be picked up as well. It still can pull through the unbreakable walls, but it can't break them along with it. That's the main thing. You know, as another brawler who you'd probably write out, Brock, I still think he's going to be very, very good on this map. You know, you don't just bring him in for the wall break, and sometimes we even see him brought out with the rocket laces, depending on the composition it's faced against. But we do see the Max coming in from Dogwalker straight away, and that kind of goes along with their aggressive playstyle that we've seen them playing quite often. And you know, there's still a lot you can pair with it. It's just so good at avoiding these long-range sharpshooter shots, and only with pretty much Mandy and Nanny banned out, there's still a lot of them that remain.
Also a good move when you're facing versus Gene, because Max can enable Gene to hit those pulls more consistently, can create a really, really aggressive comp for you. And it's sort of like a ban at the same time as it is a pick. But now Dogwalkers are going to have to frame their selections around Max to actually get some good value out of it. Eve is an interesting selection. It, if anything, is going to be able to block some of those pulls from Gene, I believe. Can also get some good damage locked in as long as you're in range of your opponents.
Yeah, I think it's a smart decision to bring that Eve in, especially we don't have those walls broken down. He's going to be able to levitate over that water still and always remain pretty much undercover when she does so. So I like that pick. Not sure how well it kind of goes cohesively with Max in terms of that. You don't really want to. You don't want to really just run at someone with Eve and just go for it. Bonnie going to be the return pick from Chasmac Gaming. I like it. Got that range. It is, however, just a little bit slow. And if they do choose a bit of a sharpshooter as their last pick, then it's going to struggle quite heavily. But it can switch with the click of a button.
And this is another one that I think Chasmac Gaming really want to take this brawler away from Dogwalkers. This is a certified patchy pirate classic, and he probably would be able to walk over Chasmac with this brawler as a last pick, as long as it was not countered. And this is, I think, where we find ourselves. The counters to Bonnie would not provide enough value to deal with, you know, the not Bonnie selections that could still be picked up by the Dogwalkers. Final one of Bell from Chasmac Gaming. Once again, not really the strongest brawler in the game right now, but can seriously spit in the face of anything that pairs well with Max.
Yeah, I mean, you got to question if they're going to double down and just go hyper-aggressive with the Max and play something like that, or if they're going to pick up a sharpshooter that's going to be able to deal with the Bells, the Bonnies at range. And, you know, there's not really a lot left. You can take the Pipe, you can take the Brock, stuff like that would be able to deal. There's the Pipe.
There we go.
They do choose to go with it, pretty much going to be able to outrange all of these, but going to need that super to be able to avoid the Bonnie, because that's going to be the main target if it doesn't.
And even then, if she gets in close range, you could use auto-aimer, but I anticipate more of the homemade recipe mindset here. I think, honestly, that this is an interesting draft. No doubt about it, of course, but it's hard to tell who exactly has the upper hand here. If anything, I'm not the biggest fan of, like, the Max and Eve combination, but maybe they know something we don't. I mean, they're the Dogwalkers. They've gotten some great drafts out of here. It's something that I've applauded them for a lot of times, so let's let them speak in the gameplay.
Well, personally, I think the Chasmac comp's just that little bit better. Just got the range, got the versatility. Patchy going to be running for that first star, though. Nice him from early on. Charles getting hit pretty hard, though. Does have that jump away available. RBM being brought low, should I say. Juan Carlos also taken quite low over the right-hand side. Does have to back off and play that a little bit slower. But that's all that's deciding it so far is that blue star.
Well, Dogwalkers are still in the lead, but they have to continue playing aggressive because their brawlers, they don't really fare too well if they're backed all the way up. They can't play super effectively defensively. Let's also note that Eve has been on the right side instead of over that water. Now Charles is finally finding that momentum to switch over to the left side. He's got to be cautious versus RBM. He does have a way of escaping. He has a gadget that he can use to get away and avoid a pull from RBM. And Dogwalkers, in fact, all of them do, but they don't really have it all at the ready yet, especially Chino. Now that he has that jump away, he can avoid a Gene pull. I think this is prudently picked by Dogwalkers as long as they don't use those abilities prematurely and run out of ways to deal with the pull. RBM has it. He's flashing that super, warning everyone, yeah, you better stay on your A game and keep this in the back of your head, but it could also be a distraction. Big stuff on the left side as well as Juan Carlos can try and move in. He has that super ready to jump in at any moment.
Yeah, Vengeful Spirit's being shot out, but pretty much only targeting those Eve parasites coming forward. Juan Carlos in a pretty aggressive position. Does have to jump out and gonna have to wait once again to get the prime moment. Still got phase shifters there, but the pull hits anyway. Patchy's going to go down. What a pull from RBM. Maybe didn't have the phase shifter in rotation. No time there to use it, but he did get pulled in and brought down. Complete flip of the script from Chasmac, and then now they're looking incredible. Juan Carlos might need this extra range to be able to fight it off, though. Vengeful Spirit connects with Charles, resets that healing, but now the positioning power's in the hands of Dogwalkers.
There's just enough time for Dogwalkers to come back. Will they be able to do it? 15-second countdown active, and here's the speed. Chino, he has a way of jumping out if he gets a star. Patchy shut down. No value on the pole. There's still just enough time. Charles needs to move in. Chasmac Gaming continue to stand their ground. One more kill onto Charles, and it's chalked. Chasmac Gaming are going to match point.
I mean, this range is just too much for them to deal with. I will say we saw some big pull coming down there, which I'm surprised, it hit with the phase shifter still available. Not sure if he kind of used it a little bit prematurely. We'll have to maybe break that down just a little bit later on, but that was beautiful stuff from Chasmac. They were calm, composed, waited for that prime moment to be able to connect that pull and walk away with it, and it was just so flawlessly executed.
Well, Dogwalkers have one more chance. Still, one game stands between Chasmac Gaming and finishing off the match here and now. It's a long road ahead for the Dogwalkers. You gotta step up. Patchy has that blue star. He's able to bait a bit of damage out of the enemy, but it sacrifices one of his gadgets in the meantime. Also, another gadget popped around the right side. Dogwalkers, they're losing a lot of room here, and the max speed isn't doing too much for them. Never mind, Chino, he's able to get in and get right back out. Break open some of the walls on his way out, but mind you, they are indestructible, at least some of them. Left side action as well. Charles cornered in, unexpectedly taken down as well, as he wasn't able to get around those blocks in the nick of time. Dogwalkers still continue to push forward, baiting out shots, especially with the hatchlings coming into play on the left side, but they are still in the lead, especially with that blue star.
Yeah, the pull, the jump, no jump available from Chino, going to be pretty much dead if anybody goes for him. There's the pull and it connects again, and he's just picking it out so well. Juan Carlos can't get the kill over the left-hand side, though, and Patchy survives just a little bit longer, but at the moment, 5-3, blue star in the hands of Dogwalker, so any kill will be the influential one. Parasite's placed at the back, they should be coming up momentarily. Few shots going to be missed in the mark as well. Juan Carlos looking for the jump in, but can't get out if he does. RBM's picked up another pull, and that's going to be delaying Dogwalkers. Delaying. And he finds it again! RBM's on fire!
That's absolute abuse from RBM, and he's still looking for that next one to be fired up. 35 seconds left. Dogwalkers have a lot of ground to pick up. They got to get at least 2 kills, but if they manage to take down RBM, he's really the one with the highest bounty over his head in every sense of the word. If he's taken down, Dogwalkers swing back the momentum. Charles has a super, could be taken down. Juan Carlos also has a jump in or to be used on defense, and RBM has a super to be used as well. It's blocked for now with the hatchlings coming in. Big pull on Apache, no reaction, but Chino has him cornered. Charles could get a kill here. RBM down. Dogwalkers, they're in the lead by the blue star. He has a jump out. Charles, he's not going to go for it yet. What is he doing? He's not doing anything. Juan Carlos takes him down. Chasmac, they take it back, and they win the match.
I mean, he was stuck in a lose-lose situation there. He couldn't really do a lot about it. If he jumps out, then he's just going to jump over the wall and follow him. So it's a tough situation. Just tried to bait it out, but didn't have the gadget press in time, and that has got to be tough for Dogwalkers. Chasmac going to come out on top, and that was a big battle as well. Both of them mid-table teams. It's an influential win for Chasmac.
It hurts. It hurts to play, and it really hurts to watch as well, because you see those situations precisely like you said. It was unwinnable, but there was still more Brawl Stars to be played. It's checkmate in 5 moves, take it or leave it. And Chasmac Gaming had that proper positioning, well played to them, well picked, well executed, well everything. And they maintained their lead scoreline-wise over Dogwalkers, but they did drop just 1 set. Not too bad if you ask me.
Yeah, not terrible, but just overall really well played from Chasmac. We saw some great things from Dogwalkers, but RBM was absolutely on point with this Gene in this game, especially. That second game where he's hitting pulls and pulls and pulls, deflating all the attack that Dogwalkers had. It was here in the moment. Charles, you see, he's still got some gadgets left, but Juan Carlos has got his jump. If he jumps out, he's dead, and if he jumps in, he's dead, but he doesn't use it. Actually, did he use it in those last few seconds and didn't actually manage to jump over the wall?
I think he might have gone into the edge of the map and instead stayed right on the ground where he was to begin with. Did pop out hatchling, could have taken a little bit of damage, but it wasn't quite enough, clearly, judging by the score line. Now, looking at the stats as well, I mean, there was already no argument whether Chasmac Gaming had a much better performance in this last set. The stats absolutely do that justice, but damage-wise, it is kind of an interesting comparison.
Yeah, very, very close. Must have been a little bit more chip damage from Dogwalkers rather than the hard-hitting gene pulls and stuff that come in from Chasmac Gaming. It was really, really strong, and to be honest, you've kind of just got to give it to them and allow them to move a little bit further up, because now they've put themselves in a great position, and I mean, we're seeing Dogwalkers move further and further down.
Surprising? You know, how's the predictions feeling right now?
Well, I mean, they were 7-0. They're now 7-0 against Dogwalker, so maybe they had just a little bit of something that we didn't know. But to be honest, I mean, Dogwalker's coming off the back of a huge win in BSC, winning that monthly final. You've got to expect them to take this one down as well, but they just didn't.
I don't think there's really one concrete way of making sense of this, right? Because Dogwalkers, if anything, maybe they're just inconsistent from time to time. Sometimes they pop off, or maybe they just had their sights dialed in too much on stamina and not enough on CMG.
Oh, a ultimate conspiracy theory. All right, well, we'll take a look at the standings and see where things are after that matchup, because we also did have an offline match where Tribe defeated Papi Chulos, keeping them undefeated at the top of the leaderboard, nice and comfortable as Chasmac bumped themselves up. Things are starting to get interesting here, but it's time for us to send it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll do some highlights and analysis and talk more Brawl Stars action after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. We saw some awesome reactions there out of the Chasmac roster as they do improve to 7-0 for Season 2 against the Dog Walkers. I mean, the numbers weren't in Dog Walker's favor heading into it. Now Chasmac put themselves right up there in second place on the leaderboard.
I mean, they're getting closer and closer to San Diego, but also Tribe Gaming as well, we got to note, as you just did before the break, 4-0 now. They're pretty much only one game away from solidifying the position in top 4 by the end of it.
Yeah, and they have a huge match that we mentioned at the beginning of the show later on today against STMN. So we've got a lot of stuff in store for everybody. But before we get into all of that, let's take a look back at this last match.
I mean, I just wanted to kind of break down a little bit that last bounty game, as there was a moment in there that I wanted to kind of redo, where I think he tried to jump over the wall right at the end, but we'll just go over a little bit of what actually went down before that. We saw really nice pulls over and over and over again from RBM during this set, as I mentioned just a little bit early on, but he really was the driving force in turning this game around and bringing them all so low. Some parasites being placed down in the back right. They slowly come up the map, but Patchy, he gets slowed, he gets hit quite a lot, has to retreat. The pull's there again, and I believe he actually hits it on Chino over here to the right-hand side as well, so that's another phenomenal pick out, and there it is. I mean, he was the reason that they had this lead going into the last few seconds, but it did get flipped around. Dogwalkers managed to bring it back just a little bit more, but I mean, for now, it's just a bit of a stalemate. They're trying to compose themselves, wait for that moment to bring up. They get the max speed, and then they get going. Levitating over the water here, trying to find the pinch in. But now Piper's the one hitting the shots, and he brings Juan Carlos quite low. Parasite's being placed over the left-hand side again. Another pull available. Let's see if he picks this one out as well. Parasites come in, and it pretty much stops him. There he hits it on Patchy and makes it even further, but down goes one of those influential brawlers in Juan Carlos. RBM falls as well, and here it is. Charles on his left-hand side has the gadget, waiting to time it perfectly with Juan Carlos's jump, but actually just completely fails it and jumps straight into the corner. Not good at all, as that could have been that deciding factor of whether or not it was going to be a win for them. We'll be heading straight back over to the desk for some more exciting Brawl Stars action.
Thank you very much, Trav. Fantastic breakdown. Way to close out our first match of the day, because we are sure to have some more upsets, some surprises. As we get into more matches, we've got FDOT up here now with us at the desk with ready time to start talking about our second matchup of the day. And this is going to be a fun one because we got Wash Team versus STMN.
Right, and taking a look at Stamina, this is a squad that, well, they're kind of generally at the top, but it's Wash Team's job to stop them from retaking that after the crazy one that we just watched. So when we look at Payne and we look at Frixie and the guys, this is a squad that I really enjoy watching take the field. I think Benich is, I don't know what I want to say. Ready? Take me away.
Well, I mean, this squad, they've been playing together as a team for a few months now. These players, they've played together on and off as well throughout history, but they have taken some unexpected victories, and it cemented sort of a reputation for themselves, especially in this matchup that we're looking at right now, Chasmac versus Wash Team.
Yeah.
This is one where they appeared in split number 2 and seemed like they were really the one team that could take down Chasmac Gaming. And Chasmac Gaming, as a result, they didn't have a perfect record, but they made it to the grand finals every time, which I think speaks to the consistency in sort of the power level of Wash Team as a squad.
Interesting points there, because again, the power level of Wash Team is something that I want to keep an eye on, because this team kind of unstoppable. Clearly, they're not undefeated, and Wash Team, it is possible for them to topple the Stamina guys. Bobby and this squad, I think the team house has really helped them a lot, having everybody sort of central. Sure, we can talk about the technical implications, but also everything outside of the lines. I really think the time gelling together has helped the squad.
I do think so as well. They have, over the last few weeks, seriously been focusing up and sort of hammering out some of those things that have appeared over the last few months, especially following Worlds in particular. They have been getting right back into the momentum. However, it doesn't seem like, a couple weeks, I think, admittedly, was enough for them to be fully prepared for, let's say, the monthly final just a few days ago. It was unexpected to see them go down to the Dog Walkers. Keep in mind, that's a very strong squad.
Right.
But STMN, still, they can be inconsistent at times, and I think sometimes it can be passed off that way.
Yeah, I think what it comes down to is really just, what I wanted to say about Wash Team's power level is just that it is simply higher than we are used to seeing a quote-unquote lower-end team be. And so for Stamina, sure, they're a number 1, number 2, technically number 3 team if we look at the numbers, but how far away from Washed is that? I mean, look at these numbers, the Season 2 averages. It's a lot tighter than I think it once was.
Yeah, and I mean, if we look at these stat comparisons too, we can learn more about how these teams play in particular. We see Wash Team especially more deaths, but also way more kills and a bit more in the super department to just more aggressive brawlers that they tend to play. And right now, especially with the latest meta, that is very, very strong with those indestructible walls in play.
That could keep things interesting, so we'll have to see how it plays out. But of course, week number 3 means it's time for me to continue reminding you we're getting closer and closer to DreamHack San Diego! !DHSan in chat for more information on how to buy your tickets, the when, the where. We've got a coupon code down here for you to use to get a little bit of a discount. Trust me, you want to be there to see how all of this Brawl Stars action culminates. It's going to be really, really cool. And then, of course, it's time for the poll. We want you to tell us who you think is going to be taking this next match home. Will it be Wash Team or will it be STMN? A squad that we're keeping our eyes on at the top of those leaderboards for the entire season so far.
Pretty much. I mean, there are champions from last time around. This is a strong team, and they have been, whether it's this year, last year, the year before that even. You know, this is a squad that continues to do it. And so, like I said, it's really exciting seeing the rest of the crowd kind of stand up.
Yeah, all right. Well, it's time to get into this next match. We'll see who comes out on top. Let's do this.
Let's roll. Ready? No, it was a question. You ready?
Oh, of course I'm ready. Yeah, I'm always ready and set to, you know, I'll leave it right there. we will throw away this bit. I'm letting it die
Hard
here
Rock
and
Mine
now.
is the first map. Layer Cake and Safe Zone, Ring of Fire, and Pinhole Pun if we need them. And our bans are out. And the biggest thing that we are going to bring up every single time is the unbreakable walls. It is just simply, I mean, we can talk about the introduction of certain elements like gears, etc. But I think this is the single biggest change the game has ever seen in one update.
And it is quite interesting because I don't think really anyone saw this one coming, and it seemed to be really, really quickly passed over. Yep, unbreakable walls. You might see some of your favorite maps have changed, and we're finished. Enjoy, right? And I don't think people expected to see this rock the meta. Well, I think on paper, you'd expect it to rock the meta in a huge way, but we didn't expect it to happen so quickly, especially in the competitive scene where we're usually given about 2 weeks before a new brawler is allowed to be in play, or we're warned about, yeah, the maps are going to change, this is what's going to happen. Now it's just, you go to sleep, you wake up the next day, and oh, okay, everything's different. Let's try and react to the new meta shift. That happens with patches, it happens with balance changes too. So get used to it, really. This is Brawl Stars, it changes every single month. So far, not really anything out of the ordinary in terms of what brawlers have been banned, which brawlers have been selected so far. We do see the 8-bit selected by Wash Team. It's not going to have as much value as it usually would because Jane's not in play. It's not going to be as much of a Jane counter anymore. But let's also talk what Saman has banned. They've gotten rid of some of really the greatest generalists in this map, and it looks like they're trying to shake things up and maybe catch Wash Team off guard.
Might be the choice there. As selection over to Stamina, looking for the last choice after we have the round out. So we've got a kind of well-rounded team for HRM here for Wash Team. The 8-bit, I think, will stand tall with the Stew. But the all-in character there of Janet, I am curious about. At the end of the day, what I have really noticed, North America specifically, Janet is a one-size-fits-all brawler. I guess I have to agree.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like she should be a little bit more specific to game modes, but everybody plays her everywhere, and so that's just the truth of it. And Squeak will come up here. Love Squeak on Hard Rock Mine. Again, you're forced into positions that you just don't want to be in.
And I want to point out also that Squeak's going to be great versus any kind of turrets. Every single member on Wash Team has the ability to place down a turret, whether it's 8-bit, whether it's Stu, because he can run that gadget if you want. Wall break isn't as useful anymore since they're indestructible walls. And then finally, Janet with her drop the base gadget. It's one of the most powerful gadgets in the game because of how large it is. And not that it deals too much damage, but you're able to prevent your enemy from healing over a large radius.
Something you brought up about Stu, I think, is something that we're going to have to see repeatedly, is the idea that we have these kind of default gadgets and things are going to change. So these silver blocks with the X's, those are the ones that are going to be unbreakable. Everything else is kind of standard as is. And it's an early gem lead for Stamina as Bobby steps forward and is able to kind of take control with this mid lane bow.
See what he's able to do with it. Keep in mind, this is a new change to the bow gadget, so we haven't seen this one in play just yet. He does get extra supercharge when he hits enemies while he's standing in that radius. He doesn't get free supercharge for it. No one gets free supercharge for it, so it's an interesting thing to call out because this is new.
I like that change for sure. I think it's a much more intentional feeling. Just getting more charge off of hitting than just kind of sitting back. It promotes passive play, the old style. So personally, I enjoy the new one. Bobby, though, still kind of killing it here in the mid, dealing with both the right and the mid laner, while Zar is kind of doing his business. And Pain versus Sands is also going in Stamina's favor as well. The countdown will start as Stamina gets a kill, picks up the marbles, and this one has been all blue team from minute one.
They need to really slowly retreat, but it doesn't look like it's in their cards. Betiches, he's dashing around the left side, finally gets caught up in the attacks of Sands and Bobby. Zard attempted to be upset on the right side, but 8-Bit's not quite able to get in range. Well played for STMN. They managed to spawn trap Wash Team, and another thing I want to point out is simply how strong Squeak was versus any turrets that came his way, particularly versus Janet. While he is outranged, he's able to use some of those blocks, some of those obstacles to his advantage, use that geography, and also quickly shut down any attempts of staving him off, getting free control, because look how large the explosion radius is on that attack. You can go through walls prudently so. Wash Team switching Stu onto that left lane. It'll give them more value during the early game, but Sands, he's immediately going for the lane switch over the right side, getting a bit of progress along the way with a slow towards mid, and finally making the switch over to Pain.
Bobby, big impact in the last one. Really just off of the brawler choice and the position, though. I think everybody on Stamina kind of did their job, and just Bobby's in both spots. Sands wins the duel on the right-hand side, shoves players up to the northwest, and because of that, mid-control given to Stamina again. Just now is Frixie able to kind of step forward and be this mid laner and a quick teleport back to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, I'm outie, right? You get caught in that position. You can't get around that wall. You're just being bullied. You have to teleport back. He's able to just get out of range of some of those mines, too, without getting stunned. Meanwhile, on the right side, Pain is really taking a beating versus Sands. He's opted to, instead of playing Ring Around the Rosie the entire time, go for the lane switches, just accept that he will be facing Sands and baits out some of the gadgets along the way. Get some good entry frags as well onto Zar and Bobby as he rotates towards the left. Places down, drop the base. It's out of reach for Sands, but he leaves his teammates in the dust. Betiches really having a tough time, but he's still able to get a bit of room for Wash Team.
Bobby has really been lights out. Before I said it was just kind of him playing mid, but now he's dodging and hitting those shots, giving his team a big gem lead. The first one of the contest, by the way. Wash Team in general had mid control and then some. Right side, Betiches a little deep, but the blue team countdown has been started. Bobby has all 10. Betiches is deep. Frixie is midfield, and he's gone as well. Gems on the floor. Bobby doing the dinosaur. Looks like it's Stamina for game 2.
Brilliant stuff for Stamina. I mean, very well played. And Wash Team, I mean, a commendable effort too, but it wasn't quite enough. And I think in this department, we have to hand it to some of the picks from STMN. I don't think we really saw them put that new bow gadget to work. Maybe it had some invisible influences. The bow mines are not really going to do too much at this level of play besides break open a few walls, play control around a few choke points. You break open some of the bushes on the backlines of Hard Rock Mine. Hey, that's always valuable. The biggest thing for me in terms of the Stamina draft had to be Squeak and them efficiently rotating the lanes. Look how Sands is able to shut down Pain on this left side. As soon as he puts down a gadget, every single time it's immediately destroyed. And come game number 2, we saw them playing Ring Around the Rosie, switching things over. Sands on the right lane, Pain forced to deal with it.
I mean, when it comes down to it, I completely agree. I think Sands really, and I love this because this is a good example of something I want to illustrate. Sands played the pick, and the pick in the competition did excellently. Bo, like you said, the change over here, sure, but Bo was just, Bobby was hitting shots, dodging shots, playing a mid lane sharpshooter. You arguably could have put him on a different one and still would have seen the same impact, whereas Sands, that selection of Squeak being able to hit around those walls, huge. Love to see it. 24 gems for Stamina. Wash Team only able to pick up 10.
And look at this, 0 gems dropped as well. They locked down control for so much at that last set. They were consistently playing safe on offense, which is sometimes uncharacteristic of this team.
I agree.
Yeah, they have a very aggressive play style. If we, I guess, cut OG out of the discussion, he has a very safe play style, which definitely contrasts with the rest of the team, but provides an interesting dynamic. We see them really playing cohesively. I like to see it.
Chat poll out. Stamina Esports, 71% of the chat is behind them here. That leaves the other 29 on Wash Team. You know, I always kind of ring the bell of saying that that is not indicative of how far apart these teams are. It's just indicative of the fan base. But I think this one is closer than we've seen. I think Wash Team is probably, this might be a 65-35 matchup in my opinion, where Stamina definitely going to win most of the time, but Wash Team can get these dubs, and I wouldn't be overly surprised if we find ourselves, you know, deep into the contest here. So a slightly deceptive poll there, as it's actually close this time around.
Hey, there's totally potential for Wash Team to pull out some W's here. STMN, they're looking a little bit weakened, especially as we look back, I guess, at the week. Well, I mean, they're looking a bit weakened after the weekend because they did get taken down by the Dog Walkers in a fairly convincing matchup. It did get close.
Listen, I think the Dog Walkers are the new hotness, man. Like, it is, you can, oh man, we're way off topic, so we will return to the P's and B's, but the Dog Walkers are the future. Picks and bans coming out. And no Gray, no Mandy, no Grom. That's a ban we have to discuss a lot. We were talking backstage about Grom and just, he kind of just, oops, I killed you. And in a world where thrower stock is up, Grom, baby, I'm scared.
He's very, very scary to play against because you have such long range. If you decide to play him as a sharpshooter, he has a lot of potential. The only area where he suffers is in close range. And even then, I mean, you're not going to really be able to deal with that unless you have a last pick. This is precisely where Wash Team find themselves, but they also know that there are other throwers at play, and they can deal with that in their own way. Here comes the Penny, and I like the Gene selection as well. Just some great brawlers in general. Penny is a great brawler to have on your side, especially with unbreakable walls. Place that turret in a place where it can't be taken down. Gene also going to be able to deal with Tick, and like Trav mentioned earlier, you can pull through those indestructible walls. You just can't destroy them with Gene's super. So Gene, with his super, is still going to be a good counter for Tick, but there's still a lot of ways that you can make use of Tick, particularly for getting that blue star at the very beginning. Oh, goodness.
Particularly.
I'll take it.
Well, Bo will be the selection for Stamina again this time around. Strong stuff. I'm really trying to quantify how much this Bo totem has changed, because I'm originally in agreement with you where it's sort of like 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. I just like the way it works a little bit better, in my opinion, because it discourages that soft, passive, sit on the totem play. However, Stamina, they've always been Bo fans, so maybe this was just the one little thing to kind of push them over that threshold. And they'll round out their composition with Colonel Ruffs.
I wonder if this is a Carl pick right here. I mean, I feel like this composition from Stamina has Carl counter written all over it, but Wash Team can still be pretty cautious about what they go for. This is their chance to go for a counter, but for me personally, this is a Carl pick right here. Could still be a trap. There's a Sprout selection from Wash Team, and honestly, I'll hit myself a little bit for not seeing this one as well, because yeah, you still got the indestructible walls. This is still layer cake too, because you have so much potential for throwers to do well here. That, and you're facing a throw on the enemy side. You gotta have something to deal with it.
Layer cake specifically. I think that's what, I'd probably go Carl if it's not layer cake. But I think that the way this map is, they kind of give you like 10-yard lines, so to speak.
Yeah.
It is very easy to just castle somebody and put them in the penalty box for a little bit. Other maps, you have to get a little bit more creative. Layer cake, you really can just be like, all right, you don't get to play for a little while. And so we'll see how it all works out. Stamina taking the field here in the blue trunks on the bottom side of your spectator UI. And it's Wash Team. It'll pick up the first blue star. Zara live. Scratch that. First kill to Wash Team.
Brilliant stuff. STMN, though, they fire back, picking up 3 stars of their own, but still they're behind by the tiebreaker. Plenty of time on the clock for them to continue pushing things up. We also see that Super Totem. STMN, they're trying to put it to work. Zar, though, he's out of the radius. OG also forced back. Swiftly taken down by that chip damage from Frixie, and also Pain, able to leverage his range and also fire over walls to get rid of it. Here comes a big pull. OG, none the wiser. I'm surprised we didn't see sandbags go down as a result. But here's the other thing. He's facing Betiches on the lane. He's probably not running those sandbags because they can all be taken down in one go by a single shot from the guy.
True. Got to keep your eyes open there. Sands a little bit low on the bow, as Stamina have benched Bobby this time around. He's stepping out for this round. Set. 5-3 at the moment. Wash team with the lead. And Stamina, honestly, in a bad spot on the map. Kind of continuously shoved in this bottom right corner. But Zar sending up this left lane, trying to balance that out.
Late game, this could be huge, though. Look at Sands right now. OG, he's running field promotion. Sands, he's upwards of 7,000 health. He can take a serious beating, but if he gets pulled out of position, it can be very, very tricky because Betiches still has his salty barrel to deal well in close range. Ooh. If those guys get close together, it could be big. OG already getting some asteroids down on the enemy side, getting them pushed back. Wash team are only ahead by 2 stars and a blue star. A single kill for STMN would turn the tides.
Counting down here, Stamina has to make a play. 1 kill will confirm, but it goes the other way. 7-5, still 5 seconds left. Sands down, and OG can't get in. Wash team are able to take game number 1 of set number 2.
Almost a big play, though, for STMN because we saw Tick pulled in, but he wasn't killed mid-pull, so on arrival, he just exploded with that gadget. It was huge damage, just all the knockout. It's like pulling the Tick super, right? But it's actually Tick. You get the kill in the end, but it was quite dangerous. And while I don't think that this is a bad play for Wash Team, it was just kind of interesting to point out, and STMN were just a smidge away from capitalizing on it.
Yeah, there was the asteroids. I felt like came before the big push. If you want to use your super as a zoning super, you kind of have to have all the boys in line ready to go. And it felt like they were just granny shifting, stuck a little in the mud. So we'll see if Stamina, can pick things up as Pain finds the kills. The only one with points so far is Washed Team again.
I'm only seeing pickups on the side of Wash for the time being. They have gotten a good lead already, 5 stars to nothing. And STMN could finally get some entry damage on the left side, especially as that Tick head comes in, baiting out some of the shots from Wash Team. It's going to take them a moment to reload, and STMN Esports get some room as a result. Zar with yet another super in, going to force Wash Team to attack and also push them back. STMN, they gradually inch forward, but they can't get too aggressive. Another gadget popped by OG, but a damage on top of that turret forces things back, but it only serves to cement STMN's position. Barely missed pull on that right side by Frixie. Unfortunate for the guy. And STMN Esports can continue to push in as a result. They don't have as much to fear. Pain can still cover his tracks on the left side with the use of his super. He's getting cornered, though. He needs to be bailed out. Could come in just a moment, but he continues to play just as aggressive.
Wow.
Gotta see a kill for Wash Team, but the guy just keeps on surviving. Big super in, and STMN finally start to bring things back.
It's about time. I've been watching Pain just live on the edge for so long. Great job by Wash Team, specifically Pain, to avoid pain for that long. 7-5 again, and we're counting down from 10. This time, it's Wash Team with a 9-5 lead. So Stamina's gonna need not just 1, but 2 kills. Make that 3, make that, it ain't happening, bro. See you next time, go next. And Wash Team able to take the second set just as emphatically as Stamina took the first.
Interesting. I mean, we look at the scoreline here. It's 2-0 and then 0-2. Good stuff for Wash Team. Very impressive for them. And I think I'm tempted to point the finger at the draft. I don't think that Bo was as strong as Stamina thought it was going to be. And I don't think that field promotion was really the direction that they needed to go with here.
I agree there for sure, specifically the Bo. What wound up happening was, I think the goal here was to just send out Tick Super after Tick Super and field promote somebody all the way up. But instead, this is what wound up happening. Look at where this bow totem is. It's nowhere near the tangible battlefield. Everybody is 7 steps in front of it, and Sans wasn't able to charge that super enough to continually drop it where the fight was changing to. So I just think they didn't get use out of it. If they did, would they have won? I still think no.
Yeah, I think you're forced to place that turret pretty far back because Sprout's going to be taking it down pretty effectively.
Exactly.
Another consideration is simply the Jean and Penny combo, and we saw that played into Colonel Ruffs. If you're playing Colonel Ruffs and you're taking on the Penny lane, you kind of have no option. You can't play sandbags. You can't block that pull. I love the stats as well for Wash Team. That was fantastic for them, but the damage, it looks really, really close.
Well, I mean, that's the fun part, because when we look at the damage, I say it all the time, you know, effective damage is so much different than just damage stat. And so how much of that was effective damage is the real question you got to ask. If it brings you down to 1 HP, it might be a TKO, a technical knockout, where you have to back up, but you're not dropping your stars, you're not dropping your gems, you're not actually knocked out. And so you've got to get that final point of damage as we move on to the third set.
It's one of those things. You're playing Sprout, and you're able to confirm kills. You're playing Tick, not so much, but you're getting consistent damage at least. You're able to fire up the Tick supers and earn some positioning for your team. Could we see some similar themes in Safe Zone? I definitely think so, especially because this is going to rely a lot more on team play than individual lanes, with that right lane, at least from the home team's perspective, being blocked off by not just 1 row of indestructible blocks, but 2. That means that if you're playing Brock, you can't shoot, say, a Penny turret through the wall. That AoE's not going to get through there. You can't get rid of it with an Otis gadget either. It's invincible. I think Penny could be a must-have here. It is a bit up for debate.
First pick?
Honestly, I wouldn't hate it, because first pick, you don't want to usually reveal your whole hand, because the strongest picks are going to be the ones that typically appear later, or appear first, I guess.
I like this first pick because, again, Grom, kind of similar to what you're saying with where it's an ambiguous pick. You can put any 2 other brawlers here next to the Grom, man. It's not like you have put yourself in a position where that you need to pick facilitators. Grom will just be the guy. And so, nice selection here. Nothing too strange as far as the bans are concerned. Carl might stick out a tiny bit, but at the end of the day, if there's a meta where Carl is viable, he's probably bannable as well. So, option over to Wash Team. They have Eve, and they're looking for a second.
Eve is going to be difficult, I believe, for Grom to deal with, because you have hatchlings that are coming towards you. Also, you're able to hover over some of that water, and she can hop over walls that Grom is using for safety. So I like this one for Wash Team in particular, but here's a Colt, and you're not going to be breaking open one of those walls, but you can still get good safe damage.
And that's the key. Long range, consistent safe damage, big, big, big deal. And so Colt here just kind of picked for what it says on the tin, just like long range shooting. Nothing too crazy. You don't have to go deep into the character. Just needs to get damage onto that safe. So now, timer on to stamina. They've got a Grom. Now, we said that doesn't really dictate the rest of their draft. The opposition might. And so the Bell here is going to be some long range damage for sure. She'll be able. We've seen strong stuff out of mid lane Bells in this game mode for sure. I am still concerned about rushdown talent from Wash Teams, and if you're stamina, how do you prevent that?
Well, I think Daryl's really one of those brawlers that you got to be worried about here, so they either pick it up here or they have some kind of brawler to deal with it. Could be like Lola or something. Could also pick Penny to fit that role as well. You're able to deal well with things in close range. 8-bit, I definitely like it, but there's a logical way to deal with it for Wash Team. Typically as 8-bit, you're able to deal with Colt pretty effectively as well. So Wash Team need to be thinking about this one. They don't have Bell at their disposal, which is one of the classic counters for 8-bit. I'm sure a lot of people remember once upon a time, 8-bit was one of the biggest brawlers in the meta, and then Bell got introduced into the game, and he completely fell off. You never see 8-bit like ever again until she got nerfed. So Wash Team, they are missing one of the biggest tools in the toolkit, but I wouldn't hate the Colette because you're still able to get great safe damage. Nope, completely different direction. Big pivot. There's the buzz, but it will at least be able to get great damage versus the Grom, and you're able to close the gap between yourself and Bell for free if you use the gadget.
That's really what I'm looking at. Whenever I look at Buzz, I'm just looking at the long-range sash. That is so powerful. Find that stun. Is it enough? is the question. We're tied up 1-1 big picture. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series, and we're jumping into our third set of our second matchup of the day. Stamina, top-end team, but this washed squad, I still laugh that they've called themselves the washed team. If this is your first time around the block with us, these washed guys have been on a number of established teams. We've seen them here in this competition as well as some other Brawl Stars competitions. They are not washed in any sense of the word. So I'm laughing. I'm sure they're laughing their way to the bank. Eve over here on the left side, we mentioned it a little bit with this unbreakable wall and being able to walk over this this water. She's going to be able to have some fun here against this Bell.
She's still not able to wall peek super effectively, though, and Bobby has managed to diff the matchup from there. Big wins on the mid and the right lanes. And ST Men get to rain down upon this safe. It's almost going to cross into 50% territory. Only 2% ahead of that margin. Frixie trying his best to defend at mid, but Zar gets some more damage on that safe. 42% remain. Pain has gotten the kill, however. He can't close the gap between himself and OG unless he has a death wish, so he's got to be focusing on Bobby or Zar, for that matter, on the right side. If he gets in close range, he can charge the super for free, but he doesn't want to feed Zar super either. Big takedown on the left side as Bobby falls. This is Bettich's opportunity to slip through the cracks on the left.
This is the downside of this Buzz pick, is that yes, it's all about the sash, but unfortunately, it's all about the sash. Buzz has done nothing since that. Now he gets a second one, and this time around, he's able to find exactly 5% damage onto the safe. That's going to be a big issue for Wash going forward, as Stamina has brought it down to 6%, and they'll finish it. And game one goes to Stamina. Easy.
Comp diff for Stamina,
Yeah,
and in some
absolutely.
departments, some mechanics diff as well, because we've seen great lane victories by every single member on the squad on every single lane. But for Grom on the right lane, I think it's a little unfair. You're not going to be able to do anything versus that. You see Buzz trying to close in on the right side, but Zar's trying to bully him at range, and OG's ready to react if he gets the gadget in. So Wash team, they're not in a great position. STMN still being power players here at mid. Pain just, once again, getting bullied. I mean, look, you know pretty much where that shot is going to land. You know it's going to form that cross shape every single time, and yet you still get hit by it.
There he goes, jumping on in. Pain wins the trade, but Bobby turns around, and Pain's able to get exactly 6%. So an improvement from last time around, but unfortunately our teams... Actually, I'll take that back. Realizing now that Wash team is doing a much better job of maintaining mid control. As Pain goes in one more time and getting some big damage. OG has to turn around, and just like that, 29% done to Stamina safe, and 0 done just yet by the blue team.
Bro is slimy on the Dino there on top of the safe, and he's going to try and do it again. He has a gadget to get in close range versus Zar, but he's biding his time, trying to, at the same time, make sure that OG doesn't make a big move on the safe. He's taken a lot of damage, so he can't afford to push in just yet, but this could be his opportunity. Zar, OG, on standby. There's a teleport from OG. This is his time to shine. Takedown on Zar, there it is,
Nice.
But he's not able to stay alive in the meantime. Bobby falls, Frixie dodging out the shots from OG. Betich also trying to take him down, but OG on the 8-bit, he has so much health.
And that was huge. We're talking about different picks and how bad they've been for Washed. That was great use of the Colt. Doesn't have to walk past the halfway mark and still able to make an impact. 60 to 87, Wash team on the good side of things, and we're counting down from 43. What's the biggest difference for Stamina this time around?
Looks like mostly Pain is making big moves in here, though he only has a few gadgets left. He's going to have to use them wisely. Most of the time, he's trying to stay in close range. Here he comes. He's committing to that base fully. Bobby has to about face, go immediately back towards the safe. Zar on his last legs, just out of range of Frixie, and he has the boosted booster to work with him as well. Bobby also at mid, ready to play control, and just like that, Stamina, they've taken the lead back. Pain, though, firing back, slowed down, not able to get in range of Bobby. This is drive time for Wash team. They have to connect with the safe, but they don't have enough mobility, it doesn't look like.
Gonna be a little bit tough here. Stamina has done the majority of the work, and Bobby not gonna bring it to 0. Literally does. Okay, my bad, dude. Finishes it off with a vengeance, and that is the second set for Stamina. I figured they'd get it down to 2%, and then we'd run out of time, but Bobby wanted to make a statement.
Hey, look, finish strong 100% of the time, right? Keep on running once you cross the finish line, and that way you get that momentum carried into the next set as well. And Stamina, I think, know that better than a lot of teams, considering that they have mastered the art of the reverse sweep. We saw it at Worlds, and I don't think they're needing to rely on a reverse sweep here, but they still get that momentum carried into the next one, because Wash Team are still a very challenging opponent, and you got to take what you can get at any time.
Taking a look back here at the last one, really, you know, I think we saw the ups, the trials and tribulations of this Buzz pick. Game number 1, it did really hot nothing, and I think that's why we saw the loss go the way of Washed. Game number 2, Buzz was getting more involved, and that's why it was a lot closer than it had been in game number 1. Clearly, Stamina still wind up on top, but the difference between Buzz being involved and Buzz not being involved was literally, I think, 80%.
Pretty much, we saw basically prudent matchups that were taken by Pain reliably. And sometimes he was even getting the grapple onto 8-bit as well, which doesn't seem like on paper it should be a winnable matchup for Buzz, especially when he doesn't have that stun ready to go.
Yeah.
But he was kind of using it as a mechanism to get closer to Grom, which was precisely what catapulted them into the lead for a good bit of that game. He was also able to get on the safe immediately afterwards. It was great mobility for the guy. Here comes the next set as well. I don't think we'll be seeing Buzz here, but we could still see some of the aggressive brawlers where Wash Team seriously specialize.
Absolutely. Forgive us real quick. It's 2-1 Stamina up a set and on their match point. Well, match set as we jump into our set number 4. Should be fun as we take the field. I believe it's Hot Zone, and we'll take a look and see how the boys on Wash Team look to step forward this time around. Hot Zone, I think, is one of the modes that has the most homogenized strategies here in North America. You basically see the same selection starting with Lou, and then you trickle down from there. But it's all about area denial and kind of just one way to skin this cat.
Pretty much get that control, and does that mean, yeah, we're going to commit to the control point every single time? Doesn't matter whether we die, we just make it there. That can work, but only a few times, and those days are sort of behind us now.
Yeah.
Ring of Fire is coming in thick and fast, and we see some of the long-range picks really prevail here. One that I love to point out that can do well on this map is Janet. Love to see her land in the backlines.
Yep.
Love to see her use drop the base too. And with the indestructible walls in play, we're also probably going to see a lot of value offered by Penny. Here come the bans. Makes total sense here from STMN, banning out really the power players here. Wash Team also banning out some of the really strong brawlers, but it leaves a lot of brawlers open too. And I wonder if we see Grom again, honestly.
We might. I won't take that away from you. What I think is very interesting is that both teams have banned the facilitators for the tanks. You banned the Poco and then the anti-tank in the B here. And so there's the first pick, Lou. Got it. That's just expected here. You know, you just,
right.
That's what you do. It's hot zone. It's hot zone. First pick, Lou. Cool. But are we going to see the tanks? Do these teams want to play tanks with their bans?
I wouldn't put it past Wash Team to do it, right?
Okay.
Especially, well, of course, they're not playing into the tank counter. They're playing the Lou here. Stamina, I think that they might have the guts to go ahead and do that, but it could be a very risky pick. Definitely support the Colonel refs here. Will they go for that strategy with the bow again? I wouldn't support it in that case, but they certainly could. Keep in mind, they might face into Penny, so this could be a good combo. They want to take Penny away from the opponent at the same time as going for Colonel Ruffs. Still, more selections available for them. They can also go for wall break. Not that main area where the walls are indestructible now, where you can break open some of those bushes and disrupt the back lines of this team. When Lou doesn't have any bushes to walk around on, he's not going to be able to get those supers effectively. There's the bell. I like it. Put the supply drop onto her, give her a bit more health, give her a bit more damage, and also throw some nest eggs down on that point. Just good stuff for Stamina. I think very consistent and safe strategy.
And it's also, like you said, the long-range composition has really come into favor these days, and that's kind of Stamina's jam. So I'm here for it. Playing their style of Brawl for sure so far. As Lou teams up with a Penny. That's going to be a tough cookie to crumble for sure. Again, the indestructible walls make dealing with Penny Turret a lot more difficult for sure. Last pick. Quick, what is it?
Dude, look, I can't be a fortune teller. That's Mystic's job, right? But, but Wash Team, I mean, I think they've pretty much cornered S-Team in quite a bit. With the pick of Penny, you're not going to get as good of lane play with Colonel Ruff since you don't have the sandbags, and you throw down the turret in a place where it pretty much can't be taken down unless, I don't know, you commit like several Colonel Ruff supers onto it and then get the damage from there. They also take the squeak away from Stamina, which is absolutely massive. Now they almost have no way of taking down the turret. In this, I think Stamina expected that they could have on their side. Now they need to find a creative way of dealing with it. Are they going to push in the back lines? They absolutely could do that. Janet might be the one for the job, but even then, you're still having to face versus a squeak. Turrets aren't going to be as strong. It is a tough, tough matchup. There's the Bonnie. I think that's probably the safest way for them to go about this.
That makes sense. Bonnie, again, you know, she plays both sides of the coin, long-range stuff, but will jump in to kind of finish everything off. And that last bit is what I think the Stamina team needs. They have, they have a lot of the long-range nonsense to deal with it, Bonnie included, but being able to jump on in there, certainly a good way to round out the composition, because ultimately, you don't want to step in there, obviously, with the Lu super active, and you don't want to just shove in against this enemy composition. But when you have that window of opportunity, Stamina is going to have to take it. Jumping on in here, Stamina 2, Wash Team 1. As we start our competition. Bobby in the mid lane on the bill. Predictable. OG getting aggressive here, right side. Super comes down. So far, just minimal point power. There's a Lu super, and it's going to zone Bobby out from this mid and allow Frixie to step up and get some points. But really, this is a game of inches at the moment.
Pretty much so, and Wash Team are going to be able to force things off with the use of a gadget, as we see that pop down on S-Team inside. Bobby still expertly navigating around it. Zar also staying just out of range of some of these shots. Taken down as well. Betich's falls on the back left. And Zar cements himself in this area. Frixie does manage to get the kill, and he's got a super off of it as well. Here it comes. And with the turret up too, Bobby, he's not going to really have many places to walk. Payne also on the right side, getting seriously backed up by OG. He can deal with sandbags if those go down, but it's not being run, in fact. We'll see OG switch lanes over to the left side, where he'll be able to contend with the rest of the team. Wash Team still forcing things off. S-Team and Esports not able to get in a great position, but Zar is pretty much carrying this entire left side. He has a super to match too.
Essentially tied up here, 35 to 37. And it'll be the red team, Wash Team, to really step forward and change that up. Bobby pushed back on his back heels, and Super's gonna miss. In comes Zar and gets the kill, but it doesn't open up any room for the point. Bobby and OG are stepping up, but they're still being threatened by the left lane.
They certainly are, especially with the turret up. Zar, Bobby, trying to do what they can, but Zar still has to wait for that turret, rather that super to come back. Here he comes immediately, moving in there with the pop of the gadget. Still trying to move in. Frixie getting great dodges. One connection, but Zar falls. Wash Team, doesn't really matter how much health is thrown their way. S-Team and Esports are still taking an absolute beating from the DPS that they have to offer. Betich is on the left side, still trying to maintain the position. Zar seriously threatening it, but OG and Bobby are getting forced off the right side by all the control, and it looks like Wash Team have this one a lock.
This is a big moment. They do get the kill up in mid lane, but Lu Super is down for the count. And so because of that, Stamina kind of opened the window that Wash Team had already glued shut, and it's 100 for them. Game 1 in the pocket for Washed.
I think from the outset, Wash Team, they simply had the better comp, and it was going to take a mechanics difference on the side of S-Team and to really deal with it, particularly if we talk about the mid lane. Bobby, he should have the matchup versus Lu, and we saw repeatedly when those two were in a 1v1, it was a diff for Bobby on that lane. But that's the thing, this is not a 1v1 series. It is a team game, and if you get good pinches around here, then Wash Team are still going to be able to get that upper hand, especially if we look on the right side. OG, he's facing some serious firepower from that squeak.
I really didn't see much happen out of the Colonel Ruffs, unfortunately, and I think that was a big part of that comp diff that you were talking about. Zar gets the easy kill on the left lane, but again, kills, much ado about nothing. They need to come all together. Frixie staying alive. He's still alive. And so Stamina can't find this kill, means they can't step up onto the point. Beniches pops out the Lou super and makes sure that OG couldn't even come back around the safe way. So ultimately, Stamina kind of have an opportunity, but it takes them so long to build the Erector set that Wash Team are slowly ticking up. It's 45-10.
It could get a bit more hopeful for STMN, though, with this wall broken down on the left side. Zara's going to have a much greater time on the left side, especially Bobby as well, because he can flex that range advantage. Frixie certainly starting to feel the heat already. Miss Super for Bobby isn't going to be the greatest thing in the world, but it's not the end of it either. Betich is now circling over to the left side. Pops down to turret. A bit of defense for Pain and a takedown. Zar absolutely pummeled and punished on the left side. And Wash Team get to walk all over this point, even with that gadget activated and a slow. It's still so much value for Wash Team, just 20% remaining for them to take this one. STMN still get their first major retake of the entire game. And Wash Team have an opponent now, especially as OG gets a lane switch on the left side and starts breaking open the bushes.
Pain barely alive, walks away. And Stamina able to step forward just a little bit. OG now on the left instead of the right, and Zar gets the memo, jumps to the right, takes down the opposition. 61% for Stamina, but Lou freezes him out. Nobody's on the point for a moment, and Bobby regains positioning with the kill onto said Lou. 70% and trying to close the gap, and we might hit the tie here. I think we will. The Wash Team smells it. They're able to take down one. Bobby's still healthy on the point, 90%.
OG on the left side has been indestructible. Wash Team might just have to ignore him, and so far, so good. In fact, just ignoring that left side has gotten them a great position in mid. Taking up, now surpassing STMN's lead. Zar has to close in around the right side. He's doing whatever he can. Bobby could get frozen too. Betiches falls. Zar now jumping on the point. 97% capture for Wash Team. It's all Pain right here. STMN, they're able to fend it off. That's incredible.
Insane.
A 30% victory.
Insane. It came down to target selection for OG and the squad. They knew if they leave Squeak up as the last remaining player, he simply does not have the damage per second to kill those people. Big picture, Squeak is going to be able to do a ton of damage and zone players out and just make your life miserable. But when it comes down to kill everybody in 4 seconds or bust, that's simply not what Squeak does. Stamina choose the right targets, bring them down at the last moment, earn this victory, which is wild because I thought Wash Team was doing really well because of their teamwork, and Stamina wasn't due to their lack of teamwork, and they win that by teaming up together.
Wash Team are definitely exercising some teamwork now. They're reacting to the lane switch from STMN. Pain, he's able to stay just out of range of Zar's super, but he still gets taken down on the backlines. Bobby also able to throw down a bear trap in the middle of that point. Wash Team at a serious deficit now, and a lot of that can be owed to OG on the left side. Once he was switched over to that lane, it was instant success for STMN. They've placed him on that left side just off the beginning of game number 3, and already it's success once again.
Well, Caster's curse. As soon as we bring it up, OG does get popped, but big picture been working out. Zar steps forward, and Stamina find themselves in the lead as they knock down the dominoes, get themselves a team wipe, and they're at 50% and climbing. And look at this. Stamina know that they have to keep Wash Team sort of spawn trapped, excuse me. So they push up to the layer of grass.
Well, they might be able to maintain the position, but Pain is on a rampage. He moves all the way past that right side. Oof, just taken down by that final shot from Bobby. Would have been a great position for him if he had made it over to the other side, but he's going to have to respawn now and work on this left side versus OG. He slowed down. OG has no options left. He had a super ready to go, though, and he'll have it for the next pitch if he makes it forward. Frixie now with a super down. We haven't seen Frixie getting these supers as frequently as we have in the previous games. If he's able to cycle these out, then Wash Team can absolutely close out the game and bring us to a set number 5. But STMN are not going to let him have it easily. They are focusing on the right side now. Jump in from Zar. Pain tries to react, and he is able to get the trade versus Zar. Bobby making big moves. Betiches with slick dodges, but OG and Bobby combine forces to close this one out. One last shot for Pain, but Bobby's got the dodges, and there it is. STMN, they close it out. The game, the set, the match, they take the victory.
Great stuff by Bobby and the boys here. This was, back to it. Drop and give me 20. He can probably do like 10. But still, listen, sometimes these veteran teams will themselves into a victory. Sometimes these moments just happen. And that's what I saw out of Stamina. They willed themselves to that victory, specifically in Game 2. The end of that, winning by 3%. I mean, not unheard of, but unheard of.
I think one of the consistent running themes with STMN is that while they do take wins frequently, a lot of times they do get it by a really, really close margin. And you can't argue with the numbers, but as a fan, it keeps you on the edge of your seat. And I wonder how much of influence that has on how many fans they have too.
I mean, I have definitely talked to Handicat and the boys at the Stamina organization, and they go, listen, man, we love the guys, but my blood pressure a little high watching this team. And I totally get it. But hey, that's just fun to watch, man. And ultimately, we're giving Stamina a lot of praise because they earned it. But Wash Team is the squad that made this so close. Stamina sometimes drop it a little bit, but Wash Team, these guys, I am not the nice one that says everybody gets a trophy. I just want all teams to have fun. That ain't me. But Wash Team, they deserve your praise. They got stepped on in the first set, but then we watched them kind of step over Stamina and do some good stuff.
I think a lot of that can be owed to simply their drafting skills, and they have good gameplay skills as well, but this is where they have an upper hand above STMN is the draft, and they can continue to leverage that headed into their future matches.
We see the same thing with Tribe, and I think that's something we're going to see as the scene matures, that our top teams have just kind of been better than everybody for a while, and now everything is shortening up as the talent gets better. Speaking of which, what's up, bud?
Does that mean I'm the reason the talent just got better? Was that it? Was that a compliment?
You're supposed to just pass over it. You're not supposed to be I take it back now. Never mind.
It's too late. Chat already heard it. So now that it's out in the universe, it cannot be taken away. Another really fun match, though. I mean, like you guys said, STMN keeping everybody on the edge of their seats unnecessarily.
Unnecessary.
Because I'm not prepared for that much stress. We still have another week after this. And we still have literally more matchups with STMN coming up around the corner, so they need to relax a little bit. But after that dub, it puts them now above Chasmac on our leaderboard, right behind the undefeated Tribe, who they will be going up against later on today. So that one is going to be very interesting. We've got so much more action in store, though, so it's time for another break. When we come back, we'll break some things down and keep this train moving.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we're playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. As our second match comes to a close, it is STMN who cleans house against Washed Team. And that puts them in a comfortable position atop this leaderboard right behind Tribe Gaming. And if you missed it before the break, I did mention they will be going up against each other in just a few more matches here. So we've got lots of action still left in store to talk about. But before we get into all of that, let's talk about what we just watched, because that was still a really close matchup between those two squads.
It was, and I think it took me by surprise personally. I'm a big fan of Wash Team, but versus Stamina, that was absolutely massive. I think in a large way, though, Stamina impressed me too, especially with some of the picks, because sometimes STMN, they go off on a limb. This time, they played it safe in a few departments, and I think that Wash Team left themselves open to some big, big picks. Here we see in the last few moments, though, how STMN Esports are able to use mechanics and team communication and get some mechanics diffs on the field. Positioning of OG around that left side was, in my opinion, the single greatest contributor towards them being able to clutch this one up towards the end. We see Wash Team, they try to react to this by simply not playing that lane, but it's simply not enough. OG, he's still able to flex over to the mid lane. Frixie having a lot of issues dealing with Zara and Bobby. He's outranged, he's outgunned on that mid lane, and as a result, wasn't able to get those freezes that he needed so much. Wash Team, a stellar performance from the guys. I loved it a lot, but it wasn't quite enough. Still, though, STMN pulling out the classic stuff. Love to see from them. Love to hear from them, too. We got Glitter ready with an interview.
All right, thank you very much, Reddy. Fantastic breakdown. I am prepared to get into this. All right, OG, welcome back, first of all. Week number 3, got another win in the books. How you guys feeling?
I think we're doing okay. We're just trying to understand, like, the balance changes and everything, but everyone's on the same foot, so it doesn't matter too much, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we hear the casters talking about that a lot. How do you feel like those unbreakable walls have kind of affected your guys' strategy this week?
Definitely a lot. Like, I don't think we'd ever first pick Grom before that came into the game. But I think, I don't know, like, it happened yesterday, so everyone's just trying to figure it out as best as we can. So if we see something that works for another team, like, we're kind of looking at that as well, and yeah, just figuring it out.
I'm now looking towards the future of just today alone. Obviously, we keep talking about it. Right now, you guys are in second on the leaderboard. Tribe's right above you, and you go up against each other in a couple matches. How's the confidence level feeling right now? Because you guys looked great.
I think we're feeling pretty confident. Obviously, Tribe's like a really good team, and you know, I'm sure it'll be a close match regardless of the score. So we're just gonna go out and play our best.
I also got to ask about the push-ups. Why is only one? Why we've got one push-up participant today? What's happening?
Honestly, I have no idea. Like, we just finished the game and Zara just got down and started doing push-ups. Like, his form's still really bad, so we're trying to work on that off stream, but
Yeah, you know what? I appreciate it, and I appreciate the fact that I think that was like, I don't know if my count is right or not, but that might have been like 20 at the end there.
do you do 20 push-ups? You did 20?
Yeah. No way.
He's saying it was 20.
I'm going to give it to him. And then we'll see if he can repeat that when you guys go up against Tribe in a little bit, okay? So make sure he knows that.
All right, I'll tell him.
Okay. All right, well, then I won't keep you too much longer. We'll let you go, but thank you for jumping on and chatting.
All right, thank you.
I'm telling you, I think my count was right. I think it was at least right at 20. And Zar wasn't going to fight me on that. He said, yeah, 20.
Yeah, but I mean, Bobby didn't even look up. Homie was just like, no way. I don't even think he watched him. He was just like, I don't believe it.
It's slowly, we should start like a push-up count or something, because it's slowly becoming one of my favorite things that we get these cams and we can see that they do this ridiculous stuff after the game. It's just fun, okay? All right, I like it. I'm a fan, but now it's time to keep things going. You ready to talk about the next match?
Yeah, how about you, Trav?
I'm always ready for another match.
All right, well, it's West Coast versus Mystic Esports.
Mystic has been a lot of fun to watch. West Coast, on the other hand, man, that's really my feeling about it. They were number 3. They were real high up last time around, and they haven't been able to bottle that lightning this time. Alec, Jack, and Shine having some troubles this time around, Trav.
Yeah, it really is just issues followed by more issues, and they just haven't been able to get their stride in this season. Like, as you said, last season, 3rd place. This season, they're dead last in the table, haven't managed to get a win yet, I don't believe, and it is difficult. Yes, they had a really, really tough week last week. You can't really complain about losing to STMN and Tribe in the previous week, but at the end of the day, they're going to have to bounce back, and today's the day to do so if they want any chance whatsoever.
Which might be a little bit tough. I think Mystic, this might be the realistic matchup. You know, no disrespect to any of the teams out there, but when you take a look at your strength of schedule is a very real variable that you look at. You don't expect to be as successful against Tribe and Stamina as you do maybe against the rest of the field. And West Coast certainly one of the, or excuse me, Mystic certainly one of those squads that might have West Coast a little bit more eager to kind of chomp at the bit. But Luffy, Zeus, and Nathan, certainly no slouches themselves.
I mean, they've just come off the back of a monthly final win, right? In the BSC. It's that same as Dogwalkers were, but Dogwalkers already taken a loss today as well. So why not Mystic as well? And as you said, it's what West Coast need. They've been looking incredibly strong on the side of Mystic, but you've just got to question if it was just maybe a little bit of a fluke, or maybe they are just this team who can defeat the majority, as they did take down STMN in that first week as well.
I mean, listen, you know, I had front row seats to that victory. And I was very, very particular about saying that, you know, Mystic earned their dub in the monthly final. And so it becomes this real hard to quantify, because again, coming into this week, I think you look at this Mystic team and you say, all right, you know, they've got the hot new rookie, but like maybe we can kind of handle it. And then you see what happens a couple of days ago and you go, all right, maybe we can't. And realistically, I hate when casters do it, but I'm going to do it. Armchair psychologist. I feel like West Coast are a team that are more susceptible to negative momentum than some other squads. And I am a little bit concerned here for West Coast going in, knowing that Mystic had won the monthly final. If they had it, I think West Coast might even be the favorite. But just because Mystic recency bias, I think West Coast might internalize that a bit.
Yeah, I believe they might have a bit of a difficult time. And to be honest, on both sides of this, the statistics are pretty pitiful. Both got some negative KDs, but at the end of the day, KDs don't really matter that much. It's all about getting the wins on the table and playing the objective.
Not to mention, there's the whole spanner in the works of everything that's new right now. That could shake some things up. I don't know. We'll have to see. But before we get into the match, of course, exclamation DH San in chat. I'm going to keep reminding you, because that's what you need to do for the link to get all of your information for DreamHack San Diego tickets, okay? Show up, hang out with us, and watch the culmination of our Brawl Stars action here for the challenge season. And then, of course, it's time for another poll. Let us know who you think's going to be taking match number 3 home today. Will it be Mystic Esports, or will it be West Coast? I think it's going to be another close one, and it's going to continue on our day of some really good momentum. So I'm excited to get into it.
Let's do just that. We'll roll in, and we've got Mystic, the defending monthly champions, going head-to-head against West Coast. Like I said, this West Coast team, I think, really needs to come out swinging. I think if West Coast are able to win the first set, then we'll have a very interesting matchup. That said, I think if they drop this, it might be quick.
Yeah, no, I agree with you in that sense. I think if they lose first set, it's probably going to be a sweep to Mystic, and if they win it, then they might just be able to fight back a little bit, play that little back and forward game that we've seen so many teams do. You know, we've seen a lot of 3-2s, a lot of 3-1s, where the teams are just so evenly matched that it's rare we're seeing a sweep.
Yeah, and I mean, that ultimately, like, you know, thank you, that's, I'm down for it. That makes the broadcast longer, works out for everybody involved, and it gives us good brawl. But at the end of the day, if you're on these fields, you want to get out of here quickly. It is such a difference if you talk to any of the pro players, that feeling after going 5 sets in a row, you are mentally drained, exhausted, and it's such a different feel than, yeah, we got him, 2-0, 2-0, see you later, and that really does carry on, especially when you have the bigger season to think about.
Yeah, and I agree with that as well. You know, you've kind of got to go forward, and you've got to think, because we're having a possibility of 2 matches per day, they've got to carry that momentum forwards, and if they get a quick sweep, they're going to be looking better for their next match as well.
Bells Rock, Pinhole Punt, and Open Zone. We'll go to Gem Grab and Heist should we need to. But ultimately, first up is going to be Knockout. Bands are good. I think we got to get used to seeing the Grom bands. I think that's going to be something that is quintessential for this new indestructible wall meta.
I mean, along with that, more throwers as well. Mystic just want to see absolutely none of them. They've got rid of Tick, they've got rid of Sprout, got rid of Grom. Pretty much the 3 throwers that actually have some say in the meta. On the other side of things, Max, Bonnie, and Squeak. Whereas they've kind of gone for that more offensive kind of bands. Don't want Mystic Esports to be able to have this kind of aggression that they're so strong with. Gonna play the Gene as the first pick. I do like that. You know, it's got some good legs on a map like Bell's Rock. Especially with throwers out the way, you're able to kind of get your super that a little bit easier.
Huge point there for sure. Again, a reminder, Gene can still pull through those walls, just can't bust them. Something we're gonna tap the sign on a little bit. It's funny. Some of my most invested Brawl friends are still, you load in and you just, oh, I forgot, man. It's gonna be a lot. At this pro level, honestly, I'm not ruling out that we'll see like an odd pick and go, oh, he forgot. But it hasn't happened just yet. Eyes on the prize still, so we'll see how this one works out. Drastic change. I said before, this might be the single biggest change that Brawl has seen outside of like gears and such.
Yeah, no, I do think the same, and I mean, that's a little bit tough, but obviously Gray can't teleport with his teammates nowadays, at least off the mark straight away, so that's a little bit of a nerf that he did receive, so we won't be seeing any bees teleporting in with a 3k and Honeycoat activated that'll allow him to stay a little bit longer, but still, got that assassination, and if they can get that super, they might be able to find someone who's low and also get that 1,000 healing through it as well. It's quite beneficial, that star power.
That healing, I think, is really large as well, especially in a mode like Knockout. Definitely need to make use of that. Nani in Knockout, great selection. Again, anytime you're able to deal damage without putting yourself in harm's way is kind of just how you play the game this time around, so nice look there. And the third selection, gonna be the other robot. We got the Rico coming out. When I first started, it took me so long to tell those characters apart.
Honestly, I don't blame you, because it's hard even at this point to be able to tell them apart. So similar, but
Nani's just happier.
Well, maybe sadder, because it is a little bit of a frown on the eye.
Oh, I saw more like eyes, like XD, you know? Either way, the 2 Robos and the Gene going off your face. Ooh, my bad. You didn't seem to love that pick. Am I wrong?
I'm honestly not sure. It might be a little bit tough. It might be a little bit tough, just purely because the damage that he's going to be able to output, it's got to be, you know, when they're coming into that mid, and they're probably maybe coming towards that that kind of range and not really playing around those walls as much. They just want to play those straight lanes, and I think it might struggle just a little bit, just because, you know, against the brawlers that they're against, it's a little bit of a difficult one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you're trying to be one of those top squads, you got to kind of pull everything out. Mystic now taking that away from Stamina just a little bit, who used to be. But now, we mentioned it earlier, Stamina, and they responded to us. They said, listen, it's not the Stamina way if we don't suffer a little bit with the, that's the F.cat emoji, by the way. Cat smirk. I see you, handy cat. And so shout out to our homies out there in Stamina World. But Mystic has really kind of taken their top crown at the moment. And it's up to them to keep that theoretical belt, so to speak. Bottom side, that's Mystic. Top side is West Coast. And Chepo going to be creeping forward on the Rico. Luffy avoiding it with a nice deployable. And so a nice avoided death just to start things off.
Yeah, but he has got some great control, and down goes Zeus. Nice trade coming in from Luffy as well. We're going to throw the turret out first round, try play for this early round Vitch, as we said. Momentum's going to be such a big thing, whichever way it swings, so he's just trying to force that early loss of momentum from West Coast. Alec going to be the one targeted by the turret now, and it's quickly changing who it wants to be on. There's a nice honey molasses coming down from Nathan to stop him from avoiding it. Alec's going to go for it. He's surely going to cost his life because of it. Nice stuff as he does it through the barrel, gets a little bit more spray on it so he can't miss. Now it's a 2v1, and they should just be able to hunker down and get him. But Shine's going to have that valuable super if he does hit a few more shots, and the super he gets, but he's going to provide Luffy at the same time.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partner, specifically Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. Round 2 here. Mystic Esports on the bottom side. And Zeus in that mid lane, going to look for that long range. Rico shifting over to the mid as well. Do you like that choice?
I mean, I think you've kind of got to, right? It's going to be a little bit better kind of pinching the lanes than Gene is. It's just that one kind of flurry of shots down the mid from the Gene, but now he's pinned in a pretty bad spot. He's going to shoot out that shot. Grand Piano going to be slamming down, but not connecting just yet. Manages to avoid that one, Chepo, but he is very low, needs to be a bit cautious still. Got some of those bounce castles in hand as well. Shine with the pull. Will go through the unbreakable wall, but it won't take any walls with it.
West Coast clumped up here on the right-hand side, and Jack Chepo popped just like that. Supers abound for Zeus and Nathan. Nathan slows, and, well, Nathan finishes. 3 players alive on one side and none on the other. Mystic. Eaten.
I mean, that was really, really nice from Mystic. They just played it so much better as a team, and Chepo put himself in some unfavorable situations, and that's kind of what I meant with the Rico. You're not going to be able to play that range game. You're going to have to get into range if you want to be able to play it, and at that point, you're kind of putting yourself out, and there are still breakable walls in this. And as you see, Zeus coming out straight away and breaking some, you're not going to have the best angle still.
Ultimately, that Rico just leaving a little bit to be desired, for sure. Not working out there for West Coast. Hopefully they can turn it around. That's not going to help.
Definitely not. Zeus got this TP in as well. Just 3v1, and they all want supers, but don't want to feed the Gene super at the same time. However, they've got enough range to be able to avoid it. They've got the salty barrel, the honey molasses, so even if he does get it, they're not going to cry too much, and they want that turret. They really do. They get some shots with Luffy. Nathan guarantees a shot for himself as well, and they're getting ever so close to those supers, and ever so close to this first set.
I like that choice there from Mystic. I think it's very easy to kind of go too hard. That they kind of just shoved up looking for that Luffy super. And what could have been the first opportunity for West Coast gets turned around. Oh, man, the Gene pull was good, but nothing else was. Mystic looked great. Oh, my goodness. Like, again, if you're a big fan of Brawl, you've seen the other competition, and you know these guys have stepped up recently. But to see them continue the train, like I said, I got real loud when they won monthly because I said they earned it. Watch that set, by the way. They look like a top team, man.
I mean, as far as BSC points go, they're the best team in North America right now, so you can say that again. Definitely
They
definitely
look like a
up
good
there.
team,
They do.
man.
You could argue they look like the best team in North America as well as the points backing it up as well. So, I mean, it's dangerous. They're really, really dangerous. And West Coast, as we said, not going to have the best momentum coming off the back of this first set, whereas Team Mystic have just completely walked over them. We saw certain instances where they just play as a team so well. There was a time Nathan, the one chance they got, he gets pulled in. The TP comes forward, he tanks.
Exactly.
And I mean, it's just beautiful, beautiful team play, really. And we saw it multiple times where Chepo just stepped out of line and the Rico just wasn't good. And, you know, you can argue that it even wasn't even the Rico. It was just bad positioning from Chepo.
Something that really stands out to me, specifically with this grade teleport, is how quickly this team adjusted to that change. The entire idea behind Gray of TPing the squad to now doing something different, very quickly did we see that adjustment from Mystic, the TP into the tank the enemy nonsense. That's the latency on how quickly they were able to get their mind around the change of the character, very impressive. And honestly, I think Reddy said it before. Listen, when you look at established esports that run these updates and run these patches, it's about adaptation. And Mystic Esports, they're adapting.
Yeah, not only pretty much the desk's unanimous favorite, but they're also the audience's favorite as well, just by a little low, 60-40, not the biggest difference, and West Coast definitely still got support from the chat as well.
Absolutely. You know, and when you look at Jack Chepo and you look at Alec, this whole squad, like, they've been playing the game, they've been streaming for years, man. Like, I still jump in their streams. And so, like, that is something that they will always have behind them. They will always have the fans, and hopefully they'll always have a shot. Although if it's up to Mystic, not going to be the case as we shift over to Brawl Ball. Pinhole Punt's going to be the map here. And yeah, waiting on the picks and bans. Mystic have the momentum that we mentioned before.
I mean, this map has seen some massive changes. I think probably the map with the most unbreakable walls and the most present of places as well. Both the sides unbreakable and both of those mid portions unbreakable as well. So it really, really is something to behold when you do see it. Crow, Janet, and B going to be banned out from Mystic Esports. Ash, Buzz, and Sam. No tanks allowed, and that's probably kind of because of these unbreakable walls. It's really, really, really difficult to be able to see tanks walking up on you when those walls are never going to go down. And they go with Poco first pick. Maybe there's a tank left that they still want.
Right? I mean, at the end of the day, Poco has widespread shotgun type appeal, so Poco is not the evergreen, unambiguous pick that I like to see in that first selection. So definitely scratching my head a little bit, thinking of where West Coast is going to go with their draft. But 2 picks over to Mystic, and so this is the game you've got to play. Poco selected to the other side. Do you go for tank counters, or is that what West Coast want you to go? And so, you know what I mean? This is where it gets a little dicey.
Yeah, it looks like Mystic are kind of going to be the ones who are maybe picking around it and just trying to play this Gene, maybe pulling the Poco, getting him off the map. So if they do play a tank, probably the Jackie at this point, if they're going to play one at all, because Ash, Buzz, and Sam are all banned out. The probably 3 best tanks. So you've got to be a little bit cautious about that as well, but you don't want to overcommit, especially because they've got this last pick. They've definitely still got that chance of picking it just a little bit later down the line.
Gene, I think, Gene might be my favorite pick that whatever the meta is, there's going to be a Gene comp, and the changes to the wall certainly not hurting him. Mac's going to be selected. It's Brawl Ball. I get it. Option over to West Coast, and our answers will come here. Who's teaming up with the guitarist? As Poco generally kind of needs to be surrounded with high DPS and or tank. Penny shows up. Rarely am I gonna argue against this pick. Synergy, though, not exactly there. Carl, on the other hand, kind of half and half, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that Poco Carl's just really, really strong, and then Penny, on the other hand, you've kind of got to take it when those walls are never going to go down.
Penny, you know, like...
In overtime, a turret's always strong anyway, but when those walls are still up and you've got something to be able to stay in the way of it and tank it, it's going to be even better. And you've got to be worried, especially heading into overtime. The Poco's still going to be stronger than it would have been as well, and Carl the same. You know, still going to be able to find those wall peaks, and it's going to be very, very solid.
And then, of course, in the event of overtime, some of those walls will stay up, which one of the biggest changes that I think we see as a result, because overtime in Brawl Ball, if it's one of those like stalemate OTs where the ball's in the middle or cornered up, I always ask my chair to, hey man, who has the advantage now comp-wise? Because an open field is so different than a fully stacked Brawl Ball field. Now this time around, with some of those walls not going away in overtime, the original composition that you draft might still have prudence in overtime, which is something that we have not been able to say in the past. So should be an interesting jump again. I think one of the largest single changes, as we'll jump in here, and the last selection for Mystic will wind up being the Rosa. Like that choice. And Zeus on the left-hand side has the ball. Rosa trying to find her opportunity, passes it, punches it, and Alec falls down. Zeus can push it up on the left-hand side as well, as kills come up for the right-hand side and scores in the mid. Luffy off of great teamwork at a Mystic.
Speed straight off spawn as well. We got that Rosa super. This is dangerous. He's going to pass it forward. He's going to get the pass the ball, but he misses the pass to himself as well. Massive mistakes from Mystic, and this is a point where West Coast have got to capitalize. There's the flying hook forward and the pull off it. What a defense coming in. He would have easily been able to get it in. Alex still walks in anyway, but a great heads-up play from Mystic to try and at least defend that.
Absolutely necessary. If West Coast do not capitalize on that, I might give up. Just an absolutely important play. Love to see that they're still alive. And the pull onto Shine opens the door. Not sure if they can score off this. In fact, they won't have a shot. But Jack Chepo lunges forward and gets thrown back home.
Obliterated by Nathan. The pull's going to miss. The salty barrel was placed anyway, just in case. So it's going to come down, getting the knockback, Screeching Solo also connecting onto both of them, bringing them both very, very low, and Luffy might fall because of it as well, but he just sneaks the super, stays alive a little bit longer, shines to clean him up here, but actually almost doesn't as the super comes in the nick of time.
1-1 with 1 on the clock overall. Nobody with power just yet. Alec trying to sneak up here on the right side as Zeus is distracted, but quickly sees otherwise.
Yeah, great pull from Zeus there, knockback as well to keep him low. The ball's been given to them as well, taken out the corner by Alex, so they might be able to capitalize on this, but Zeus hit and brought low. Luffy in this position is going to be pretty devastating, especially if going to stand in these bushes. He might use that slow down to be able to capitalize on it even further. There it is. The super's been got as well. He's walking forward. The ball's not passed through yet, though. Can he find the entrance? They can't. Chepo gives it back to him, but Luffy's still on a tear. Can he walk it? The damage is there, and he doesn't manage it. Massive fumble once again by Mystic, and this should have been closed out a minute ago.
This time a little bit more work on the West Coast side. Mystic, though, routinely dropping it. OT, keep in mind these silvers are going to stay up. So Luffy will have a place to hide for the moment, but has to fall back. OT is signaled, everything else gone. West Coast in good position. Right side defender down. Goal for Alec. And West Coast are on the board.
I mean, great plays from West Coast, don't get me wrong, but Mystic should have won that multiple times.
Yes.
Like, even in the first minute before West Coast even scored their goal, he had the chance to pass it forward, use his super and just walk it in, but he missed the pass. He missed the pass forward from his teammate as well, and it really wasn't the best combination coming in from Mystic. The teamwork showed in set 1 in comparison to now just isn't anywhere in comparison.
That was the hard drop. Later on, I think we saw a little bit of a blend, but Mystic definitely the makers of their own demise. Trying to be the playmaker this time, and that's the way it's supposed to go, said Zeus, as they shove that one in. And we take the field one more time. Luffy already brought down to half HP. West Coast are targeting this Rosa out, and I like that call.
Yeah, pushing it forward now. Should be able to force this one in, but Zeus going to get the clear to the left-hand side. Shine uses that super, gets him down. Luffy, the only one on defense, and he can't find the interception. Alex going to walk that one in and bring it back to 1-1 once more.
Fast-paced brawl ball here in game number 2. Chepo gone. 2 defenders left. Alec eaten, and that's going to be the goal. And so we go to a game 3. That's the game Mystic wanted in game number 1.
And it's the game they should have had as well. Definitely expecting them to come out and try to do something similar in this third one as well. An early goal, and then they take the back seat for the second. Maybe they don't have the supers to push it forward after expending them all to get that first and come back stronger for the third. Chepo going to instantly use that over to the right-hand side, get some good positioning, and this time it's West Coast on the upper foot.
Look, this is what I mean when I say West Coast is a momentum-based squad. When they're hot, they're hot. And yeah, Mystic might have opened the door by making some mistakes, but now they're just playing. Chepo hits the helicopter, gets a kill, but Luffy able to answer back. It don't matter though. Chepo by himself takes care of 2 players, opens the door, and walks it in.
Speed and pull low, it's dangerous. Luffy trying to make the move forward. Does have that slowdown as well. Might reach for it in that bush, and he finds it as well. Walk-in's not there, or maybe it would have been. The damages should be, though. He's got the super. Nathan and Zeus pushing in. The pull through the wall's an option as well, but just waiting it out. Waiting for Luffy to be stronger, as they've still got the chance here. It is there. The heal comes through, and Shine gets some damage in as well, though, but nothing just yet for Mystic.
A little bit disjointed from the blue squad, in my opinion. Need to see them work more as a unit instead of ants marching 1 by 1. Because of that, West Coast gets not a full team wipe. Nathan alive, but 2 is enough to get the ball on the other side of the field. Zeus alive, has the super. That's going to be pivotal.
Rose is the playmaker here, though, from Team Mystic. Chepo going to use the spin, whether that's to get away or get into a better position, I'm not sure. but it seems like he's done a little bit of both. Shot's going to be avoided from the right-hand side, coming from Alec, and Luffy going to get screeched, but there goes Nathan. Can he make the break? The Poco might not be able to defend this one. No phase shifts available. Can he find the angle? He doesn't! He misses the open goal and doesn't manage to get it in. West Coast remain in the lead, and that is for the set as well.
That is going to sting for Mystic Esports. They've been sad about it, letting them know, but Luffy trying to make room, can't make it happen as West Coast all turn and burn and take down the tank. Zeus dead, teammate dead. And the door is open. But ultimately, that's not what West Coast are looking for. They've castled the ball, and they are just looking to burn out the clock.
Yeah, the door's open, but it's slowly closing. Luffy making the move, and there's the screeching solo and the shot. Turret comes down onto Zeus's face. Surely not going to be able to get it as well, especially with an auto-aim shot onto the turret, and another one missed. Nathan, the only one who's really going to be able to make a play, and at the moment, he just can't do it. Alec cleans up that on the offense, and now it's just Luffy who's going to have the same treatment done to him. A 3v1, and West Coast walk away with the second set.
Excellent, excellent job by West Coast. And, you know, like I said, it's funny because I set the table talking about the negative side of being a momentum-based squad, but this is absolutely the positive side when you get that wind beneath your wings, you know? Yeah, Mystic kind of had to cut themselves and put Chum in the water, but then here comes Alec and the guys just chowing like sharks. And because of that, they're gonna go ahead and take Brawl Ball, and, you know, like I said, game number 1, Mystic caused their own death. But 2 and 3, West Coast earning it.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely moments there, and we saw it with Nathan up on that max as well. Had the breakaway, had the open goal, but couldn't find the angle to get it in. Definitely disappoints for Mystic, because bringing that to overtime probably would have favored them in the long run, but just the positioning of this first one, when it went to overtime, wasn't the best for them, and the walls didn't help anymore either, but they had some moments. I believe they probably were the dominant team overall in terms of positioning on the map, but West Coast got the goals that mattered.
Exactly. It was those moments of brilliance. It was just that Mystic might have been the better team overall, but when West Coast found their peaks, they were just higher, and they hit that threshold to find the W. Stats coming at you, and yeah, a lot of these stats on the side of Mystic kind of look pretty good, but ultimately, Brawl Ball, the king of objective-based, you can win this game with 0 kills and 0 damage, technically. It's not going to happen, but you know, you can.
I mean, I guess you can, but at the end of the day, I mean,
I guess you could do that in Heist.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the heals are going to be because of that Poco, right? Like, there's no doubt about that's why they've got the better statistic there. But for the rest of it, I mean, maybe they just play better at certain points of the game, and it does just seem that way. Damage-wise, you know, it seemed like it was all in the hands of Mystic, but I mean, I don't know, West Coast, we talked about them having that momentum boost as well, and that's going to definitely provide them with some good legs going into the future sets, but in my eyes, maybe Mystic should have walked away with that one.
I agree, because again, game number 1 goes differently. I think the whole set goes differently, and we're looking at a different match, but it's the beauty of sports, man. Sometimes it happens, and we're certainly looking at that. Hot Zone jumping in here, and we'll see how these players react as our picks and bans are coming at you for open zone, and we are definitely going to double swoosh at the very least. No Pocos, and the Lou is banned. You love to see it. I like the little guy, but still, I'm over it, man.
See, I hate him. I absolutely despise the little guys.
He's winking.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop the fact that he's the most annoying brawler on Hot Zone, and you basically no action because of it. It's the deciding factor in every single game.
But he's a bow tie.
That made me hate him more.
You know what? Fair.
It's so smug. Get off my screen.
You know what? I'm with you. Glad to see Lou banned. See you later. First pick B. On to the next one.
Yeah, ban's coming in. No, Mystic are going to be getting the double Poco ban along with West Coast. Stu and Meg going to be banned out from Mystic. I like that. You've got to pretty much get rid of the Meg if you haven't got first pick.
Yep.
Penny on the other side as well. A lot stronger with these unbreakable walls, and also obviously that pocket over the right-hand side. Also a very good ban B, though. We saw it work in the past for Chasmac in that first game, and now West Coast are trying to adapt that for themselves. Was paired with an Amber last time, so we'll see if they're going to have that kind of grass-breaking opportunity that they did in the previous one as well.
Mystic Esports going with the Lou. Excuse me, the Gus. Love Gus. I mention it kind of every time he's picked. It's just that there's double usage there. Obviously, long-range damage, but the shield I find so important, especially in a game mode where the goal is to kind of put yourselves in the crosshair of the enemy. So any type of defensive set, I'm here for. Gus needs a friend, though.
Does. He needs a pretty strong friend for that mid as well. He's going to be able to provide these shields for and get them on the zone. It's going to be Janet. I honestly really like Janet. I've said it multiple times in the past. You know, it's so versatile. There's really nothing that hard counters it that much, and especially because it's got range, it's got the ability to fly, avoid certain situations, drop the base to reset heals as well.
Yep.
Its kit list is pretty much endless. Pam in return, though, from West Coast, and I always say I love Pam here. It's really solid, and you know, without Poco, it's pretty much one of the only healers that's going to be viable.
Yeah, absolutely. Pam is an HQ type character. She tells you where you're going to set up camp, and so I enjoy that. Janet, I just want to echo everything you just said. She's not the character that you like teams up with Gus. We have yet to see that, but you pick Janet here simply because if not, she'll be picked across the way. So a nice selection, a nice timing of selection there for the Janet, as Crow is the last pick here for West Coast. Gonna look to kind of that. We both said that Janet has no counters, and that is true. Crow can deal with it. Janet jumps in, well, so can Crow, and kind of bunny hops that situation, and then it's a Royal Rumble. But I do like the Crow selection into Janet and Bell to wrap up Mystic.
I mean, both sides have really solid comps here, but I'm a little bit worried for Mystic Esports. I just think the overall comp from West Coast is just so strong. You got some slow, you got some heal, you got another slow from B as well, and the big damage that can pile out. Scrap Sucker coming in as well, and the healing totem is just unreal at this point, especially with the unbreakable walls. You throw it behind that, throw it up, you throw it defensively, it's pretty much never going to get broken unless they have firm control.
Mystic definitely have the Pam composition is definitely the stronger, synergistic composition, without a doubt. Across the way, well, if Bell and Gus are landing their shots every time, you've got it. But it's a lot of faith in those mechanics for sure. So West Coast have that Pam composition. They'll be coming out of the top. And Nathan on the bottom in the right side. Starting things off early. But really, it's West Coast that have stepped up first. As Luffy finds a kill, trying to get his team involved. And because of that, Mystic will have this mid control. Shine on the right side, as well as the B player. But it's Mystic that get the kill, and they still have control.
Yeah, quickly going to eclipse that 14% that West Coast did manage to secure early on. Nice control as well, pretty much forcing them all over to the right-hand side, but now we're starting to see a little bit more spread from West Coast and need to get the composure back. Chepo getting hit hard, though, and brought very low, but he does the same to Zeus in return. You're going to see that gadget popped on Shine and Mark as well, and it's dangerous for him to be in this position, but the healing is very useful. Honey Molasses placed up high from Chepo, and now they're bringing it back, slowly but surely. Going to get this percentage back on their side.
Big kill by Chepo onto the Luffy on this left lane. That'll really give at least 10% of free points. As Chepo wins another duel with Zeus. Chepo, the star player here, and honestly, it started with the Honey Molasses right on the left-hand side before those kills even showed up. So it's 65% and counting here for West Coast. Mystic looking for their entry. I don't know where it's going to come.
Yeah, Shine eventually getting what was coming to him with that mark on him, but did go down to Luffy. Alex staying alive so well in this middle, and he's just avoiding everything, eventually going to go down, but not without guaranteeing some 80-something%. Luffy going to be able to tank quite a lot of those shots, but not much more now that he's been hit by Chepo. One's going to fall, and now it should quickly fall apart for the side of Mystic Esports. Nathan takes flight, but at the same time, whilst he's doing that, he's not getting the big damage down, and Shine's going to be sitting on the zone. He's marked up, but he gets one and takes along with him. Heal there on the top, but they can't go that far. Slow onto Luffy. Some connecting shots should follow from Chepo. 6% needed, and about 35 for Mystic Esports. So this should be a win as he pushes on. Shine going to try and guarantee it. Healing zone there, and he just sneaks on once more and guarantees it. Whereas that could have got a little bit sketchy.
Honestly, I think if Pam falls down, we could see a big run. Stamina lost a hot zone map by 3% earlier today. So trust me, it's certainly possible. But ultimately, that Pam composition proved too strong, just stuck in the mud. Honestly, what I said was Mystic just had trouble trying to find their entry point. Yes, but also Chepo really just played his brains out, honestly. Hit everything.
Oh, there's Shine again, starting off strong. He gets one, and he pretty much gets two, but Chepo finishes that one off, looking for his third as well. Nathan going to say goodbye to him as he does go down as well. Chepo now in a position to use this range, use this slow, and get some more members of Mystic Esports down. Once again, he finds the blind shot through, and that is going to be a lot of percents coming down for West Coast.
Everything coming up Millhouse for West Coast. Just the blind shot is what secured it for me. And things are just on their side right now as Nathan, nice deployable. But it's Luffy that wins the fight on the left side as Shine finally falls down. But folks, Mystic Esports, they haven't even smelled the point. And West Coast are almost at 70% uncontested. Chepo finally falls on this left side. He was pretty deep. And Zeus, barely alive, loses to the poison. Oh, no. It's a combat Carl. West Coast make this one look easy. They 100-0 the opposition. Take game and the set. 2-1 West Coast.
I mean, we did say we were worried for them before we even went in with that composition, and West Coast proving why those brawlers are so strong. Chepo doing a great job down the lane with B, and it's not a position you usually see it in either.
Yep.
Just going into those aggressive positions, putting a Honey Molasses in a Bell's face, and then getting the shot, the follow-up shot with the 3K. It really is a dangerous brawler, but the pan off the start was really the explosive unit that we saw. Scrapsucker, kill, another one, and then hunted down that third as well. Really nice stuff from Shine there to show his worth.
I think it was also, for as good as the West Coast composition was, Mystic left that much to be desired as well. I just saw, 3 brawlers out there. I liked the choice of big picture stuff, but at the end of the day, I do think West Coast's comp was good, but Mystic also kind of earned a little bit of the lost points here by just kind of striking out in the picks and bans.
Difficult stuff, but statistics are in, and Mystic Esports did get the more damage, but it's all about that control and the healing a lot of the time as well. West Coast with the 29,000. Big statistic for them, and a lot of it's probably down to that Pan turret place in the mid, helping with the control, and quite a lot of the time helping for some damage as well with that Mama Squeeze. Nice damage up front if you throw it in their face. So overall, great stuff from West Coast, and they've just been looking so strong. Over that last set especially, Brawl Ball, I did feel like maybe Mystic should have won it and guaranteed themselves that momentum going forward, but now West Coast, the ball's in their court.
That's also something, we were talking a lot about Mystic being the new big kid on campus, right? Number 1 in NA as far as the BSC is concerned, just won a monthly finals. But these are the things that veteran teams get better at and learn over time. All right, man, you kind of dropped the ball in that second set, and then you really dropped it in the third. Well, when you look at these established squads that have been doing it for a while and earned that's a number 1 squad sort of ranking, they're able to kind of just go, oops, go next, and win these next 2 relatively easy. So Mystic here, this is either a lesson they learned the hard way, or it's just a big sigh of relief. But it's a long, arduous journey because they don't have to just win double swoosh, they have to win bridge too far if they want to do it.
Yeah, and Double Swoosh is one of those maps that had a lot of changes, not just unbreakable walls as well. Those side walls that really didn't do too much have been changed into grass now. So a little bit more grass, a little bit more maneuverability over the sides can take place, but that unbreakable wall at the front portion of the map kind of allows the gem carrier to stay a little bit more unscathed when those walls and grass is being broken up across the works. Max B and Stu going to be banned out from Mystic Esports. Crow Bow, which we've seen come into its own. SDMN played that wonderfully earlier on Hard Rock Mine. And then Penny going to be the last one banned out. Janet, Versatile 101 coming back in from Mystic Esports. And, as a first pick, it's about as good as it gets.
Yep. Doesn't tip your hand into any particular strategy. Doesn't force you into a particular strategy. Doesn't force you in a particular pick. And it also doesn't really force your opposition into anything wonky either. So if you have plans for your opponents' plans, you're all good, man. But here, the first pick for West Coast, one of my favorite brawlers in the game, very unique, and specifically for what double swoosh is happening here. You just covered it. That wall on the side gone now in just more grass cover. I think Amber will come in the clutch there for sure. And Gene, he's Gene.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Gene's Gene. That's just how it is. Give him the vision gear, and he's going to be able to scout that out better than anybody else. Really nice pick coming in from West Coast, and I mean, it's gem grab as well. You can pull through those walls, so even if it's broken, the grass, if it's not broken, the grass around it might be, and that's going to give him pretty good vision of where to pull out that pull. But Amber, Along with it, I like that pick, breaking down that grass. Pam as a return pick as well, coming in from Mystic Esports. Very, very solid, and there's more places to put that turret.
Absolutely. Pam, I think we saw the prowess last time around. Pam's one of those choices that sometimes you see this brawler picked and it runs the game, and then the next game is picked. Does it really have the same impact? So we'll see if Mystic can kind of bottle that lightning. I think they can. But this last selection here to go with the Stunt Woman and Big Mama, I want to see. Ooh. I want to see Meg. Realistically, Meg has been very, very powerful as of late. No real gigantic change. It's just been. I always say the meta is dictated partially by numbers, partially by maps, and partially by memory. And people just like, oh, hey, Meg.
I mean, I think it's a solid pick overall. You know, it's going to be able to go forward in those tanky moments and just walk over the opposition. But there's also certain moments, especially early on, where it's going to struggle quite a lot. Spike.
That's a great answer.
It is a good answer. You know, it's got that ability to kill the tanky form and still stay out of the way when it's not in that tanky form, not feed it, place down that life plant, and, you know, soak up a lot of those shots. But also on top of that as well, should dominate that lane quite nicely with a bit of that curveball, scouting out well.
West Coast here, thinking about things. Mystic Esports as well. Seeing what the guys are up to. And seeing the player cams, very, very cool to kind of get an insight into where these guys are at. No discussion from West Coast. They did all their talking in the picks and bans. Now it's time to go. And like we said, West Coast on match point. Should they win this this set here? I think if West Coast want to win, they have to avoid a fifth set.
I think so as well. That bridge too far can definitely be a devastating one for especially teams against people as skillful as Mystic. Chepo looking for kill and finds it as well. Going to be using this fertilizer instead of the curveball, which I do find quite smart from him against this Pam especially. Just throw it down and get some heals off. Alec looking aggressive, and he's going to find one. He's going to find Luffy as well. 2 gems lay on the floor, and Shine's going to claim them quite quickly, and this is the start that West Coast were desiring.
Nathan, very, very healthy. And Chepo not really kind of equipped to win this fight straight up, as Pam is just shooing the Spike player away. 8 gems in the pocket, though, for West Coast. So the right lane kind of unconcerned because everybody else doing the good stuff. Of course, as soon as I say it, Luffy up mid wrecks everybody else. 8 gems still in the pocket, though. The wrong players are dying on West Coast.
There's the super coming in from Gene, finds one, but there's the return kill. Can't really get anywhere with them, though. These 2 gems can be picked up from Alec. I believe it's about 8 set in the spawn there, so that should be just about what's needed to count down. They're going to leave it for Alec to pick those up and make sure he can get back a win. Meg trying to make the flank around the right-hand side, but all he's doing is feeding Shine super. Chepo's got his now as well, slowing down this aggressiveness that they're going to be bringing to the table. Fertilizer is not enough to keep him alive, but Shine should be able to keep them up, and there's the Meg. He might find it in time. Can they get the damage through? He's running away. He's trying to get into no man's land. Gets there, but the Pam picks it up in the last second. Fall, though. Chepo going to be able to bring him down. Shine looking for the kill. Should be able to pull this one in. Can't auto him because the Pam turret's there. Zeus! He's going to fly away with 3, and that's going to be enough to keep them alive, but now the countdown has started once more. Might be enough for mid if they get 1 reset, though.
The flight was enough to keep him alive, but needed to go all in. And that might be it. Luffy from the left-hand side actually might have a shot, but no, it comes from Chepo. And the kill works out. West Coast winds up taking this one. Fertilizer over curveball.
I mean, honestly, I kind of liked it there. I was thinking curveball coming in because of the scouting lane, but he played that left lane, so he didn't need to scout it. And it was just pure damage output, especially going on with that Pam. And maybe even the Pam kind of in the mindset of he's going to be playing curveball, I need to try and juke in this pattern, and then it kind of surprises him and gets the shots.
And that's the thing, is that curveball it's something that loses power the longer you play against it. And at this level of play, I know how to dodge a curveball. So I like the fertilizer selection here for sure. This time it's Mystic on the board first, 3-1, as Zeus doing a good job in this mid lane. Luffy wins the fight versus Alec, but might suffer after the fact. Shine finds the answer. No, Luffy does. My bad. Mystic still alive with 5 in the pocket. Zeus, the majority gem carrier. 5 in total, 1 on the floor.
Yeah, that kill over the left-hand side is definitely going to sway the control a bit, though. Looking for the pull there. Drop the base, place to tank it, but also had that flight as well. Didn't want to use it as it can. Occasionally lose your control, and this time it might as well. The super's being thrown out onto Zeus. He's there, the pull. He's got nothing to tank it. He uses the drop the base, and Chepo brings him down along with it. Meg's there to try and retrieve him. Can't let him get the swipe. One gem needed for West Coast to kick off this countdown. And Alec might be able to find it right now, but they're pushed back into spawn. Down he goes over the left-hand side, but still, Chepo, the one with the most of the gems, survives on longer.
That's the important part, and that's by design. That's one of the fun parts of gem grab. You can give up your pawns as long as you don't let the carrier fall down. Left side is ablaze. Nathan's still all good, though. Zeus, the player for Mystic Esports, with this mid control. This gem will tilt it into Mystic's favor.
Almost didn't get the kill on the right-hand side there. The pull came in, and they had to, use a lot of that kit to get them down. Nathan's quite low, but Amber's not going to be able to burn through that just yet. Shot's going to connect there as well, and he gets this super. Going to use that fertilizer to pick up one gem from mid. Can't guarantee himself the second. Looking for it now, but has to turn back as Luffy over the right-hand side is in a dangerous position. Pull going to miss as well, and that could tie up the game, but Zeus going aggressive, and he actually goes down on the offensive side. We see the countdown start. Another member falls as well, and Alec not going to be the one who turns this around, and I don't think anybody will be.
Combination Zeus and Luffy right there was chef's kiss. Luffy pushes up the right lane, looks like he's going to lose it, but Zeus comes up the mid, facilitates, and finishes. Picture perfect teamwork out of Mystic, and that's something that we note every time Mystic wins, is that they are so communicative. I see the comms on the field. It's impressive, and it's what wins them games.
Yeah, and when you don't see it, they tend to lose as well. So teamwork is just heavily what they rely on, and at this point, teamwork is what they kind of bring out the bag to stay alive in this game. West Coast
say it.
Still need one, though.
Say it.
I don't know what you want me to say.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Oh, no. I'd never say that.
Reddy told me to say that.
That doesn't surprise me.
He absolutely did not. He's just yelling at me right now, I promise. 3-0 here as Mystic starts us off hot again. Zeus trying to step forward. Shine can take this over now that Chepo wins on the right lane.
Yeah, Chepo, nice stuff again, and it's always him who makes this entry play. Zeus brought to about half HP. Now Amber with getting a few shots in as well, just pressuring this left-hand lane. Met going to be popped by Luffy, though, and he's put himself in a terrible position now, but the takedown's almost there on Zeus. He takes flight, but is going to be able to get out as well. Chepo throws a super, and Nathan just sneaks past it. Slowed down now, but not going to be able to be finished off, especially with that turret established. Chepo looking quite low.
Zeus again maintaining mid-control. West Coast very good at getting rid of the base. All treble, baby. Nathan popped as well. 7-2. Ton of time on the clock. Not even a concern as West Coast steps up, takes some map control. Because of that, they're about to tie up. Keep in mind there is one gem on the floor in Mystic territory, but ain't no thing. Luffy picks it up. 7-6. 7-7. As West Coast have one in their pocket.
Shine really looking for this ball now as well. Luffy survives. Can he get this mech off in time? Actually, Chepo's not going to find him, and he should be able to retreat and pop it off. But Gene pulls there now as well. Burn down on the turret. That's going to bring that down. Drop the base placed. But maybe a little bit too premature.
Little bit. Luffy, because of that, I think is forced up sooner than he would have liked. Gets slowed down, jumped out, and still taken care of.
Zeus really, really low. Countdown's going to start for West Coast, and it is match point as well. Down goes Zeus, down goes Nathan. Alec going to be able to pick these gems up, and even if he doesn't, it's game to West Coast. 10 seconds, and nobody to respond. Alec's going to be spinning on Luffy all day long, and that has got to feel good.
Oh, Alec. Vintage performance out of West Coast. Just burning his thumb off on the spins. But you know what? Deserved, bro. And look at that. You love to see it. West Coast feel great about that one. Mystic Esports, hot new rookie. Hottest team on the block right now. #1 in North America in various tournaments. And West Coast come out, not out of the gates. They got stomped on in game #1, but they finished the Spaceman sweep and win the next 3. Fantastic performance. And like I said, kind of just like to see these guys happy.
I mean, they've kind of got to be at least a little bit happy considering they've just got a win under their belt. I believe it actually might be their first one, as they are like bottom table, so not in the best position going forward, but a win against such a big team, as you said, at Mystic at the moment. They're just so good. They're rivaling some of the best teams in the region. They won a monthly final. They beat STMN in the first week of this challenge season. They look incredible, and West Coast have shut them down.
And again, not taking anything away from West Coast, but these are the lessons you learn on your way to greatness. Mystic Esports are able to get these types of wins that we're talking about macro, but when it comes down to it, these are the mistakes that you fix through veterancy, through just time in the gym. Mystic Esports, a couple of months from now, a year from now, if they stick together, they should, don't make this same mistake. This is the moment that you have to learn, go back, and watch the tape. These losses might be as valuable as the monthly final wins.
Yeah, a lot of gems picked up and a lot of gems dropped on both sides, 52 to 39 and 77 to 39, but West Coast just picking up more overall, about 24,000 damage more from West Coast as well. Mystic Esports looking good, but just not good enough to take down West Coast today.
Fantastic stuff.
You know, West Coast needed that too, I think, especially where we're at in the challenge season, where they were at on our leaderboard. That's going to be huge for them, hopefully give them some momentum moving forward. And that's important because it's crunch time. I know you said at the beginning of the show, like, we're at the halfway point. No, we're almost done with that. That's past. We're now 75% of the way through, and there's not a lot of time left.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, they need to make the stand today, or it was pretty much all over. If they lose a couple today, then they're done. Now, if they win all the games, they're actually going to have a chance. But it's still a long road for them. But today, it's been a good start of that.
Absolutely. Now, we'll take a look back at the standings and see how that is reflected. It's going to be huge for them because you'll see West Coast now at 2-3 instead of that 1-3 record, putting them on par with Mystic, who they just went up against. Now, we've been talking about it all day, but around the corner, we have that marquee matchup between STMN and Tribe, our current top two teams. So it's time for another quick break. But all of that action when we return, so don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep a 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on the...
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. Our third match of the day is the match that gives West Coast their season save. It's keeping all of their hopes alive here because that was a much needed win. We talked about it a little bit on the desk. If they had lost that, it would have been their breaking point. Now they've got a little bit of an opportunity here to continue getting wins on the board and keep that momentum going. You see them moving up there to 2 and 3 in 6th place now on the leaderboard. It was important. Even if that doesn't feel like a lot, that was important for them.
I mean, absolutely. Listen, you're on the cusp of being mathematically eliminated or saying there's a chance. So, you know what? We're here. It's still a long walk for West Coast, but hey, man, sometimes it snows in California.
You're not wrong. And, you know, before we get into all of the intense matches we have coming up, let's talk about one of the sets you want to talk about.
Yeah, listen, let's jump into Brawl Ball real quick because this was up to West Coast to really pick up what Mystic Esports dropped, essentially. You can see we have the tie game up in here, and Mystic Esports are coming into this one with the first set win, and you kind of need all this positioning, all this background to kind of go for it. Because look, here comes Team Mystic. They're playing around a little bit on this right-hand side, but they're able to get some kills, and then they start passing up field, and all of a sudden, this looks real good for Mystic, and wait, it's going to get even worse. Left side, keep your eye up. Zeus comes ahead, all right, he falls down, but Nathan by himself, okay, he falls down, but Luffy by himself, here he comes, but he falls down. Okay, you get the clear, that's all well and good, but what does West Coast do after the fact? That's the question. Mystic know they're in trouble. Or West Coast need to find something, they wait it out, and they hit overtime. And essentially, that ability to kind of tread water and make this happen is what brought the rest of the game, the set, and the match to West Coast. Ultimately, yeah, they did what they needed to do, but really they capitalized on mistakes from their opposition and they kept their cool. You got to keep a cool brain because of that. West Coast winds up taking the dub, little picture and big picture, and they're still in the money for the Masters. So good stuff coming out from West Coast. Let's toss it over to the desk for some more good stuff.
Thank you very much, F. Like you were saying earlier, composure under pressure, just a sign of veterancy. You know, it's huge, huge, at least for West Coast after that last match. Back on the desk here, we've got Trav back, ready still with us, and this is where things start to get intense, okay? We've been talking about this matchup all day. Match number 4, right around the corner. Our top 2 teams, Tribe versus Stamina. Will Tribe no longer be undefeated after this?
I mean, my prediction, I put STMN down. I'm not sure about you guys, but I was a little bit bold today. I think Reddy kind of went with Tribe, but at the end of the day, you know, I think it's a close one.
I'm not afraid to predict against the grain in some departments, right? STMN, definitely some favorites going into this one. I know I don't speak for everyone, but if there's one team that really is able to shut down Tribe more often than any other team, it is Stamina. However, I hedge my bets on Tribe just this one time. They're no longer on the same coast, by the way. This is East versus West once again, and it's going to be a wild ride, so strap in.
All right. All right. All right, I feel like that was a little homage there to our theme songs, but now let's talk about Stamina.
Bobby, Cute Sans, OG, and Zar, we've seen them already today, and they've played very, very well, I will say. They started off very, very strong, and now they've pretty much only Tribe standing in between them and the top of the table. That head-to-head will put them right up there, and they definitely got the ability to do it.
Well, you want to talk head-to-head? I mean, we've already seen these two teams face in a LAN setting, might I add. We saw them face in Seattle, and STMN coming in as supreme underdogs if we're judging by the challenge season. They just barely got to qualify by a sort of a situation where a couple teams could not come. STMN, they managed to advance into that top 4 and appear at LAN, and they crushed Tribe. There's no way of sugarcoating it. They completely swept Tribe, so now it's time for revenge.
I mean, now is the time, because if they win this one, they pretty much put themselves in a position to be, I believe, actually guaranteed to go to San Diego, right? If you get 5 wins, you're usually guaranteed in the league phase. So that's a big moment for Tribe Gaming. If they can win this one, they're going to be going to San Diego, and if STMN win it, they put themselves at the top of the table and further solidify their spot as top of the rankings to go to Masters.
No doubt. I mean, this is huge, huge stuff on the table for both teams. Take a look at the stat comparison, too. We mentioned this earlier. It is really, really close, with the exception, I mean, look at the super differences. Tribe and STMN having a pretty large disparity, which is quite interesting to remark on, considering that STMN, they have a far more aggressive play style than what Tribe Gaming usually has to offer.
I mean, I think as well, you know, that big of a difference is quite unusual. And STMN, they're lacking a little bit on those supers, so maybe they don't have that aggressive play style that quite a lot of the teams are kind of deploying nowadays and going for something maybe a little bit more passive.
I'm excited for this matchup. I think a lot of people have been waiting for this one, so we're not going to drag it out much longer. Before, though, we saw them play against each other in Seattle. It was really cool. So potentially, if you want to see them play against each other again, this time it's going to be in San Diego. DreamHack San Diego. Okay, exclamation point DHSan in chat for more information on the where, the when, the how to buy your tickets, and of course, use this discount code as well to save yourself a little bit of cash that you can spend while hanging out with all of us at this amazing event. And then this is the most important one, chat. You can't mess this one up. It's the poll. Is it going to be Tribe or will it be Stamina who take home this match? I am excited to see what you guys have to say about this one. The casters have talked about their picks. I want to see how accurate, how good you are at guessing. One of the harder ones to pick for the day. Let's get into it.
I mean, she says you can't get it wrong, but I mean, one of us is definitely bound to get it wrong at this point because I've got STMN and you've gone Tribe, so it is a little bit of a tough one, really. Definitely, probably the hardest prediction of the day, I would say, regardless of maybe me getting a couple wrong already. This one might even be yet another one that I get wrong today.
I won't lie. I mean, when I woke up this morning, it was time to enter predictions. I was straining so hard to think of this one that I actually just kind of fell back asleep and then woke up and then entered my predictions. It is a tough one to call. And yeah, there's only right answers. Maybe there's no right answer to this question. Point is, I mean, obviously we want to hear what you guys have to say. I'm going to feel really awesome if there are more Tribe votes, but I have a feeling that they're going to be more Stamina votes, personally.
I honestly think it's going to be close to that 50-50 mark in my eyes. You know, it was so close in my brain, literally 51-49. I was like, who's got the better form at the moment? Neither of them won the monthly final, so both of them have clearly not got the best form at all. But I just thought maybe STMN would be that stronger team. Got that team house, they're together, the communication might be a little bit better, and obviously servers can decide it quite a lot of the time as well. Canal Grande going to be that first map that we are seeing on Bounty, and we've seen some big changes to this map, not only unbreakable walls, but also a bit of that water at the top or bottom left, top right, is going to be gone now.
Yeah, I think really one of the more important parts is the unbreakable walls, because it makes the throwers a lot stronger, and it also makes the tanks a lot more viable. I imagine it's going to be way more difficult to force tanks out of that area. Sure, you can still break up some of the bushes, but one of the more important values of having wall break here was being able to flush out some of the tanks. I love the Jackie ban from Tribe Gaming NA, particularly because she's able to build those walls back up, or the bushes, whatever may have you, back up with her gadget. And we've already seen this put into play into great success, might I add. But it's out of the picture now. There's still other tanks that are at play. Here comes Tribe Gaming with the Penny pick. I like it. Penny, she's always been a good brawler pretty much. For a good long period too, she was absolutely untouched as far as balance changes, but right now she is very, very strong, and she's only gotten stronger with the unbreakable walls.
Yeah, it's an indirect buff to her pretty much. Can't break down those walls to get rid of the turret, and also able to peek around those walls so nicely as well. So really nice indirect buff there for Penny. Barley going to be here on the other side of things, though, and honestly, I'm kind of not surprised. With Tick out the way, you know, you're kind of reaching for that Grom, for the Tick, or I mean, Tick being banned for the Barley. You know, it's quite a solid one, especially with that Penny. You know, you can't bring the walls down, you can't bring the mortar, throw over it.
Interesting, too, because there are other really strong throwers that you can go for. Here's a Loon. We'll touch on that in just a second, but keep in mind, Tribe Gaming, they can still go for a Sprout if they want it. I think one of the values of Stamina picking a thrower like Barley a little bit earlier on is he doesn't get as hard countered if you get in close range versus him. It's much easier to land those shots in close range than it is with Sprout. That, plus they also have a last pick that they can use to counter out a thrower should it be picked by Tribe. So I think this is very prudent. Also, Stamina picking up that Lu. Here's the Grom, and honestly, I can't blame Stamina for letting this one slip because it slipped my mind too. The other thing, though, is it is pretty weak in close range. Carl is out of the picture thanks to Stamina, but there are other ways to get in close range versus him, and Stamina have the last pick.
Yeah, I will say that I'm surprised they picked that Barley over the Grom. You know, it's a little bit of a weird one. There must be reasoning behind it. Maybe it's going to be a little bit better against some of the other brawlers that they might want to take, but Grom don't have the strongest thrower at the moment, so we'll see what they're going to take as this third and final, because it needs to be a good one.
Okay.
Otis is going to be brought in. You know, if they do choose to take something more aggressive, like a tank or anything like that that remains, to go towards this Grom, then it's going to be probably quickly wiped up by that Otis and the Mute as well. So I think that's a very, very solid pick, very versatile.
Otis is a verified Tyrant Star Classic, right? He is very, very good at this brawler, very consistent with it. Other thing, though, is it has been touched by the recent balance changes. He has quite a bit less health. And yeah, I think that's going to make him a bit more vulnerable versus Sprout, which he was already quite vulnerable versus. This is a pretty out-of-the-box draft by Stamina, but this is where they intend to get the advantage over Tribe 100%, because Tribe, as far as mechanics, they are incredibly consistent. Not to say that Stamina is out of the picture in that discussion, but Tribe are incredibly consistent. It's one of their main things that, in my mind, makes them one of the best teams in North America. However, facing two throwers is going to be absolute pain when you can't break the walls. They're going to have to get that penny super, and they're going to have to get it early. It's going to be challenging, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, it really is a difficult one, and even if they do get it, it's quickly going to be taken out a lot of the time. Just need this control and get the grass, so they're able to push forward through it. Zulan avoiding a couple of those Sprout shots, really nice from him. Can he get the finish off on Zar? Looks like he might be able to. He finds the connecting shot, gets him down, and great control for Tribe, regardless of this double thrower being so strong off the start. It's the complete opposite that we're seeing.
Absolutely. Tribe Gaming are on a tear, especially on that left lane. Now versus OG, they're going to face their main opposition. Big hits. I've never seen every single shot from a Grom connect onto an enemy. But leave it to his Livy to get it done. Sometimes he does get taken down in turn, and STM Esports are starting to reclaim some territory now, getting to 7 stars, finally getting the advantage over Tribe Gaming as they gradually force things back. Here comes a super in, good connection on a Bobby, but no kill just yet for Tribe Gaming. We see as Livy on the left side is trying to take on Zar, almost gets that final hit to take him down, but not quite yet. Trying to leverage his range, but Zar is also running overgrowth, so he's going to have a good bit of range to use to his advantage to OG, almost getting the takedown on the left side and blocking open the right side as well. A lot more room to move around, but Tyrant's still getting cornered pretty hard.
Yeah, needs some assistance, but they don't really want to risk another player going down along with him. Does manage to survive it out a little bit longer because STMN don't really want to overcommit for that kill and therefore throw the lead. They've got this control, and it's a tough spot to get out of when the throwers are what's keeping you in spawn. Another Barley super being used, or if it's not a Lu super, it's a Barley super. Great zoning abilities, and it's going to be tough to get out of this position, especially when they need to regress. They need to get a kill. Usually it's the losing team who's trying to push up, but this time, STMN are just keeping them locked in spawn. Otis going to fall low and not able to move, and Tyrant, more of the same for him.
Countdown about to be active. Tribe Gaming, it's time for them to move, but STMN are keeping them back so effectively. They're slowing things down, keeping the pace ground to a halt. Zulon knows that he can't really go anywhere. He's effectively pinned in this position. Tyrant could make a move, though. He's got to get a connection onto Zar. Zar could be in danger as Livy trying to push forward, but one more kill for Stamina, and the clock ticking down to nothing. Gets them their first game victory. Great stuff for STMN Esports. Tribe Gaming, they came out swinging. They had a great lead in the beginning, but it looked like the throwers were too much for them to contend with at some point.
Yeah, I mean, just the control that STMN were able to bring down was really, really strong. They just, as soon as they got it, something clicked and they just didn't let it go, and it was getting it that was the issue. So Tribe Gaming need to get a good start once more, and maybe even get more stars to their name before it all starts to fall apart and they do get spawn trapped. But this time, STMN looking a little bit stronger off the start. Zula actually gets hit by everything instead of nothing this time, and they guarantee the first kill, and that should be the blue star along with it.
Seems like it's very challenging for Tribe Gaming to push through this right side as well, since once those walls open up, if they open up, of course, if his Livy decides to break some of them, OG is going to be able to lay down the law and start blocking things up with his supers. Zar on the right side also is supremely slowing things down too. He has these hedges that he keeps on cycling them out repeatedly. Zar takes big damage though as Livy could have the kill shot. Here it comes, hedge, blocks off Tyrant. No kill confirmation onto Zar just yet, and probably not for a while, as he's gonna get to sit back and heal up and chill. The Tribe Gaming still are fighting for their lives here. Not able to push through just quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is really disgusting from STM. I will say, getting another one as well, but as Livy has some control of this right side, might need to double down and get this back, but no. Bobby doesn't even need to move, he just needs to throw a super to the other side and sort that out. Zulan looking for the kill, actually uses his mute there as well, I believe, and didn't manage to get anything from it. Bobby, they've locked off one of these lanes and just throws his super down once more. Zulan got nowhere to run, and he's going to fall as well. 13-3. Eventually a little bit of a strike back for Livy, but it might be too little too late.
It very well could be. I mean, we're about to approach just 30 seconds left in the game, but we do see a pickup. Tyrant gets traded out. Tribe Gaming now up to 8 stars, a 7-star deficit. It's going to take a kill on Zar and someone else to bring this back. Bobby is getting aggressed super hard on the left side, but Zulon still falls in turn. Tyrant, despite pushing very aggressively and getting a kill on Zar, will still fall. STM Esports remain in the lead by 7 stars as Zulon goes down on the left. Bobby with another super over to the right, and as Livy, he's blocked off entirely, zoned out by the freeze, by the super from Barley as well. It's a breakaway victory for STMN. What a draft.
I mean, that was really, really incredible. And surprise throwers were allowed to slip, even without the Grom. They picked up the Barley, picked up the Sprout, and it was just domination from them. Tribe had some signs of life early in the first one and later in the second one. But STMN were able to guarantee it for themselves, and maybe they've just adapted to these unbreakable walls a little bit better and got the drafts locked down sooner.
I think if you're STMN, you're coming into today really, really focused on this matchup versus Tribe Gaming and not much else, honestly, because this is their main opponent, right? They have a reputation to uphold as the team that is repeatedly able to take down Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming, on the other hand, they really only need to win one more match in this competition in order to pretty much lock themselves in for that LAN. Versus STMN, it's going to be a harder way of accomplishing that. I wouldn't really blame them if they were fine taking a loss versus STMN today. I don't think that's the mentality, though. I'm just saying Tribe can afford it. Problem, though, is that this is really coming back to bite them if that's the mentality. So far, so good for STMN. The drafts seem to be on point for STMN. Tribe Gaming, you saw just how many situations they had Otis completely solo, unable to push through, no walls broken down, just facing throwers, completely trapped with nowhere to go, and feeding at some points, not because Zulon wasn't playing it well, but because you're checkmated from the outset.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, as you say, Tribe, they don't want to lose this game, but they can. That's the thing. They want to be able to pretty much get these 5 wins and move on to San Diego without having a second thought, because their Masters is the real goal, and getting San Diego should almost lock them in for that as well. But the first set goes swiftly the way of STMN, and it's looking like they're the ones who want to be running away with this first spot and almost guaranteeing themselves Masters. And, you know, it is that head-to-head as well. A lot of it's mentality, and a lot of people siding with STMN. Only just, though, about 7% swaying it, going with my side of things, whereas Ready Set's Tribe Gaming sitting at 43 and sitting a set down.
Look, I mean, this is history right here. The STMN Esports, they've always been that team that can take down Tribe. 57% 43, I think that pretty much accurately displays the status of this matchup in reflecting back upon the history books. Though, Tribe, they still have a chance of taking this one back, even though it has been so consistent for STMN. Keep in mind also that Bounty is STMN's best mode by far. So as we head into Crystal Arcade, we could see things start to shape up just a little bit. This is where I think Tribe's weaknesses might come back to haunt them a little bit, though, because Tribe, their strengths are not on the tanks, and tanks are all the rage at the moment. You have unbreakable walls. Tanks are also just strong right now. Tank counters are the weakest that they've ever been in this game right now. So STMN, they absolutely have the advantage here. How will Tribe deal with that?
Well, the way they deal with it is probably batting out a couple of those strong tanks. Ash and Sam completely correct on that side of things, and Squeak going to be their third ban, with Bo, Ruffs, and Gene going to be the ones banned out by STMN. Pretty good bans all round. Every single brawler banned out good here, and also, as you said, Tribe want to be targeting those tanks that they're not so good with and that STMN seem to have a good understanding of out of the way. Max is the first pick coming in from Tribe. I think it's pretty solid, pretty versatile. Going to be able to kind of pivot on the comp if they need to as well.
And I think pivot is also really the word to use here, because not only does it allow them versatility, but this is a complete 180 from where Tribe usually like to play things. They don't like to play things super fast, super aggressive, or even mildly aggressive by that matter. They are control brawlers. They are control players, and they're getting a bit out of their comfort zone. But it might catch STMN off guard by just a little bit. Here comes the B from STMN. It's going to be a much more control-based brawler. And once again, we talk about this matchup a lot. We could talk about it all day long, the Max versus the B, who wins. Basically, whoever has the better mechanics, whoever is able to aim better, whoever has the better jukes and dodges. For Tribe Gaming, this is not really a comfortable brawler for them, so I'm curious to see what direction they take this in, but still, STMN has one more pick that they can accent the B with.
Stu going to be the pickup after that, and you know, a lot of these walls might be unbreakable, but that's still able to break up just a couple of those ones. I like that. They don't have Max for the mobility, so they're going to use Stu for more of the same thing. B going to be able to slow a lot of it down as well. So good, solid picks. We've got a mid, we've got a lane, and I think it's kind of Tribe Gaming's chance to respond here. They can't really take a tank along with theirs as well because of that B. It might make it a little bit more difficult, but if it can stay out the way, then it's still definitely got some legs if they do choose to go for something a little bit more tanky and take that risk.
Well, I wonder what lanes they're going to be choosing here, because Max almost certainly is going to be a mid. Here comes a Spike, definitely a safe choice. Also, fairly good at the moment and can deal fairly well with Stu too, since you're able to block out some of the shots if you drop that life plant down. That plus, as soon as you get anyone stuck in your super, they're basically dead, as long as you're still alive to follow that one up. One last pick for Tribe Gaming here. Another lane that they have to select. Have to keep range in mind, so they will be facing B, and they also will be facing Stu, so if they can keep him at range, that's incredibly valuable. There's a Janet, just a good all-around consistent brawler, and has some good reconnaissance value as well if you want to swipe up some gems and then make it safely back to your spawn.
Yeah, I mean, you can never complain about a Janet, that's the thing, but STMN with this last pick now, and do they choose to go something a little bit more tanky? Do they choose to be the ones who want to make this bold move and try and make the big plays and take them by storm with these unbreakable walls? But at the same time, they've got that Spike on that lane. They've got the Janet who's going to be able to get a lot of supers off a tank and break it down. But they do go with Carl. A little bit of an in-between. You know, that aggression can come, can play it passively once he's got that side, and can just go fully towards these players and just obliterate them with that protective pirouette.
Yeah, and I really do see Carl having the majority of its value on top of Janet, but even then, Janet can simply take to the skies and fly away. I do see Carl having a lot more value in terms of getting that positioning off the very beginning of the game. Instant flying hook over the lanes, if that's how you want to play it, and I would definitely place my bets that that's how they will play it. The other thing is you'll be safely able to take care of the drop the base gadget from a distance, and I think maybe some of the idea of running the Janet here is not just that it's a good brawler, but you have unbreakable walls and you're able to stay away from those turrets, or rather, you're able to keep your enemies away from those turrets a little bit more. And I think also Tribe Gaming had this idea in mind from the outset because they banned Squeak.
Yeah, I think possibly so as well. That Squeak ban is just always very solid, isn't it, here as well? You know, with the residue, it's going to be pretty much able to deal with the majority of brawlers, whether that be through the mid or whether that be through the lane. Should be getting into the game here shortly. But at the moment, it's STMN who are looking a little bit better. One set up, got the momentum on their side, and I honestly do really like their draft as well. I feel like Tribe have gone something a little bit more versatile, a little bit more something that can deal with the majority of things, whereas STMN are a little bit more straight to the point. As we get in, it's very, very close. Going to see that drop the base go down, though, and Sans survive it out with the wall break of the left-hand side, looking for Tyrant now and finds some shots in. Second drop the base place, but he does get taken down, and the rest of STMN are in spawn.
Tyrant's out of gadgets now. He has no get-out-of-jail-free cards versus Bobby, but he's still trying to close in around the left side and also keep Sans at bay in the same go. He has a bit of a range advantage versus Sans, which he can leverage. STMN Esports trying to maintain position. Sans on the right side also just keeping Janet at bay. Zulon on the top, 6 gems to his name, soon to be a 7th. He has to help out Zar, rather as Livy on the left side, Find versus Zar, as Livy taken down, Zar barely alive. Zulon has to get out of here. He's almost tagged up by Bobby. It was a trap laid by Zar. He played into the over-aggression of Zulon, and it almost got him to drop all those gems.
Yeah, Spike hit hard as well as Livy falls low. Slow there available from Bobby, and has to use that Honey Molasses as that defensive measure to keep himself alive. They are in the lead now, and Zar's got so much control of his left-hand lane, but same over the right-hand side with Tyrant. Zar just getting pinched down now, slow thrown onto him. I'm sure that gear, the mythical one, is going to be in use. Pinched and brought low, but down there goes Sans, and the countdown starts 7 to 10, and there should be no reset unless they can get him down.
Tyrant towards the top side, gets taken down by Sands. Zulon now towards the bottom, has to stay out of range of Bobby, but he's gonna have to close in if he wants to perpetuate this game. Just a few seconds left, but Bobby's so far out of reach. S-Team and Esports, they're gonna be taking this game. Tribe Gaming, they had a pretty good horse in this race, right? We saw that final scoreline, it was 10-8. They had a respectable effort and respectable for performance in that game. However, it looked like the max wasn't quite enough. When you're not really able to fight that mid matchup consistently, it's a huge, huge challenge. And it didn't seem like the speed, when they had it, was very effective versus STMN.
Yeah, well, this is quickly turning from the closest game of the day to possibly the most distant between these teams, as we see a good start once again from STMN. Great plays from Sands. He's looking for the two. Can he get it? Eslevy's low, and he does bring him down. Right side as well should be pinched, and that should be Zar bringing Tyrant. Bobby looking for the finish, and he does get it as well. STMN full lead in the 1B that makes it through. Slows down Zulan and allows them to further solidify themselves.
Tribe Gaming, they really put themselves out here with a more aggressive strategy, but they might not have been able to fully commit. Look how STM Esports, they play aggressive and they stay aggressive, and yet Bobby's still able to stay safe, using his range to his advantage, and already holding on to 6 gems as we're not really even that far into this game. They picked up every single gem so far. Great tanks from Bobby using the Honey Molasses for a bit of extra damage absorption. STMN still maintaining position. Tribe Gaming putting forth a huge effort here. Now committing with the speed on Eslevi, trying to hit Sands, but he's so slimy he can't be hit on the left side. He has a super in hand as well, continues to push forward just out of range of that spiky radius. And Zar and Sands remain alive. STMN, it doesn't really even look like they've died for this entire game.
Yeah, only one of them needs to stay up now as well, and it's going to be Sands the one who chooses to do so as Zar goes aggressive, gets some spins going, and there it is. The second set already in the bag for STMN, and this one, as I said before, it's gone from probably the closest game of the day between these two titans of the region to STMN just walking away with 2 sets like that.
Well, I guess hypothesis concluded. Tribe Gaming with the aggressive comp, it doesn't really go well together, unfortunately. STMN, they respond with an aggressive team composition and aggressive play style of their own, and they completely shut it down. It's hard to identify, hard to put my finger on what exactly went wrong for Tribe Gaming here. If anything, it's got to be the max mid didn't really seem to be it for them. It's a huge pivot in their sort of play style. They like to play control. It didn't work out here, and I think they also might have had some trouble fully committing to it. We saw Eslevi on the left side on the spike. It's a very safe brawler, but it's also not really the best brawler in the game at the moment. Sure, it's strong, but it doesn't really specialize in anything in particular, and at this level of play, I mean, you saw Sands repeatedly taking down that lane. He was breaking through the walls, and from there on out, it seemed like Eslevi was always on the back foot. You saw him hiding behind those indestructible walls, but never really being able to step out into the open.
That's something I genuinely don't know if we can blame it on them not playing like the aggressive brawler aggressively, because he couldn't do anything. He was always getting pinched by the lanes. The lanes were just falling over and over. Same amount of gems dropped, but a lot more picked up by STMN. 25 in comparison to 10. Damage pretty similar, but at the end of the day, damage doesn't matter if you're on the back foot for the entire thing and can't get any more than 10 gems in both games.
Pretty much. I mean, this is something that we touch on every now and then, is that you don't have to be consistently staying alive. As long as you have the backline pushed towards the enemy side, you have area control. You can repeatedly die, but if you have the momentum, you have the movement abilities to get back to that really withdrawn enemy line of scrimmage, then it kind of works out in the end. You're still winning even if you're dying because you're winning the objective. And off of that, it's 2-0-2-0 for STMN. 4 game victories in a row, and the momentum is huge on their side. But it's finally going to slow down just a little bit as we head into knockout, unless, hey, maybe Stamina find a way to pick up the pace once again. We saw them attempt to run a Daryl in the monthly finals. It didn't work out so well, but it can seriously pick up the pace of the game. So if they have that kind of draft idea once again, it didn't work out previously, but I would like to see it again. And it's totally not because I want to see Tribe win and fulfill my predictions.
I will say, you know, there's a long-lasting OG meme in the community of how much he hates how slow EU knockout is. So I do want to see him going aggressive here and possibly even wrapping this one up 3-0 against Tribe, as that would be a convincing scoreline to put yourself at the top of the league phase. STMN going to be banning out the Crow, the B, and the Max. Tribe getting rid of the Gene, the Mandy, and the Piper. Don't want those ranged capabilities, and it looks like STMN don't want the aggressiveness, surprisingly, considering they've just absolutely walked over the aggressive style of play. We'll see who has this first pick in just a second. Eve going to be the first picking out in the open, and I do like that ability to just walk over that water so you don't have to break up.
Yeah, and also I think Out in the Open is one of these maps that has been affected by the indestructible
Probably
walls.
so. That makes sense.
So I wonder how precisely this is going to factor in. I don't think it's like one of those situations where we're so desperate that we like need a Gale jump pad, but there is a jump pad already. So I mean, just maybe there's no Carl ban either, so there are ways to get over the water and deal with it. Could still see Brock jump forward or something like that. There are plenty of ways to do it. Here comes the Brock from Tribe Gaming, and they also go for the Nanny, so more of a ranged approach from them. They banned out some of the long-range brawlers, and they're picking up some of their own. So now it's time for STMN to respond with some long-range reactions. This team really likes Bell, so they could go for that, lean in that direction. They also don't mind the Piper from time to time, but since Tribe had that last pick, it might be a bit of a risky one.
Yeah, it might be worth reaching towards Body or something like that to go with their fairly aggressive play style. A little bit of a Eve Body and Bell comp wouldn't really go amiss against what Tribe Gaming are bringing to the table. Will have that range option, but they're actually going to go for the tick and play it maybe a little bit slower in this game mode. And obviously you do have to consider it's knockout, but tick isn't something that I kind of expected.
Probably a wise idea though, because since Tribe had the last pick, they can absolutely go for a thrower. This is probably partially factored into them banning out Gene so that they can run a Grom safely. Here's the Bonnie, and yeah, you won't be running Grom safely. You can still run them though. I mean, as long as you don't give a super to her, and you also have appropriate firepower standing by the Grom. But Tribe, they can take this risk or they can play it really safe. They usually like to play it quite safe and lean towards brawlers that they feel comfortable on, but we've seen them sort of think outside of the box, get outside of their comfort zone. It didn't work at first, but they might try it again. There's no way to know. Bonnie reaction, what is it going to be from Tribe Gaming, if anything at all? There's the Carl, and you can get over those walls to deal with it. You can also deal with Tick by getting in close range, once again using the gadget for mobility. And then lastly, versus Bonnie, you have virtually the same range. So as long as you have the out skill, the out mechanics diff in that matchup, then you'll be just fine.
Yeah, I do think that maybe Tribe Gaming have a little bit of an edge in terms of compositions here. I'd like to see how the Tick's going to play out, where they're going to play it and how they're going to play it, considering it can be quite dangerous to have these long-range brawls against it towards the end portion of the game. And obviously when the gas is going to start closing down this map, Tick's going to become worse and worse. And yes, it's hard to hit those long-range shots at a short distance, but also at the same time, a lot of these walls are unbreakable.
It's very, very true, though Tribe Gaming still find a way. They've broken open the right side, which we don't often see. Zulan's also going to be breaking open the middle to get a bit more area control. Tyrant bobbing and weaving on the left side. Bobby staying on top of that water, and Czar now moving up the left side, trying to double up on the lane, but it looks to be punished. Tyrant just needs one more shot. Ooh, he is able to finish off the kill. Could see Zulan also with a splash damage on a Bobby to finish the job. OG can still get a super off of this, but it's looking incredibly unlikely that he walks away with a victory in this round. Zulan, more than anything, is quite focused also on getting a super of his own, but his Livy is also just trying to keep OG back, not give him a super of his own. If Zulan doesn't get a super, then probably the best play for Tribe Gaming is to wait this one out, let him go down on the poison, and it looks like they're doing exactly that.
Yeah, don't want to feed this Tick head, as it can be quite strong if you're bringing out thick head, which he is by looking at the gear. Is Livy already going to get this super as well, so OG just looking for his from that guy instead of feeding Brock, and doesn't manage to find it, but Nani does have the super off the start, and that can be quite dangerous, especially with this Tick looming.
Well, Tribe Gaming now with a very high-powered peep in. Bobby barely stays alive. Autofocus just needed a little bit longer to cook there, but it still forces him back, and Tyrant's able to pick up a lot of ground as a result. OG is in a very defensive position as well. Czar forced to stand by so that he doesn't get aggressed by Tyrant, but he's still taking a lot of damage along the way. Czar with a super to the backside. He has to get out of there. Interesting. And Tribe Gaming continue to pummel this defensive play from STMN Esports. We see Bobby forced to use a gadget, and Tyrant with the gadget out, so he doesn't get punished by Czar. Tribe Gaming seem to be in absolute control here, but if they let up for just a moment, STMN Esports might have enough time to pick themselves back up.
Yeah, and look at OG as well. They've got this Nanny peep now, but with the aggression of OG, that could be a dangerous position to use it in. Nice stuff from him playing this Tick, and obviously they can't break this wall, so he's in the position of dreams, really, being up this top right. Shots raining down, and Zulan can't move to the left, but Rocket Rain comes in. Super from Tyrant is there. Tick head not going to make any connections last hurrah pop, but he's going to avoid it. Can they make the moves? Bobby looking for two, but can he even get one? They're all going to fall, and Tribe Gaming making a bit of a fight back in set number 3.
Well, I see what you're saying when you talk about the comp advantage for Tribe Gaming, and it looks like they completely abused it. Particularly Tyrant, I gotta say. On that Carl, he had great positioning, for free with the use of his gadget, instantly up the left side, punished the Eve, punished the Tick, and even the Bonnie was having a lot of difficulty versus him. How will Tribe Gaming pilot this one once again? Because they can get the free wall break. Here comes Zulon now opting to take the right lane instead of the mid, and we'll see Nanny at mid this time. Trying to get a range advantage on OG, but taking a lot of damage along the way. Zart getting really, really pummeled on the right side. Doesn't seem to matter, though, as he still remains alive and keeps things at range. Bobby on the left side getting punished and pinched potentially as Livy still managing to stay up, getting consistent hits. Still no supers for either team. The first one is going to change the pace drastically.
Yeah, Bobby looking for somewhat of a lane here, but can't really win it against Tyrant. He keeps on hitting one piece of his two-piece pickaxe. OG trying to make the flank around the side, but Zar now pinching in. We're playing a little bit more of a late game by both of these teams, and OG's the one who needs to kind of spray down some shots before we get to that point. Nanny Peep is here, looking for Zar, hits him, and Tyrant's very low. Goes down, but in comes Zulan with the jump in. He's going to get one. Zar's got the jump in. He's going to go straight towards Zulan, but he can't finish it. Bobby looking for one. He gets it. Throws forward that super. Zulan looking for the shots onto it before it comes in, but that's going to put the nail in the coffin. He goes down, and STMN are fighting back.
Very clutch for STMN to finish things off like that. Tribe Gaming are still in it, though, and they're looking very, very scary, but they have no supers just yet. Here comes the lane switch as well, as we see Tyrant take the right lane. OG's able to charge a super off of him in the meantime. Zar pops a gadget, tries to go aggressive, but gets punished by Zulon and his Livy, who has a super that he can pilot up the left side. Bobby is looking particularly low. He can use a gadget to avoid the super, so OG or Zar would be the prime targets here. Here comes the Peep, making its way towards Bobby. He didn't jump, and he got completely chanced there. There is no way he knew he would survive that contact.
Definitely not, but the jump's available from Zar, and obviously we're using rocket fuel from Zulan, and he's actually used all of them anyway, so the jump onto that would be quite a smart one. Tyrant's looking like a juicy option as well, and OG pushing up along with him. This combination play might be what they need. Down he goes, but Bobby gets flying hooked and span on, but survives it. Zar jumping back to the mid, and need to keep Tyrant low here, but no shots for OG hitting, eventually resetting it. But Zar needs this cannon form back, or as this could be a tied-up game for Tribe Gaming.
He's going to get it back right now. Here it comes around the right side. Instantly pops a gadget. Tyrant trying to stay out of range, but he's cornered in this back left area. Zar and OG still alive. Tyrant, he's able to get the super, but it's too little and too late. STMN Esports take the game in a sweep. They're back on track, and they're up to a match point.
I mean, they just played that one a little bit better. There's no doubt about it that they just played that game better than the first in Knockout. Playing it better as a team, got the pinches down, and also we saw Zar making a few more moves, using his HP and using his jump aggressively this time instead of having to be forced to use it defensively.
Well, Tribe Gaming can still make use of that knowledge, learning from the last game, learning from their mistakes. They got very creative with the lane switches in the last game. It didn't work out. It's back to what they did in game number 1, but STMN Esports are also clued into this. And they seem to be in much better position than the last time, too. Is Livy on the right side in particular is punishing OG very, very hard. He's trying to get in range, though, and it's quite difficult as he's being kept at that maximum range by OG. Now being punished. There comes the return to Cinder. But Zar is able to shake it off. He has so much health, and he heals really, really fast. Is Livy going for a Hail Mary play? Here it comes around the right side. OG and Zar take him down. That was not a very good play.
Definitely not. The Hail Mary definitely failed there, and Tyrant low, Zulan low, and this should be game, round, and match point to STMN. They get that one round away from sweeping Tribe Gaming and taking them down, whereas Tribe Gaming need 2 rounds in a row to even stand a chance at a reverse sweep.
STMN Esports are really the master of the reverse sweep here, and they know it better than anyone else. Bobby, once again, tanking the Peep to the face. There's no way he knows that he's going to be able to survive that, but he still takes it like a champ. And Tribe Gaming will not be able to get a free kill off of that, unfortunately. They could end up paying the price. They take too much damage here, concede too much area. STMN Esports playing this one very, very carefully. Just holding this one as long as they can. Zulon, in particular, has that super. If he's able to get someone low, he could use it for the KO. Zar, also very, very low, but Tyrant's forced to abandon the position, and Zulon's also on super low health. OG with the tick head on the right side as Livy forced to defend, will be able to get the kill, but weakened in the process. We see the Bonnie super towards the backside, and STMN Esports concede a lot of room to Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, that's not where he wants to use it. Honestly, there was a chance to get even maybe 2 kills in there when they were both low. Bobby's low and has to jump out. Zar looking for the quick kill, and he finds it as well. Massive play from him, avoiding shots. Can he get back into tank? He can. The spin's there from Tyrant, though. He's looking for Bobby, who's got to jump away. OG throwing down some shots. It's Livy's one shot as well. It's a 1v1. Can he get it? The shot. The last hurrah's available as well, and he's not going to use it. And he uses the peep. He manages to secure it. And STMN are going to sweep Tribe Gaming in a narrow, close finish. Bobby smiling, OG smiling, and the push-ups are back again.
Will it be 20 push-ups this time? I don't know, man. But hey, how about you try 6 push-ups, 1 sit-up? 1 push-up for every game victory, and 1 sit-up for every game loss. That's not a bad record to have. Huge stuff, and I know we got someone counting in the background. We'll see just how many it is. What a win for STMN, and the smiles on their faces too. Oh, well, okay, they faded by now. Now it's time to tweet about GG's Tribe, but still, the reaction as well. Very surprising outcome. What a 1v1 towards the end. I want to watch that one in slow-mo.
I mean, it really was incredible, and OG just making so many good plays to stay alive in those last few minutes and get the final shots off to secure it. Here's the start of the end for Tribe Gaming, where Bobby was able to win this 1v1 and get the first game, or round, should I say, of knockout. And then from there, it seemed like Zar really started to switch on and get going. He was the one who opened up these plays. Nice last hurrah and kill there from OG as well to get that one finished off. But to be honest, they just played it so much better as a team towards the end.
Okay, but like, can we talk about Bobby, like, one time after the other getting chance in situations like these? I mean, repeatedly on just a smidge left of health. Okay, he did get punished here, but check out this ending as Livy and OG. What jukes from OG. I mean, look at this. He was at full health, but it really would take 1 shot from his Livy. He's damage boosted. Look at a photo finish there for STMN.
Earlier as well. Honestly, he's so confident in being able to eat one of those shots and move on. He didn't even use the last hurrah until the second shot was coming his way and able to survive it. But 6,000 extra damage, less heals, less supers from Tribe and STMN. Therefore, able to close this one out in a really, really nice fashion, moving them to what should be the top of the leaderboard.
Absolutely. I mean, that is absolutely incredible. STMN Esports, they continue the streak of being able to shut down Tribe Gaming. That's crazy. Coming from what I would say, and they would say too, are sometimes a quite inconsistent roster. This is their one consistency, is that they can shut down sort of the kings of NA.
You know what? That's not such a bad consistency to have, especially when we take into consideration what this win just did for them, okay? Now we're looking at San Diego. Now we're looking at Japan. There's a lot that they can be thinking about. Week 3 is important. Week 3 is important, people. And that was a great way to close out one of our biggest matches on the day. We'll take a look back at the leaderboard just for that visual representation of what has now happened, because Tribe is no longer undefeated. It is a tie, 4-1 for both Stamina and Tribe at the top of our leaderboard. That is going to really put some pressure on some of those other teams as well. They're going to need to pick it up here with scores like that going to our top 2 teams. But it's time for another short break. When we come back, we'll do some analysis, and we still have one more match as well, so don't go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge. It was a rematch, and STMN sweeps Tribe yet again. They've got to feel good about that result there. Not only that, it takes Tribe off of their undefeated record. They're now both tied at the top of our leaderboard. And a little bit of an offline update as well. West Coast defeated Papi Chulos, continuing to keep the dream alive for their hopes in the challenge season.
I mean, up to 3-3 now. It's nothing you can complain about, really. Keeping their lives, as you say, keeping the lifeline alive. Too many lives around here, but for San Diego, obviously still looking pretty decent now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot happened in just that last match alone. Let's go back and talk about one of those sets.
Yeah, I mean, I think we know what I'm going to talk about here. That last round of knockout was just really a spectacle, especially from OG on that tick. It was really nice to see how well they played, and after that first round, after the first game, they needed to knuckle down, play better as a team. Zar switched on, OG switched on, and Bobby was just playing really, really well down this left-hand side, doing what he needed to do to get the work done. They're getting some shots through here, just no connections just yet. Super from OG, and we know how effective that take head can be with the thick head gear. That mythical gear is just so strong. Zulan has this rocket rain, not able to get the best option to use it just yet. Uses it on Zar, who avoids it nicely. Flying hook backwards, and this was the moment I was like, maybe Zar should just jump in and go for the kill and finish them off right there, but chooses to be a bit passive and even jumps out, avoiding that pickaxe to stay alive. So nice play from him, as he didn't choose to go aggressive. He had to play it defensive. And then able to just stay alive for so long. I believe he goes over to the left-hand side, catches out Zulan, who's thinking Bobby is free for the killing, and managed to secure that one as well really, really nicely. But then it gets to this late game, and this is where it gets sketchy. He gets back into his cannon form. A little bit of a slow-mo here for you as well. Bobby narrowly gets away from that, avoids it, throws a super down as well, which is something that they need to focus on. And Tyrant dies to the gas just as it comes in. 1,000 damage hitting, as if he's got the return to sender. OG's still got a last hurrah available. The shot hits, but not full enough. Now the last hurrah's popped. He gets the hit because he stands still with that peep and does not managed to bring it back for Tribe Gaming. That was their last chance that they had to kind of stay alive in that game and take it to a 4th set. But we did see OG and STMN tie it up with a sweep yet again. We'll be having a word with OG right now over with Glitter.
Thank you very much, Travis. All right, get to talk to OG yet again, which I'm excited about here because we've got a chat. Now, first of all, you were the one alive there in the final 1v1, so what's going through your head when all that's happening?
Well, I almost choked it. I missed my gadget, so I'm glad we won. Otherwise, I would not have heard the last about that one. But yeah, we're all pretty excited about the win. I think the servers, it wasn't like the best servers for Tribe, so kind of unfortunate for them. But yeah, we're still happy to get the win either way.
I mean, not only that, but we heard the casters talking about it, and this is now the second time you guys have gone up against each other in the situation where you sweep them. Do you consider yourselves a little bit of like a kryptonite for Tribe at this point?
I mean, in North America, I think we've always done the best against Tribe compared to every other team, but like I think same way, like they've always done the best against us compared to every other team. So, you know, they're always a really strong team. So I think we're like evenly matched, kind of. We each have our days.
I mean, you now are absolutely, at least completely tied on the leaderboard, taking them off of that undefeated record. And both of you guys now set up incredibly well, obviously looking forward to San Diego, even looking forward all the way to Japan. So what is the vibe on the team right now? Because, I mean, there's a lot in the future.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think we've locked in San Diego, and that means we also haven't locked in Japan. So, I mean, we're happy, but, like, the job's not done. So we got to go out next week and get at least one win to lock it, I think. So we're going to be really focused on that. And, yeah, obviously we want to go to Japan and San Diego, so we're going to try our best to get there.
I love that you're not fully celebrating until it's, like, 100% a certainty.
Yeah, I mean, we've had like really bad situations before, me and Bobby, with like almost making worlds and then not making worlds. So I think we're like pretty like, once it's there, then we kind of go crazy, but like we do not celebrate anything early anymore.
Hi, Bobby.
Person right here. She said hi.
Said she looks good today.
Bobby says you look good today.
Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate that. Okay, can I also get a commitment from you guys? Because I saw that Czar did the push-ups at the end, caught it on camera. I think it was another 20 if I counted correctly.
No, it wasn't even 20 last
time. It wasn't?
He kind of like pressed it. No. He was just like trying to impress you. It was like 15 last time. This time I didn't even see, but like, I don't know. I'm going to give it like a 10 or something.
A 10? Okay, then yeah. when we lock it in, okay, for San Diego, can we get the whole team to do all of the push-ups?
Yeah, well, okay, if we lock it in, we'll do a contest and, like, last one standing wins.
Bet. I'm going to remember that. We have it on tape now. Okay, perfect. All right, before I let you go, it's shout-out time.
Just shout-out to STMN, my teammates, our staff, Peter and Ace, and everyone that supports us. Appreciate you guys.
All right, well, congratulations. A very, very well-fought match. I mean, we'll be talking soon.
All right, sounds good.
I feel like the team house is the best thing that could have ever happened for us, for content, and for them, because having them all together in one place is one of my favorite things.
Yeah, I mean, just getting to see that side of the guys, very, very fun. Bobby, you didn't say anything about me, so like I'm coming at you. You feel some type of way too, Ready?
I mean, you made them jealous.
I could get a little recognition up here. I mean, it wouldn't hurt, right?
Right?
You know what? Not everybody is as cool as I am.
All right. Okay, we have another match, don't we?
Okay, we do. You're right. Let's talk about it. Last match of the night, actually, is going to be Wash Team versus Dogwalkers.
Better choose Frixie and Payne coming through. Elyanis, I would like to see him play a little bit more. I don't know how Stamina is the true 4-player team, but Elyanis has made some noise, so would be exciting to kind of see him. Unfortunately for me, not the case, bro. It's Payne, Bet, and Frixie taking the field one more time. This is one of the harder to define teams for me, straight up and down.
Pretty much. I mean,
there are moments where they really impress us and they absolutely pop off and defy our expectations. And even when they go down, they don't go down without a fight. I mean, we saw them play versus S-Team earlier, and it really looked like they were going to push it to a set 5. Like, it looked very convincing. So this is a strong team. This is a force to be reckoned with. I always love watching these guys play because they always impress me.
That's really what it is that like seeing them be this strong has really been a barometer for kind of the overall feel of the league. And across the way, the Dog Walkers, I think, are some of the strongest of that sort of middle of the pack squad. So you've got Wash Team and Dog Walkers. I would probably put them on the same shelf, but I think Charles, Chino, and Patchy wind up on the top side of this conversation more often than not.
I would almost succumb to that same temptation, right? To stick them on the same shelf as Wash Team, but after we've seen them pop off versus some different teams, particularly STMN, taking them down in the monthly finals just a few days ago, I'm definitely on the gravy train for Dog Walkers, right? I am all aboard. They have seriously impressed me, particularly with their ability to draft. And in the new meta, how do they fare with it? We saw them play earlier versus CMG, and CMG took the win. And as a Dog Walkers fan, a newly anointed Dog Walkers fan, it left a little bit to be desired for me. Though I think we saw some of the same strengths of Dog Walkers come out in that match as we typically do. So I'm at least expecting that consistency heading into their match versus Wash Team.
I feel that, and those are the sort of missteps that have me saying, you know, these teams are kind of in that same realm, even if DW has proven themselves a little bit more so than Wash Team. And I think DW are kind of on that cusp of, yo, you impressed me a couple more times, and I sort of upgrade you with 2 Ds to that top side. So a nice look there for sure. And this one is going to be a tight one. I think we're in for some competition here.
It's going to be a really solid way to close out another fantastic week of Brawl Stars action. I'm excited for it. For the last time today, though, the time, it keeps ticking down, okay? The event is getting closer and closer, so exclamation point DH San in chat for more information about DreamHack San Diego. All of the ways that you can get your ticket, you can use this discount code, and come hang out with us during all the cool Brawl Stars stuff. I mean, you're going to want to be there. We're going to be there. The pros are going to be there. It's going to be worth your time, I promise. And then, of course, for the last time today, let us know your thoughts on this last matchup. Will it be Wash Team to close out the day, or will it be Dog Walkers? It's going to be entertaining regardless. You know how it works. Poll and Twitch chat down below. But the last match of the day is ready to go. Let's close it out.
Let's do that. We'll go ahead and roll into it. And, you know, just to follow up what Glitter was saying about DreamHack San Diego, I mean, we got a chance to do some of these finals in person out in Seattle last time around, and getting a chance to interact with the fans, getting a chance to hang out, listen, I make a lot of jokes, but I'm being super earnest. It was just really cool being able to, like, high-five the people you see in chat, you know. Very cool to see the community out there in full force. So please, come out and hang as we take a look at Dog Walkers against Washed. Sneaky Fields out in the open in Shooting Star, Hot Zone and Gem Grab, if we need them. No Lou! I'm happy.
It is a frustrating brawler to face versus if you want to run those tanks. Keep in mind, though, Sneaky Fields, while we've seen a lot of indestructible walls placed around some of our favorite maps lately, Sneaky Fields exempt from that fate, consequence, punishment, enhancement. I don't know. That's up to your interpretation. I could probably pull out a few more, but I feel like I've covered, you know, most of the ways of interpreting this, right? Is it a gift? Is it a curse? It doesn't matter here on Sneaky Fields, right? It's the same old Sneaky Fields that we're familiar with. Lou, out of the picture, going to enable some of these tanks. The Rico, look, I've talked with a bunch of people about this one. They don't dislike it as much as I do. And you know what? I'm happy to die on that hill. I don't really like the Rico here, but I think that this is a good mentality, or it's not the worst mentality when Colonel Refs is out of the equation. It's not as efficient of wall break. You still got other options, though. You can pull out the Griff, you can get some wall break that way. The Otis across the way is going to be able to deny some of those tanks, so I'm liking the draft so far, but we have to give it a bit more room to breathe and develop.
Charles and Patchy, that's Charles on the screen right now, trying to figure out where he wants to go, and it's going to be the Ash. What can you see down there? Can we cheat?
Looks like a crow.
It's going to be a crow?
Oh, it's so going to be a crow. I mean, I could see this one coming from a mile away. Oh, my God.
My goodness. Well, I mean, we could just pull out the greatest prediction ever. Of course, that would have to be the last pick, though.
Right. But across the way, we see two options for Wash Team. Of course, they could go the direction of the Crow and take it away from Dog Walkers next to Rico. Anybody will fit, so, you know, you're not really committing to a strategy here with the Rico. But with Lieutenant Surge coming out here, I gave him a little bit of a promotion. He's got to earn that on the field. But we'll see what he's able to do. Any particular reason why we see Surge come out on Sneaky?
Surge, in general, is a great way to deal with tanks. He can jump over the walls in sneaky fields, which are a great feature of the map.
Not unbreakable.
Not unbreakable, but if you have Rico, you probably don't want to alter the geography too much.
That's fair. That is fair. And certainly, you know, an earmark to say we might see a little bit more Surge. Surge might be worth more now that there are, not on this map, but in general. And Ems, great character to just sort of sweep out the ton of grass that we have in Sneaky Fields. You know me, I like to lean towards the Amber, but Ems does what Amber does without destroying that grass cover, which you might want to use yourself.
Absolutely. I almost wonder if we see Barley here. That it might seem kind of out of nowhere, but it does well versus Rico. It does well versus Ems. It's only weaknesses versus Surge. We will see the Spike, which now I'm going to try and act like I was right all along. He can kind of throw a super like Barley, maybe.
Well, no,
it could be a stretch, but...
Yeah, I think I like the idea of Barley. I think by going into Spike, you trade a little bit of sustained DPS, specifically with the super, for a little bit more control. And ultimately, I'm going to lead towards the control. Sure, the opponent does 0 DPS while dead. I hear that argument, but I would much rather control my opposition. I'm a blue player, and I've been that way forever. So you know what? I'm here to frustrate my opposition, and that's what Spike does really, really well.
Well, we'll see how it turns out. Chino, in particular, has Curveball equipped. Now, there's not a whole lot of room for Betches to walk around, so this actually might not be as undodgeable as it is, or rather, as dodgeable as it is usually. Betches still is able to work on it. Patchy moving up through mid, clears out the left lane, now the mid, now the right. It's up to Payne to try and defend. He might be able to get another level up off of this, but it's wide open for Charles to slot it in. Little Protesto action, too, for the Dog Walkers.
And thank you so much for riding along with us and watching the show. And of course, thank you to our partners, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, always coming through when winning matters. Dog Walkers here, pushing up forward, already have one in the goal, and Chino's able to pass up to Patchy, who plays around, but dunks it in. And a very quick game number 1, a $140 left on the clock, but nothing left on the field.
Looks like Surge could have used that promotion that you gave him just, you know, by lip service, right? But still, that was a complete sweep throughout the entire game. It was unrelenting aggression, and I think a lot of it can be owed to, you know, the complete lack of wall break and a bit of free positioning offered by Charles, immediately going for the fat splatter. Frixie, though, is still going to be punished despite trying to power right through it. Patchy now in a great scoring position, or at least could be, as he takes down the left side. Betches has to rotate over. It's clear that Patchy is really the spearhead of this entire offense. So if Wash Team can concentrate on him and eliminating him first, they might be able to bring things back. But once again, they're already moving backwards. Here comes the Spike super in, and it could be a death sentence already.
Patchy was an integral part of the first goal, the second goal, and even with him dead here, Dog Walkers aren't going to be able to complete this one. But Patchy brought you all of this space. You brought up the lack of wall break. Patchy is able to kind of walk up with all of this protection. Because of that, he has been a terror on the field, takes care of one robot, and Payne's gonna feel his namesake not down just yet. But 2 players strong on the left-hand side for Dog Walkers. And Patchy lurking, full HP. Payne inevitably gonna fall down. Whap! There he goes. Keep an eye on the left side because it's Wash Team winning everywhere Patchy isn't.
3 shots from Frixie, but he's still not able to keep Patchy at bay. Frixie still trying to lay down the law. Betches helps him out. Now Frixie gets to pummel down the left side, but Chino and Charles are able to fend him off for just a moment longer. Some trick shots and positioning that ball once again. And it's going to mean that Betches has a responsibility. Push it a bit forward, now in a scoring position. Charles, Chino, Patchy, one of them has to get this out of position. Otherwise, Wash Team can get a bit of a surprise goal. Here comes Patchy, big shots around the left side. And here he comes once again. Shut down by Frixie, but only temporarily. Wash Team still have to maintain the position. Payne's doing exactly that, just trying to get the last shot. 1-2 shots, but he falls in the process. And it's only Frixie to try and defend.
Dogwalker suffering a little bit, mainly off of the lack of healing. Just not able to get out of combat and heal back up. And so Wash Team were able to just walk the walkers down because everybody had 800, 1,000 HP. So easy peasy. But now, stuck in the corner. Big moves coming out from Wash Team, but Chino sees it, puts him down. Frixie can't make it either. And now with a dozen on the clock, just waiting for overtime. Who's got the advantage when everything blows up?
It's got to be a Wash Team. They have so much range with Payne. He already has level 3, and he has level 4 in the bank if he wants to use it, but he might want to jump on Apache instead. He's got to have those shots ready to go. Charles also trying to keep Betches at range. It's going to be a challenging matchup for him. Beams Chino, a one-shot for Betches, and he keeps moving down the left side. Payne closing things in. 1-2 shots on a Charles, another one along the way, but he does run for the hills. Moves towards that mid matchup, and Apache tries to take on the left lane.
Charles is low. Chino has to stay in goal. That leaves Patchy as the only one really able to provide pressure since Charles was down. Gonna respawn just in time. That shoves Wash off the point. 25 seconds to go. Ball centralized. Chino can't walk up. Here comes help from Patchy, but it's deleted, no problem. And Charles' super will keep players at bay. And Patchy wins the duel up top, but trades out. This looks like a moment for Washed, and it is! Payne finds it. With 10 seconds to go, no draw here. Back to the drawing board for game 3.
Precisely. Wow, we saw game number 1 go so quickly in the favor of the Dogwalkers, but give things a bit more time to develop, particularly Surge, and it can completely switch directions. Wash Team, they just have to slow down the pace in order to bring things into overtime to guarantee themselves a victory. The Dogwalkers looked actually fairly good in those final few moments. They were playing a mean defense, but now Dogwalkers once again shut down the left lane. Patchy tries to circle in from the top, but Payne awaits him inside of those bushes. Betches also on the right side. Could be defending versus Chino. Patchy pretty much stifled on the left. A little jump back for Payne.
Look at the big difference here, though. That mid-game for Dogwalkers went awry, largely because I think they did not give themselves a chance to re-heal at all. Patchy takes a moment to breathe, get healed up, and then he fights on the right side, takes care of business. Ooh. Just a little bit of breathing room. And Dogwalkers make it look like game 1.
Precisely so. This time, though, Frixie, he's not going to be backing up in the face of the fat splatter. Payne also not going to be silenced as Charles missed it. Betches manages to beam down the right side. Charles with a pretty clutch defense there, actually.
Huge.
Passing the ball up mid. Betches wasn't able to receive it. Neither was Payne. It was definitely a goal for Wash Team had Charles not been in that position. Payne, though, is still going to try and make it work. Here comes a super from Chino. Not quite taken down just yet either. And Charles finds an opportunity to rotate over. All they have to do is defend for the rest of the game. And Wash Team, they can do this all day, but Dogwalkers can keep this in the corner. Charles taken down. Betches has the angle. This could be it. A pass over to Frixie or to Betches, walks it in. And Wash Team equalize the score for this game.
Frixie, the difference maker. This Ems is so annoying. First of all, look at how much area she's able to control in this mid, but then when she drops that super, absolute control. That's what won. That's what earned Wash Team that first goal for sure. Frixie on a tear, and also Payne's attention to Patchy. Payne has been following Patchy around the map, and it's important.
Well, there are perks to paying attention, that's for sure. Wash Team continue to rotate Payne onto Patchy as long as they can. Keep Frixie and Payne pinching him at any opportunity. A pass up the left side, but it is going to reposition the ball in a big way. Chino just passes it into the corner, and Wash Team know that if they get a good super with Betches, then they absolutely can get it out of this position. Charles, he's basically cornered in. They do lose Betches. And Wash Team, as a result, they actually aren't able to score it, but they will move into overtime, where they theoretically should have the advantage. They can't concede too much room to the Dogwalkers. They're going to try and slow it down. Here comes Frixie with the super, the constant charisma slowing Patchy down, and he falls. Charles also caught up in the mayhem. Chino completely fired down. A pass over to the right side, and it's an easy win for the Wash Team.
Like I said, Frixie, the difference maker in this matchup for sure. Not just the M's, yes, the brawler pick did a ton of work, but Frixie was always in the right spot with that cost of charisma, just with the basic attacks as well. Big, big control coming out of Frixie. The M's pick, the M's play won this matchup.
M's play, absolutely masterclass here. And you see Luz banned out, you have pretty much the second best option, which is M's.
Yep.
She can get closed in really quickly, so the solution for Wash Team here, I mean, look how quickly this first game went. The solution was, let's group up, let's not concede unnecessary room. We saw that in particular because Otis had that fat splatter right up mid, and repeatedly in the next couple of games, every next pitch, M's just walked right over it, had no issues taking the extra damage.
And a big part of that also was Wash Team's attention to the enemy win condition. Dog walkers in game one made it look easy because Patchy just literally street swept everything out of the way. And then Wash Team, Pain specifically, that was the goal. The other two are playing the game, and I'm chasing Patchy. Surge took down the Ash, that opened the door for M's to do a lot of the work, and I really like how Wash Team identified what went wrong and bounced back.
It looked like, in terms of their brawler picks, every single brawler was equipped to deal with the tank. And this is all around just a good draft for Wash Team. Yeah, try that one on for size at 82%. I'm a Wash Team believer. I did predict dog walkers, but I'm still a believer in the Wash Team. I love watching the guys play, specifically for moments like these.
Yeah.
They, every step of the way, were countering out the tanks. Dog walkers, maybe blinded by their own hubris, decided to continue running the Ash, and it came back to bite them. Will they make the same mistake again? Or was it even a mistake to begin with? It's only set number one, so we got plenty of time to meditate on that one and decide whether that's specifically the scenario. Moving into out in the open, it's going to be a big change of pace.
Knockout, much, well, usually a slower game mode, but you never know. Max is available. JK. I said that before the bans came out, just saying.
A microsecond, right?
Yeah, there's big diff. All right, man. First pick. It's going to be a Jean. Love the Jean selection, specifically here in Knockout. A lot of times when you look at Jean, it's kind of like how you answer back, but if I kill you, there is no answer back. So those all-in characters tend to, their stock raises for me when we take a look towards this game mode.
Well, Wash Team, they have a number of ways of countering out Jean, a lot of them fairly strong. Problem is that some of them, you kind of would rather play a different brawler. We can talk specifically things like Bo or like Penny, definitely worthy of this discussion. Here comes the Piper, which can get away from Jean if she has a super at the ready, and she probably will. Big problem, Piper can get aggressed quite easily. Now, Wash Team had the last pick, so they don't have so much to fear, but there's still possible counterplay. Another consideration for Piper is Jean is definitely going to be running vision here, okay? She's never going to be in a safe position, so she better be running speed to dodge things out.
And that, you know, I think that makes sense as far as the back end is concerned. That's sort of just like the checkbox. Like, do you understand what this matchup is? Did you equip the speed? Check. Okay, move on. Eve selected alongside the Piper as well. Map-specific selection.
Absolutely. You're able to walk over the water, and cool.
That's it.
That's just about it. You get a get out of jail free card every now and then. And last time we watched this brawler play it on this map, I mean, it was just like one match ago. We saw Bobby play it, chanced every single time. Why? I'm not sure. Is it a perk of playing Eve? No. Okay, so throw out, if you learned anything from that, throw it out the window, because that's not what Wash Team are going to be playing here. Here comes the Bonnie. I like it a lot. I think versus Piper in particular, it's still going to be quite strong, because Piper, yeah, she has a lot of damage at long range. Yeah, she outranges Bonnie, but Bonnie is like a truck. She just walks on through. She's got 7k health, keeps on walking towards you, takes a bunch of damage. Doesn't really matter. Piper doesn't have that great of reload speed either. And I think also they make up for the lack of range with the nanny pick. We saw the final pick of Bo as well, definitely worthy of the discussion. Break open some of the walls, break open some of the bushes.
two different strategies here. We look at the sharpshooters across the way. You're trying to just sort of, you know, revolutionary war style, just hit your shots. Very not a middling composition. What I mean by it is neither all in nor passive. It is middle of the road. Whereas when I look at the Nani and I look at the Nani and Bonnie, they are pretty much the two extremes that work out in Knockout. Nani doesn't have to even be dangerous to find damage, and Bonnie goes all in. Now, because of that, she is more powerful in that regard because you can answer back, but like I said earlier, you can't actually answer back if you're dead in Knockout. So, little bit of a straightforward composition for Wash Team, and Dogwalkers, on the other hand, kind of just pushing all their chips in and looking for the big ones. As we start things off, nobody with a real advantage until Patchy gets punched. Got to go hide away for now, as Wash Team able to provide some pressure, but plays it safe because of their picks.
Wash Team have some escape mechanisms if they need them. Charles doesn't have a super yet, so it's not the biggest consideration. And Chino doesn't have a super either. Patchy doesn't have a super either. Dogwalkers, they need some supers to get the maximum value out here. Interesting pull from Chino there. Didn't make contact with Frixie, just pulled the totem instead. Payne and Frixie now grouped up here, can totally get pinched. Chino with a no-look shot to the backside and a final shot onto Frixie to shut him down. Dogwalkers are able to shake that one off, and Wash Team are at a deficit.
So there we saw sort of the bad side of Wash Team's composition, where they're able to kind of grab some shots, but they're not really, it's not conducive to their win con to push forward, even though they got that room. If they push forward, they're kind of putting themselves in harm's way, not what their comp wants to do. So even though they got pressure, they couldn't really utilize it, and that's the downside to this comp. What we're seeing here, though, is the good side of this comp, where they can just outrange everybody and then dodge out the pulls coming out from Chino, as both Chino and Patchy find themselves half HP, forced to retreat and heal up.
Dogwalkers still have a horse in this race. They can still make this comeback. Patchy in particular, because he can jump onto either Frixie or Betiches, and they don't really have a way of reacting. Patchy could very much do it, but he's not going to commit just yet. He's in close range versus Betiches and can peek around the walls and punish him from there without having to waste the super. Save it for the next round if Wash Team are able to come back, but it's not looking too likely. Patchy still has to get a jump in here. Here he comes, right next to Charles, and he needs to be defended. Has to get the dodges out on the top side too. Expertly juking the shots from Payne, a takedown. And Charles not hit by the stun either. A final shot. In Dogwalkers, I'm not sure whether they have the best jukes in the world or Wash Team are kind of selling.
No, that part. Best jukes in the world. And if I'm Frixie, I am heated, because that was some great work by Frixie in the early game, and just watched his teammate drop the ball as Patchy's just in the Matrix, just dodging everything, man. Incredible play. And again, I mentioned a lot, that's why Patchy was the most talked about player last year, for stuff like that. I said this before about stamina. Dogwalkers just willed themselves to a victory.
Pretty much so, but can they do it again? That has to take a lot of energy, but they do have momentum on their side, the wind at their backs, and quite a bit of damage coming in too, but they have lost a member of their own. Patchy, to be more specific. Dogwalkers are now in a 2v2. Chino would really like to get a pull out here, and Charles would value a super greatly. Both of those supers are way more valuable than anything that Wash Team can pull out. Charles, he's considering it. Wall break. Okay, you know what? I dig it. They're already planning for the next game.
An escape mechanism, love that early investment. Should be an easy kill onto Eve here, but of course nothing is easy in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So we've got our 1-1. Chino here on the Gene, and then the Lonely Eve for Payne. Both half HP. Chino with a technical HP lead. Follows up and dies out to the gas. Usually that's a choice. Was that a choice?
No, it definitely was not. And that is unfortunate for Chino. It looks like he's been having kind of a rough set so far, because he's missed a couple of pulls and now going down on the poison.
Yep.
He's usually one of my favorite players to compliment for the Gene play, but could get his head back in the game for this next round. There's still plenty of time. Here comes a peep coming in, blocked by the turret. Well done by Frixie. And quite a bit of a risk taken by Charles there just a moment ago. Yeah, protest. I wouldn't be so pleased about it either. If anything, though, he's gotten rid of that last gadget for Frixie, and Chino can now hit that pull.
Second round here. Dog Walkers have the first. Should they win this, we go on to the next set. Dog Walkers, this is the constant pressure that Wash Team are going to give you. Dog Walkers are used to it at this point, so they don't feel threatened, but pressured for sure. Chino and Patchy with the super available. I expect to see them used in tandem. Chino pulls in, Patchy, and stops the assist. And here it comes. The pull happens on the left side. Patchy saves it because he can shoot from a distance. Doesn't even need the super. Pops it out for fun. And now we're even here as Dog Walkers bring us to a round 3.
Good super economy for Dog Walkers, too, because they have a couple at their disposal now, the two most valuable on their team, too. Patchy also baiting out some of these mines, has just one left to deal with, and now they're home free. They can really walk freely over this left side as long as they're able to bait out some of the shots from Betiches. Here they go. And Chino has the pull, ready for really anyone. Betiches is vulnerable, and so is Bo.
And again, this is bad for Wash Team. They cannot be pressured like this due to the long-range nature of their brawlers.
We'll see if they're able to come back, though. They don't have any wall advantage. Chino does, however. He's able to fire through these walls. Patchy can jump over the walls. Here comes the pull. It's free. It's easy for Chino. And Patchy pops a gadget. There it is. The follow-up after the jump back. And Frixie is solo. He's got to clutch this one up. And it looks almost impossible. Here comes the peep. Final shots landed by Patchy, and Chino finishes the job. A pretty slick-looking set for Dog Walkers. We saw some big mistakes here and there. And not to give the guy too hard of a time, but Chino in particular. Hit a pole onto a turret that had been placed a good amount of time before he fired away that pole, and then missed a second one. But the rest of the team was still able to come back. I think that says a lot about how strong this team is as a collective.
That's also, I think, really important when you talk about longevity. Like, arguably Patchy's the star of this team, but all three of these guys stand up and do their job. And you yourself said, you know, watching Chino on this gene, they pick this gene for Chino and he runs the game. Well, when that doesn't work, you still need to be able to pull something else out. And Dog Walkers are able to just do that. They can pass the ball, essentially, when somebody is having a hard time. And that is the difference between a team and a couple of guys brawling. So I like the look here from Dog Walkers. And again, it's about adaptation. Wash Team played strong, and Dog Walkers had to figure out how to find their victory, and I think they did well.
I think they got very creative, too. We saw moments where they could have finished out the game the easy way, but instead they opted to do things like, I mean, if we remember Charles breaking open the wall, instead of going for the free kill with the nanny super, and then he was able to finish off the round by getting another super. It was that kind of confidence that you're able to do that gives you a huge, huge leg up in the competition.
And it's just understanding resources as well when we talk about it. Like, there are other damage sources. There aren't other utility places that you're going to be able to get that. That provided the exit that they didn't need. If the enemy team pushes up, you're stuck there on the left side, gave them the exit hole, and like I said, they just didn't need it. But thinking about that is impressive. Set number 3, shooting star here. P's and B's, pretty please. And here they are.
Was gonna say, we gotta see some of the thrower bans, and here they are. Grom and Tick banned out by Wash Team. Dog Walkers, similar mentality on their side, but they have gotten rid of the genes, so there might be an intention of running one themselves. We'll see if they end up getting the last pick, and that would really solidify that sort of idea. There are other throwers that are still very, very viable here. But, of course, one of the main ways that we see this map played is, let's bring out the sharpshooters. We occasionally see Mandy here. We just might, but
yeah.
Don't take it from me. Take it from Wash Team. They'll pick it first.
Nice Mandy pick. Like to see it. I just sneezed. That's why Reddy's laughing at me. He did absolutely nothing to help me, so we would be losing against Dog Walkers.
Ping diff. I had already finished what I was saying by the time you started sneezing.
That's fair. I claimed ping diff before, so you're good now.
We're even.
Now you know we're a real team, because instead of blaming each other, we blame the pig.
Woohoo!
2 picks coming out here for Dog Walkers. We've got Max and the Stunt Girl. Love these choices. I think Max is a brawler that she makes everyone better, but specifically Bonnie, I like the choice here. just kind of follows it up when it comes down to Bounty. Pam, I want more raw power, I'm going to admit. I think Pam does well on... Not that Pam is a slouch on Bounty, but I find she is more interesting to me in more objective-oriented modes.
No, hard to agree, but it still gets me excited because I know precisely how they're going to try and play the Pam. They're going to try and play her as a reaction to the Max play, right? If Max pops a speed and Bonnie starts getting really aggressive, here comes a scrap sucker. Free ammo for me and no ammo for you. I'm going to push you really, really hard. And given that Bonnie is quite slow, Pam, she can still advance up quite a bit faster than Bonnie. I like the final selection of B. I think it's going to give pretty difficult time to Pam should they get that lane switch up. Same deal for Fang as well. Going to be able to diff just about every lane, maybe with the exception of the Mandy. We still have to see how this one shapes up. Mandy, she's kind of a contentious topic because when she's not standing completely still, she doesn't really have that great of range. It might be about like the same as a Penny or something, but when she's completely still, she has the longest range in the game by far, and she has a super that can cross the entire map like 2 times over.
That said, standing still at this level of skill is usually a death sentence. So we'll see if she ends that with an exclamation point or a question mark. Charles was able to go ahead and grab up that first mid. I really like the B selection as well, just to sort of provide that extra control. Left side is where Frixie has set things up. And no kills so far. Chino looking to heal to full.
Wash team have to push up, though. Payne in particular would really like a super, but here comes a speed from Charles. It's time for Frixie to start hunkering down. He's going to place that turret down once again, and it's pretty much irremovable unless we see Patchy jump onto it or something like that, or Dogwalkers push up in a huge way, which I would say is incredibly unlikely. They have the lead, and they need to sort of get that super fired up so that they can spring into action, and it could happen right now. Chino has the high power, be ready to go. He does sacrifice the shield. He has the slow as well. On very low health, does circle back so he doesn't get punished for going aggressive. And not too much to be said about that speed. There wasn't really much gain. There wasn't really much loss by Wash team either. But the clock is ticking down. Big super. No connection there. Chino also able to fend things off. Payne, unfortunately, shut down.
That was the point I was going to make about Fang, as Charles kind of rubs it in a little bit. Fang is... I love Fang in Knockout, because once you're dead, you can't answer back. That's a good example of, well, you can answer back if everyone's alive. So the Fang play is going to have to happen again. I think it's a little too early, and Dogwalkers, if they're able to add to this lead, even that last-minute push won't work. At 5 stars, it could, but they need a couple of kills. 1 in the bank, but now separated by 6 stars. Not gonna happen.
Wash team, they still could get a little bit more damage here, but there's no way for them to win this one unless they were able to kill Charles and Chino in the same go. It's just not happening unless you have the Fang plays on lock. And unfortunately, they didn't. Both times that we saw the Fang pop in, he kind of died on offense. First time, no contact. Second time, we saw a kill, but it was followed by a pinch.
Exactly, and that to me, Fang, listen, I would like to see the team do nothing for 1 minute and 50 seconds and then go in. That's to me is how you execute this Fang composition here, as Charles just starts to pick away at the Washed team. 3 stars and the blue guy for the Dogwalkers at the moment. Big picture, we're split 1-1. But Dogwalkers seem to be playing this mode a lot better.
And they are really giving no points of entry to Payne. We got to see like 1 kill before Payne can be very effective. Every single person on the enemy team is guarding each other. If he aggresses 1 person, they're going to have a couple of brawlers at their flank to deal with it. He can deal with it if it's just 2.
Well, hold that thought as Charles is able to pop speed, and Patchy finds a kill around the corner, so it's 5 in the pocket for here. Who's Fang's correct target? Because Patchy's just going to jump away.
It's got to be Chino. Chino's really the only person that he can jump in on because Charles can phase shift her away, or he can speed. Patchy can jump away. There are a lot of ways of dealing with this, but Chino's looking very vulnerable. Betich takes him down. Payne with the super in. Not going to get a connection as Patchy body blocks for him, but Betich is still able to finish the job. Wash team are just 1 star behind, and they're not going to be reacting too hard, or at least they're not going to be pushed back too hard because they have that sort of line of scrimmage that they've established right at the longitude of the turret from Pam. Payne is ready to go in for another super, but he's got to heal up first. Big push in, shut down. Patchy could still be forced out here. Double kill for Patchy. And Dogwalkers remain in the lead. 20 seconds left. It's going to take a huge combo from Payne to bring it back for Washed.
That might be the dagger here as we count down from 11. Patchy's worth 4, just like Charles. And so Chino puts himself in the line of fire. Payne, super ready, dives in on the right side. Patchy has no answer. Patchy's down, but who cares? Dogwalkers up 4 stars, and they take the second game. Dogwalkers take the 3rd set, and they're 1 away from ending our night.
Very, very close here for Wash team as far as the scoreline. As far as that last set, not quite so much. It is unfortunate. We saw the gears turning, but Fang just wasn't it. And we've seen a lot less Fang lately, I want to point out as well. Is it because of moments like these? Because watch how Dogwalkers play. They're not playing any brawler that is specifically anti-Fang, but the way that they play is anti-Fang.
Communication is anti-Fang. When you're not in VC, yeah, man, it's hard. Like, you trust your teammates to kill the dive-bombing Fang, but sometimes you need VC for that help, and then the snap target acquisition. When you're playing at this level, man, like, Fang feels like a character that I'm just missing something on, because this is what I see happen more often than not. The dream of the Fang, ooh baby, a triple, is such a dream sometimes. It's such a reach. This happens in my experience more often than the dream scenario, and Knockout's a different story, but I want to see less Fang here.
Pretty much. I mean, I think in a large way, the reason why we see him so late in the draft typically is because for success, he relies on countering enemies. And we didn't see any enemies that he really countered on the side of the Dogwalkers. So going forward, I think that this is one that Wash team are going to keep in their back pocket. I think another thing that we haven't discussed enough is actually the Pam, right? We didn't see Pam making really big moves. Yeah, she got the turret up. It was never taken down, but she never really moved past it.
That's what I mean. That's what I meant when I was talking about her being more of an objective-oriented character. When you're in these kind of all-aggressive, these TDM-adjacent modes. Again, I'm not going to sit here and say Scrap Sucker isn't worth it. I'm not going to sit here and say the Healing Totem isn't worth it. It's hard to campaign against her. But when you look at the cast of 48 brawlers, right? Like, Dueling Beetles. Hot Zone is our next one. And Dogwalkers looking to take this one here. Ban's coming out, and Reddy looks happy.
I'm definitely pleased seeing that Sprout is out of the equation. Squeak, another one that is absolutely worthwhile for discussing, but let's also talk geography once again, because this is yet another map that has been enhanced, benefited, changed, stylized. I don't know, whatever. Is it a gift or a curse? It's changed because of those indestructible walls. Gone are the days of breaking down everything with the Griff or the Colonel Ruffs. They're going to offer a lot less value here, unfortunately for those brawlers. Though it's still going to have an impact because they're still decently valuable to have here. But a big factor is the indestructible walls. Penny has always been good on this map. Even when she was like one of the worst brawlers in the game, she was still run on this map. I believe it was like SK Gaming that woke up one morning and said, I'm going to run Penny on Dueling Beetles. And they're like, honestly, that would be a great troll pick. And then they like won with it, and they won like tens of thousands of dollars with it too. It was fantastic as a spectator, and it goes to show that even when she's not that good in the meta, she's good on this map. I want to see Wash Team react to this. We do see the B selection, and that could deal with it. She outranges Penny. Penny can still deal with it with her Salty Barrel and get that turret up for the first time. If it's not taken down by Wash Team, it's going to be a huge, huge issue.
Even independent of the matchup and the turret, B is I really like B on Hot Zone because she is Obviously, largely, we think of her as a tank counter or whatnot. Long range, but also utility. And Hot Zone, I think every character needs to have utility on your squad. Crow's going to be able to jump in and kill folks, but also slow util. And that's super important here. Shifting over to the Dog Walkers, they're going to grab some more long-range damage in the Bell. And to round out the composition, maybe go all in on the long range, or do you want to see somebody a little bit thicker?
It's got to be something to deal with the Crow, like something that has a bit to offer in close range. Another thing that is, of course, not banned out here is Lu. So anything that would typically suffer versus, or rather, that is banned out, is what I meant to say, is the Lu. So,
hey. I mean, you said close range.
I disapprove.
Okay.
I think I kind of want to leave it there. I disapprove. I don't think this is a very good pick by the Dog Walkers. Jesse has been a bad brawler for a long time.
Yeah.
And I think that this might be an ego moment for the Dog Walkers.
Okay.
I would not usually call that out, but I want to now. As a fan of the Dog Walkers, I think it's ego.
So here's something, the science of the set. Lot to discuss as Brock is locked in here. But the science of the set, it's a best of 5. You're on match set, you're up 2. So this is where you pull out the experimental strategies. Anyone that's ever played competitive anything will sit here and tell you scrims are fake. It only, like, what can you do on the real field? And so this is the type of oddball pick that you've done in scrims, and it's worked out, but bringing it on the big stage is scary. So here, you bring it, because worst case scenario, we just win in set 5. No big deal. That's my take on it. This is where you're going to see the strange picks. So I want to see what it's got to say.
Well, look, there's, you know, it's not extremely shallow. It is, there's definitely more discussion to be had here. They've seen Wash Team play the Pam. Pam's going to be strong here with the indestructible walls, and she's also just good on this map in general. So maybe the Jesse's here to counter that, but in the same go, I think that Dog Walkers, if they wanted to counter the Pam, they could have just banned it.
Well, so far, Dog Walkers have had some success, but this is where that success kind of turns. A third for the blue team so far. And the Wash team are the ones, not just with mid-priority, actively stepping on the point, and also the health bar advantages as Patchy gets popped. Charles still alive. Heals up, though. Big deal there. And Payne half. But so is the team in general, halfway there. They approach 50%, stopped at 48, just kidding, they do hit the 50.
Wash team still maintain their position. Payne especially has to keep things at bay. Almost hit by that reflection of the Jesse shot. Patchy gonna try and slow things down. Not gonna get too much value off of it though. Though the turret remains alive, Patchy jumped on, shut down in close range. He will fall to the poison though. But Charles and Chino get to walk over this area on the side of Wash team. Will be taking back the advantage. Betich is getting good dodges versus Chino. Circling in, Payne trips one mine. Could be another one coming along the way soon. Betich he's very aware, he's clued into where it is. So if anyone walks over it, it's gotta be on purpose. Great reactions, but we still see Frixie fall. Payne also taken down. Dog Walkers get the retake amid.
Wash team did a great job there with Payne on the flank. Dog Walkers just did a better job of denying the main push. Fantastic work for them. Because of that, they're going to tie and push forward 80% and counting for the blue squad. Patchy deleted, but Charles still here. Chino not on the point, keeping his distance. And it's 94, where the blue team will be stalled. Washed now pressing forward.
Ooh, Payne's getting some really slimy dodges here, but Patchy's gonna commit. He's going for it. Charles up next on the docket. He can't be slowed down, taking the damage. Chino closes in too. And Dog Walkers take it back. They push it to match point. Though I didn't see anything special from the Jesse, really.
Yep.
I want to say that. Didn't really see too much value from it. But it is Patchy. I mean, Patchy's gonna play pretty much any brawler well.
So give me, let's pretend you're a fan of it. Taking account into everything, super, gadgets, etc. What is the mentality behind the Jesse?
Counter out Pam.
How so?
because you're able to reflect the shot off of her onto her turret. You can do the same exact thing with Bell, and I think that's why Dog Walkers are leaning in that direction. They don't want to face a brawler that camps out next to the turret. They already have one of their own, and that's, I think, why we see Patchy and Chino both on those brawlers.
Okay. So that's the idea, is to try to use the bounce shot to find players around these, perhaps another detail looking at indestructible walls.
Practically so. I mean, we already see Wash Team being a bit annoying for the Dog Walkers to deal with in the previous set, so obviously Wash Team are partial to this brawler and Dog Walkers are clued in, but once again, I don't think Jesse was necessarily the way to go. If they're able to make it work, good for them, but so far, Wash Team seem to be doing just fine into it, and that should be a clue.
Yeah, I think Charles was the moneymaker last time around. Salty Barrel actually might have been more valuable than the turret itself with how much it defended. That said, Wash Team is doing the thing, and 85% and counting as Chino gets flanked. Charles is alive, but just barely, and help from the assassin will make that one go, and we'll see a game 3, and that one wasn't close. Literally 7% from DW. What went wrong?
It's hard to put my finger on. I think mostly it is Dog Walkers maybe getting a bit staggered and finding themselves in a losing position and succumbing to momentum a little bit, because we saw towards the end they were kind of going in one by one, single file, and getting shut down individually. Another thing that we saw was Wash Team are simply already improving at countering what Dog Walkers have offered. And we see reactions from Dog Walkers too. We see the turret positioning changing for Charles. Frixie is looking so strong. We also see Pain shut down Patchy at mid. Wash Team get to walk over this point once again. Already some wall break for Frixie too, and Pain gets to shoot down this brand new corridor. Patchy still has some walls to hide behind. Big super in, Chino taken down by Frixie, and this might be the main value of Brock here. Yes, he's able to break down walls, but he's able to shoot over them too.
And it's the area denial as well. These pools of fire just deny the space to walk, and small, but it really is taking away avenues of ingress for the Dog Walkers. This is the first time Dog Walkers are kind of invited into the conversation. Wash Team paused just shy of halfway. And DW here, Charles just surrounded by damage. He falls down. Patchy losing the duel. Still alive, but essentially TKO'd. Got to fall back and heal up. Wash Team only get 8% for their troubles, but here comes a second push.
Frixie's my star player right here. He's been doing so much work, keeping people back, just lining up bodies. There's a double kill with just one shot, too. Charles is going to be taken down on defense, it looks like, or perhaps not. He is poisoned up. He barely survives, and there's a positioning of the turret, too. I want to point out, he's not putting it right next to the walls because he doesn't want Frixie to be able to shoot right through it and get the splash damage on the other side, but it's going to be futile. Wash Team, they only need 14% more to bring this one back, but we've already seen the Dog Walkers get a clutch retake and then run it from there. Pain, though, he's still very, very slimy. Charles and Chino slowed down. It's free kill city for Frixie, and Wash Team counted up to 100. They take the set, and they're pushing it to set number 5.
All right. Gotta go the distance. No surprise here as we find ourselves in a 5th set. Feels good. Man, Dog Walkers there. Did the Jesse pick lose the match?
Yeah. it's hard to make that call, right?
Yes.
Because look, I'm not Patchy, right? And I couldn't tell you whether the guy is the greatest Jesse player to ever walk the earth.
Sure.
I honestly think that the benefit that would have been offered by a different pick is incremental, probably. And let's also acknowledge just how well Wash Team were playing, too. We saw Frixie pop off for the entire time. We saw Pain dodging, bobbing, weaving at mid. He was untouchable as a brawler that dies in just a couple hits to a lot of the brawlers on Dog Walkers. So is this a mechanics diff for Wash Team? Yes. Is it a draft diff for Wash Team? Also yes. In a lesser department.
Yes, and that's what I was getting at. I think Patchy on the Jesse didn't do what they wanted it to do, but even had he selected something else, Wash Team played better on this hot zone. And so I think we probably wind up maybe with some different numbers up here. Wash Team almost doubling Dog Walker's damage. And honestly, a lot of that was Dog Walkers were missing their shots, like straight up and down, not taking anything, not here to mince words. So Dog Walkers need to change things up as far as their just brawling ability now that we're on Gem Grab. And it all comes down to this.
It's getting really, really close between the two teams, and I hedge my bets on Dog Walkers to win this one.
Same.
Still, right? Still. But Wash Team are still looking really scary. I could very realistically see this going to a double match point because of the game-over-game improvements that Wash Team have been able to pull out.
Well, also, like I said, or going into this one, the Jesse pick, definitely experimental, but they had a game to burn, so to speak. That's where you get out your strategies. The Siege Mortis of Once Upon a Time had to come out when you could afford to lose.
Oh, yeah.
And then it became a staple. I'm not telling you to pick Jesse in your Power League games, unless you're on Reddy's team.
He's telling you to pick Jesse in your Power League games.
If Reddy's on your team.
Don't do that. that is what.
You're so pure. Please do not do that to me.
I didn't say please.
All right, right. That's as spicy as really
that is as disrespectful and rude as I will get. And we'll leave it there.
Don't worry, I'll carry that side of things for you. All right, you gremlins, you stream monsters, get ready for set number 5 here. Gene, first pick overall. Grass is green, water is wet. Gene will always be exciting. Yes, he is a super-centric brawler, without a doubt. Either he's got the super or he doesn't. But when he does, everyone's on notice, never going to be different. Penny, first selection across the way for Washed.
Okay, but like, what the 8-bit doing? I could potentially see this brawler arrive.
Yep.
It's fairly good versus Gene. This might be one of the areas, though, where they don't want to commit to it just yet. Sometimes it's a good idea to pick your mid last. That way you can pick more effective, more important brawlers on the lanes earlier on. Bo is one of the stars of the show today because we've seen him played by Stamina to great success and to great detriment. So there's a time and place for everything. Is Hard Rock Mine the place for Bo? I guess we'll find out.
Sure.
But we have seen some decent plays with him as well. He's a good, consistent brawler. There's a Janet from Dog Walkers. And once again, it's just a good, consistent brawler. Throw down, drop the base. Cool. We're chilling. Unbreakable walls.
Love it.
Great place to put it. Kind of saw it coming from a mile away,
Yep.
and I think a lot of chat did too, because the Patchy Ash, yeah, it's good, it's consistent. Charles on the Janet, Chino on the Gene. What more can you ask for?
Right, and this composition also, Janet, it's not like she doesn't synergize with the Gene, but the Ash is it's a little bit scarier to be pulled into an Ash, so that kind of completes the Gene equation for me. As Surge is the last selection across the way for Wash Team. Composition diff goes to?
It's a tough call, honestly. I had to take a moment to think about it, and even then I couldn't give you an answer. We have to see it executed, because Surge is one of those where if you play into him perfectly, then you can manage to not give him a level the entire game. As Ash, not going to happen. The other deal is that if they're able to get a diff on the initial lanes, then it could have a serious influence on the outcome of the game. Here comes Patchy up the right side. Do we see Surge on the left? Well, so far, yes, in fact. And he's going to get range diff by Charles. Here comes the immediate lane switch.
Yep.
I mean, this is what you need to do. It wastes some time, but at least he's in the right place to deal with Patchy. But Patchy's baiting him around the walls. He's able to reload some shots. Payne now with the stomp. Patchy still remains alive, and he gets a super.
Love how Chino shades up, deterring the rest of the team from helping out.
True.
Very important spacing there coming out from the mid laner for Dog Walkers. 4 gems in one of the floors, so Dog Walkers a lot healthier than Wash Team at the moment as they're halfway to the countdown. Patchy still doing Patchy things and just dodging out Payne. Very important kill by Bet.
We could see Betich's throw down the turret too, but he's got to put it in a safe situation. He's holding down that super, waiting for the proper opportunity. Gets it positioned exactly where he wants to, and that's where it's going to stay. Charles with another drop the base down. He only has one left for the game, mind you. We also see the upgrade on the back right side. Patchy tries to push in. He ends up feeding a super in the process, but he has one of his own. It's going to take a stomp to take him down. There it is, and Pain is at level 4. He's looking for the back cap. With a lot of these bushes broken, could be quite difficult for him to stay there, but we also saw the pull onto the turret. Chino not having the greatest day here on the Gene, but he's still got 6 gems. That said, so does Wash Team, but they have to defend versus Patchy, and they got to get Janet out of the picture too. Charles, with a surprise attack around the backside, won't be able to take down Betich's just yet, and gets forced out of this area as he's shot down by the turret. Patchy, Chino, both in the same position, Pain keeping them away. He's going to have to get shoved out of this area on the right side, but it might be too difficult for Dog Walkers to do at the moment because they are not going for a pinch.
Frixie, the target here for Dog Walkers. Patchy trying to take care of the assistants at first. Dog Walkers were leading for the majority of the game, but ultimately it's Wash Team that rings the bell first and foremost. Dog Walkers need to get a kill in order to win this one, and Pain's playing pressure. 1 kill goes the way, Chino falls down, and that'll do it. Great defense coming out from Wash Team to protect their ball carrier, and because of that, Wash Team 1 away from taking it. I didn't expect to say that today.
Neither did I, honestly. We've seen Dog Walkers going absolutely crazy lately.
Yeah.
But once again, are their sights set more on STMN than the other teams? Could be the reality. But, I mean, honestly, I feel like some of the same mechanics that get you a diff versus stamina still apply. In fact, probably like 99% of them. So
true.
We'll have to keep that in mind as we head into what could be the last game if Wash Team keep up the streak.
And Pain starts it off well by taking care of Ash, who is going to be Dog Walker's main zoner. So with Pain going on a tear, things look good for Wash. But of course, he goes a little too hard, falls down on the right side. 4-2, lead for Wash Team, albeit thin, because mid control kind of up in the air. Nice push away, actually. I'll take that back. Good play by Betiches. It's really keeping Patchy out up until now.
Well, Patchy is going to find a point of entry on the left side, it looks like. Now changes directions, but Frixie's able to shut him down. Betiches contributes so much damage along the way. Big kill from the backside by Pain. And Wash Team just need to wait a few seconds for the last one to spawn and begin to run it back. 3 and 7 on the gem counts on each of these brawlers. Patchy's really the one saving grace, but Pain's hot on their heels.
Trouble for the Dog Walkers. Looks like they're playing a little panicked right now. Not gonna lie, this is their moment to come back, and their moment is gone. Wash Team spinning and winning, baby. It takes them the whole set. They need game 5, but they get there, and all that matters is the W. Wash Team coming out here, and yeah, smile, boys. You earned that. Bet it feels good.
It's got to be pretty good. Victory tastes sweet, I'll tell you that much. Wash Team, unwashed, maybe.
I mean, also, it feels good. All of the players love you, chat. But when the pull is that slanted in the other way, it definitely feels good for these guys. You do love to see it. Little look in the rear view mirror, as this was a long one. Dog Walkers put up a strong fight, but ultimately, this really, especially in this last gem grab, the control of Patchy by Wash Team, specifically Pain, was the win condition.
Game number 1, he was a really big problem though.
Yep.
He kept on pushing the back lines, he kept on getting kills, and Dog Walkers were looking great. They had some of the pulls out there.
Protest?
No, that's deserved right there.
Oh, yeah.
That is absolutely deserved. I mean, look, much respect to the guys on Dog Walkers, but disrespect also definitely deserved. They give out disrespect on the daily for free. Protestos all around in a circle.
Bro.
And, hey, don't dish out what you can't take back, right?
I live for the disrespecties.
Oh, yeah.
That's what makes this a show. That's what makes this fun. I mean, listen, that's why we show up to work, to see that sort of nonsense. So straight up and down, thank you. And welcome back, Glitter.
Thank you.
Hey, look at that.
For the welcome back. I I mean, you called it heading into that match. It was going to be close. Did we know it was going to go the full 5?
I would have called 4.
Right.
Same here. I honestly would have called 4.
So we closed out the day with yet another impressive performance and an upset in a sense that, and I'm here for that. That's the whole point of the era of everyone. We want the level of competition elevated in the challenge, and this was the time to do it because week 3 done. We have one more week of games for these teams to start doing something on the leaderboard.
I mean, listen, I can't tell you the amount of times I have been told to say, well, every team can beat every team, and then kind of say, oh, man. Every team can beat every team, which is dummy cool. Like, that's just a very excellent point. It's an important maturation point in the sport overall. And so we've seen some sub-region splitting in other competitions, and here we kind of match everybody back together. And there's just, like I said, it's just a whole party.
I mean, Dogwalkers can be S-Team-In, but Chasmac Gaming can be Dogwalkers, and so can Wash Team somehow. I mean, this is precisely what you're saying.
It's insane to me to see Dogwalkers, one of my favorite teams to watch, featuring Patchy, one of my favorite, like, down here. Insanity.
It's just how good everybody is. That's just how good everybody is. I mean, like I said, we close out the day with a great match. Obviously, Tribe and Stamina at the top right now, tied at 4-1, but let's take a look back at some of the highlights because we'll talk about it before we close it out.
I mean, this was just a beautiful performance, I think, from Wash Team in particular. Dogwalkers, we saw what we expected to see from them, right? In the sets that they won, we saw the greatness, and we saw some of the drafting prowess as well. Look how they're able to run the Patchy Ash repeatedly, but Wash Team still fire back, Pain on that surge. Every time he runs it, it is a recipe for success. And they also kind of outdrafted the Dogwalkers in that set. They brought so many tank counters, and they were able to shut down Patchy. They focused on pretty much the team captain, right? The president of this team, if you will, right? Protect the president in some departments is what I'm getting at.
The VIP.
The VIP, precisely. And from there, they undermined the entire team.
Well, that to me is really, really what impressed me here. I'm paying careful attention because what it feels like is Wash Team consistently give up either the first game or the first chunk of the competition. They identify how they got beat, they download their opposition, and then they bring the pain, sometimes literally. But realistically, Patchy wins most of the time, so they shut Patchy down. And then every now and then, Charles is really the difference maker, and so they kind of stepped on him. Chino had a bad day out, and that is just what happens sometimes. But if you're across the way, you have to take advantage of these moments, and Wash Team did exactly that.
The real question for me is, now that they get themselves kind of at a solid spot in the leaderboard, the area that you're talking about where as long as there's one more solid week, then there's still potential there for San Diego. There's a potential for any of these teams to be anybody. How do they look going into the last week?
Man, it is so wild. When we look at that leaderboard, when we see those standings, there are a lot of teams that I expected to be a lot higher up, and there are a lot of teams that I expected to be a lot lower down. Wash Team is a squad that I did not expect to be in the running, and Dogwalkers is a team that I expected to take a ticket away from a strong end team. And now, I think I'm completely incorrect.
I mean, really anything can happen here, though, because we saw Season 1, just what happened. STMN, they had a pretty bad run through the challenge season, and then a miracle happened. And then they were in the finals, and then they took first place. But I think that won't happen again, right? Miracles happen from time to time. This isn't one of those situations, I don't believe. And off of this, Dogwalkers, they're kind of out of the running now.
Well, to close out the day, we're going to do a final interview. We actually do have Pain on the line with our translator, Jose, to talk to us a little bit. So, how are you? First of all, can you hear me? Are you good to go?
¿Cómo estás? ¿Puedes escucharlos?
Sí, perfecto.
Perfect. All right, let's...
Yeah, all clear.
Let's talk about how that went. You guys win the first set, and then you fall behind in the next two. How do you reset as a team and come back for that win?
Pues estuvieron bien el primer juego, pero después no lo pudieron recuperar. ¿De qué manera pudieron resetear su mentalidad para los siguientes juegos.
Ok, sí, creo que nos desmotivamos un poco, empezamos a jugar un poco mal, pero mi equipo, o sea, mis compañeros, son mucho de decir, vamos, se puede todavía, queda mucho partido, no se tilten, y realmente que nos motiva mucho. Y después del cuarto set, que fue el que ganamos con mucha diferencia, de verdad que fue un subidón de ánimos muy grande.
Yeah, so at first we were really demotivated, but it is really common for us to hype between each and every one of us, saying, hey, we can do this, we can get back to it. And at the fourth set, we just gave it all. And in the end, we take the win.
I love that.
Heck yeah, man. I want to ask a similar question, but kind of with the big picture in mind. Slow start to the season, and now in a position that mathematically you can still get to the LAN out in San Diego. Has the team's mindset or mentality changed with the recent wins?
Sí, y empezaron un poco despacio en la temporada, pero todavía tienen posibilidades de clasificar a San Diego. ¿Cómo ha ido cambiando la mentalidad del equipo durante los primeros juegos versus ahora?
Creo que siempre hemos entrado con la misma mentalidad. Creo que los partidos que hemos perdido son rivales muy, muy difíciles y hemos dado un buen partido aún así. Pero se mantiene la mentalidad porque mi equipo quiere ir a San Diego, nunca ha ido y siempre lo dice. Nunca he visitado San Diego, entonces es la motivación.
Yeah, we're keeping our mentality from the first day, but we know we're facing strong teams, but still, we're still encourage us to go to San Diego because that's the main goal. We haven't been there, and it's really, we get emotional for going there.
That's so awesome. That's so fantastic here, man. And once again, congratulations. I want to ask, though, because it seems like every time you get placed on the Surge, it is a recipe for success. So I want to ask, as a team, do you try and get yourselves on brawlers that you main, that you're really good at, and how does that shape your strategy drafting?
Pues queremos saber un poquito sobre la estrategia, sobre la selección de los brawlers, cómo es lo que ustedes priorizan al momento de seleccionarlos.
Creo que no hay nada en específico, creo que tratamos de responder de la misma manera, pero creo que sí los jugadores tenemos mucha decisión en los picks. Hay veces que, por ejemplo, en este del Surge, yo me siento muy cómodo jugando Surge en este mapa, entonces por eso lo sacamos frente a otras opciones. En varios sets, en varios partidos es el mismo pick de Surge porque yo me siento cómodo realmente.
So we always try to go with our comfort picks. So for example, we try to analyze each team, but for me, I always go for Surge. It is a brawler that I always go for. It's my comfort pick. So yeah, we analyze each team, but we usually go for our comfort picks.
All right, well, you guys did a fantastic job with those comfort picks. Thank you so much for chatting with us. But before we let you go, are there any shout-outs that you want to do?
Sí, muchísimas gracias por tu tiempo y antes de irte quisieras dar algunos saludos a la gente.
Sí, muchísimas gracias a todos los que nos apoyan, a todos los latinos, mis moderadores, mi novia y a Sleevy que me da la suerte con esta camisa. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, so thank you very much to everybody, but especially shout out to my moderators and to my girlfriend.
All right, I love it. I love it. Thank you for talking with us.
Gracias.
Okay, that was really cool. I think that was actually the first time that we've been able to do like a full translated interview with them as well, too, and talk. And he had some really good answers.
Yeah, shout out to Payne for really coming through with the answer. Shout out to Jose actually for facilitating as well. You know, I always say it takes a village.
Oh, 100%.
And this is how we kind of get there. So great stuff. And also, you know, like you said, some of the first time we really get to pick the brain to that level. Great question. Great answers.
I mean, if we talk Payne specifically, right, definitely an inspiration to me because we saw towards the end of that first split when he was still playing with Vatre, he had an interview after the end of the whole show where we got to hear him say, nobody does this in 1 year, but the important thing is to start.
You know what? I'm not even going to ask for final thoughts because that's a great way to close the whole thing out. It was another fantastic days of Brawl Star action, but week number 3 of the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge is done, and things are all tied up at the top of our leaderboard, which means week 4 is going to be a very close race to see who makes it to San Diego. As always, a huge thanks to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for making this whole thing possible. On behalf of myself, my co-casters, and everyone here behind the scenes at ESL Studios, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Get it, dime on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get